Anyone who has experienced a global catastrophe understands that it is a hellish world with an extremely harsh living environment, dangers everywhere, and deadly threats surrounding them at all times. I once struggled in that doomsday world and witnessed with my own eyes the tragic scene of humans being torn apart by mutated creatures. That day, in order to save a strange woman, I died at the claws of her mutant pet cat. However, when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn before the disaster. This time, I awakened the gorgeous Goddess Investment System. As long as I invest in the Goddess, I can get a generous reward of 10,000 times return. You can't imagine that the knife that saved my life actually bought me an alloy army. And the rope that I once used to strangle the mutant dog actually brought me god-level superpowers. Now, I am no longer the lamb to be slaughtered, but the master of my own destiny. The hunter will no longer be the prey. From now on, the rules of this world will be made by me, and those who have betrayed me will pay a heavy price for their actions. No, you rebellious son. Let me go. I'm asking you to let me go. You ungrateful bastard. In the elevator, a young woman in tight yoga pants was pinned to the ground by a husky. The dog bit her arm, its teeth embedded in her flesh, and blood gushed out instantly. Her screams pierced the small space, and she desperately asked me for help. Handsome guy, save me. Help me get rid of this bastard. Ah. Before she could finish her words, the mad husky had already bitten her thigh, causing her screams to rise several pitches in pain. Looking at this familiar yet strange scene in front of me, I was stunned for a moment, and then my eyes widened suddenly. I couldn't believe it but couldn't suppress the ecstasy in my heart. I was reborn, and I was reborn on the day of the apocalypse. This feeling is really exciting. My name is Yang Sun. In my previous life, I saved this woman out of kindness and strangled the mutated husky with a dog leash. But what happened? She actually blamed me for killing her son and shamelessly asked me to pay her 50,000 yuan. At that time, I was so angry that I had nothing to say and could only run home angrily. After the apocalypse broke out, this woman scolded me in the owner's group for several days. Thinking of this, I pressed the button for my floor without hesitation, canceled the floor she pressed, and set the elevator to the basement floor. Just as I was about to walk out of the elevator, I stopped, turned around, and slapped her hard a few times, stunning her for a moment. Seeing her miserable appearance, I walked out of the elevator contentedly and let it carry her and her dog's son downstairs. As soon as I entered the house, I immediately locked the door, quickly walked to the balcony, and looked out the window. The world has changed dramatically at this moment. The trees on both sides of the street grow wildly at an unimaginable speed. The vines are entwined like snakes, and the animals that were originally ordinary have now become huge and ferocious. The world is evolving, but we humans are not. I know very well that the world at night is more dangerous. In my previous life, I barely survived for a month in the apocalypse, but in the end, due to food shortage, my neighbors broke into my house, stole all my food, and even tore my bones and flesh apart, and I died miserably amid their grim laughter. But this time, I will never let myself go down that dead end again. Just as I was secretly swearing, a sweet voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The awesome investment return system has been bound to the host. Please find a suitable investment target as soon as possible, invest, and get a 10,000-fold return. When I heard this voice, I was instantly ecstatic. I actually awakened the system. As a loyal reader of brainless and cool novels, I certainly know what the system means. With this system, I will no longer be the weakling who is at the mercy of others, but someone who can rise up quickly and protect myself. System, scan whether there are any targets nearby that meet the requirements. I gave the order, my heart full of expectations and confidence for the future. Ding! Testing in progress. The system's voice sounded in my mind, and a few seconds later, another prompt came. Testing completed, 2 people meet the requirements. 2 virtual screens suddenly appeared in front of me. The first screen showed a 3D map with my location marked by a green dot, and a pink dot on the 18th floor to my left and below. Another screen displayed the information of the 2 targets who met the requirements. Name: Lin Jinyun, age, 33, outlook, normal woman, appearance, 9 stars, meets the system requirements. Name: Chun Jiayao, age, 26, outlook, normal woman, appearance, 8 stars, meets system requirements. When I saw the messages from these 2 people, my expression became a little complicated. Lin Jinyun is my neighbor and lives next door. Chun Jiayao is a well-known beauty blogger. Many people regard her as a goddess. I am no exception and often see her in videos. Although I know them, they may not know me. There are so many people in the building, but only these two meet the system requirements. I can't help but sigh in my heart. But now is obviously not a good time to go find them immediately. Everyone is still in a panic. If I rashly go to their house, it will only cause unnecessary vigilance. This is not conducive to the next plan. Moreover, I don't have the ability to break in directly, so I can only wait for the opportunity and make plans when they run out of ammunition and food. With this in mind, I turned on the TV. CCTV. One kept reporting on the evolution frenzy incident, calling on citizens to stay at home, close doors and windows, and wait for rescue. I picked up my phone again and browsed through various social media platforms and found that almost all the content online was discussing this sudden apocalyptic event. People's fear and anxiety filled every comment, and I couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, a panicked scream suddenly came from next door. I immediately stood up, walked to the small window in the kitchen, and looked through the window at the balcony of Lin Jinyun's house. Lin Jinyun was wearing a black lace suspender nightgown, with her back against the windowsill. In the cat bed in front of her, the golden tabby pet cat was growing rapidly. In just a few seconds, it became as big as an adult Labrador, with its eyes full of brutality and wildness. Seeing this, my heart tightened. Lin Jinyun is one of my targets. I can't let her die like this. I quickly opened the small window and shouted to her, "Run! It's mutating. It's too late if you don't run." Lin Jinyun was obviously frightened. She turned around and saw me, and asked in panic, "What happened?" "Don't worry about it. Run out quickly. Otherwise, when it completes the mutation, you will be the first one to be eaten." I urged her anxiously. Lin Jinyun was obviously panicked, hesitating but not daring to move. I continued to say loudly, "If you want to die, stay in the room. If you don't want to die, come out quickly. I'll pick you up at the door." I was secretly glad in my heart. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity to contact her. Finally, at my urging, Lin Jinyun followed her instinct, ran to the door and opened it. At the moment when Lin Jinyun closed the door, the mutated golden shaded cat rushed over with its ferocious fangs bared. She was so scared that she slammed the door shut and leaned against it, gasping for breath. I quickly opened the door and waved to her, "Come in. It's crazy outside." Lin Jinyun was obviously frightened by the scene just now. One of her slippers even fell off. She staggered into my house. After the door slammed shut, Lin Jinyun finally felt a little safe, but she also noticed what she was wearing and her face suddenly turned red. Lin Jinyun, sitting on the sofa, looked extremely embarrassed. Her long, fair legs were tightly pressed together, and her toes were curled up due to nervousness. Thank you for saving me," Lin Jinyun whispered, breaking the awkward silence. I waved my hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. But since you're here, the food here is not free, right?" Lin Jinyun immediately replied, "I can give you money." I sneered, "Money? Do you think money is still useful in this world? The mutant plants and animals out there don't recognize red money." Hearing this, Lin Jinyun lowered her head, clutched the hem of her skirt, and asked with a sad look, "Then what do you want?" I couldn't help but look at her. This woman is really a top-notch woman, with a delicate face. Time doesn't seem to have left any traces on her, but makes her look more mature and beautiful. She also maintains a good figure, with beautiful curves and tall and charming figure. I looked at her with a meaningful smile. "You?" "Me?" Lin Jinyun was stunned, and then her cheeks flushed. She never expected that young Sun, who usually stayed at home as much as she did, would actually speak so directly and ask for her. This young man who looked a little socially anxious seemed to have suddenly become a different person. I looked at her, nodded, and confirmed, "Yes, it's you." Lin Jinyun refused without hesitation, "No." I didn't force it, and pointed to the direction of the entrance without saying anything. "The gate is over there. Take care. Oh, by the way, don't go outside the community. There are mutant beasts everywhere, just like your cat. Mutated plants are also very dangerous, especially at night." Lin Jinyun obviously didn't expect me to be so decisive, and was stunned for a moment. She originally thought that I would persuade her again, and maybe she would be shaken and agree. But now, Lin Jinyun's mood became tense again. Thinking of the horrible monsters outside, she began to feel completely helpless. Her cat at home had mutated, and she had nowhere to go. "Well, how about we discuss this again?" Lin Jinyun's tone softened, with a hint of pleading. "I can be your nanny. I can cook, wash clothes, and do housework." No. I interrupted her decisively. Lin Jinyun showed a helpless look on her face, and seemed to have accepted her fate. It's all because I'm too beautiful. Lin Jinyun laughed at herself in her heart. Indeed, in such apocalyptic times, beauty has become a danger. Lin Jinyun knew very well that under the current circumstances, as a beautiful woman, her situation would become extremely difficult. Either she would die, or be used as a tool for venting anger or a bargaining chip by the strong. Lin Jinyun has read many apocalyptic novels and knows how cruel the plots are. Lin Jinyun looked at me again and suddenly thought that this guy was quite handsome. Maybe choosing to compromise was not such a bad idea. Isn't it enough that I agree? Lin Jinyun finally compromised, with a tone of grievance and unwillingness. I laughed when I heard her words. You are 10 years older than me. You don't mind me calling you auntie, right? Lin Jinyun thought about it and said seriously, if possible, I still want you to call me sister. Calling me aunt is too old. Refutation is useless. I just like it. I answered randomly. Lin Jinyun smiled helplessly. What kind of hobby is this? I didn't continue the topic and instead asked, are you hungry? I have a bucket of instant noodles here. Fill your stomach first. As I said that, I took out a bucket of spicy beef noodles from the cabinet and handed it to her. When Lin Jinyun took the instant noodles, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Invest in a bucket of Lin Jinyun's spicy beef noodles, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 buckets of spicy beef noodles. I was secretly delighted. It seemed that this system was indeed effective. At this time, I noticed a number appeared above Lin Jinyun's head. Loyalty, 80. For someone I just met, this loyalty is already very high. Next, I walked to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of purified water. I handed one to Lin Jinyun. Have a bottle of water. She took the water, and I unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in big gulps. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Invest in a bottle of Lin Jinyun Ebao mineral water, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of Ebao mineral water. Listening to the system's prompts, I became more and more excited. Next, I should consider how to use these resources to enhance my own strength. I put down the water bottle, sat in front of the computer desk, and asked the system, is there any way to make me stronger? The system replied, ding! Humans can awaken their special powers and start evolving. To awaken congenitally, you need to absorb a certain amount of virus, and you can awaken after enduring it. To awaken acquiredly, you need to find special power fruits and swallow them. Supernatural fruit? I was moved and asked quickly, where does it grow? The system explained, ding! The supernatural fruit will grow randomly on any plant. The number is rare, and the host needs to be patient in searching. Hearing this, I suddenly remembered the potted plants on the balcony, and an idea flashed through my mind. I quickly got up and ran to the balcony, where there were many potted plants, including a 4-season orange tree, and at the top of this orange tree, I found a unique golden fruit. I noticed this strange fruit in my previous life, but because I didn't know what it was, I never dared to touch it. Now it seems that this should be the supernatural fruit that the system mentioned. I picked the fruit and originally planned to eat it myself, but suddenly remembered the 10,000 times return and realized that I almost made a big mistake. I took the fruit to the bedroom and handed it to Lin Jinyun. Eat this? Lin Jinyun looked at the fruit in her hand and asked in confusion, what is this? I answered casually, orange. Lin Jinyun was about to peel it, but I stopped her and asked her to eat it whole. A few seconds later, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun a gold-type supernatural fruit, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Please choose between the God-level gold-type supernatural power, the Lord of Gold, and 10,000 ordinary gold-type supernatural fruits. Choose one of the two? I hesitated. Although the large quantity seemed to be a good deal, the word God-level made me make up my mind. System, I choose the God-level gold ability, the Lord of Gold. In an instant, I felt drastic changes in my body. My skin became hot, as if a powerful force was awakening within me. At this moment, Lin Jinyun was also experiencing all of this. She shouted in panic, what's wrong with me? Are you poisoned? I gave Lin Jinyun a helpless look and said, shut up, evolve, and awaken your abilities. Chapter 4. Half an hour later, Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun finally completed the evolution. Feeling his newly acquired powerful body, Yang Sun felt a surge of strength, as if he could break the sky with one punch. This unrealistic feeling was more of a sense of floating after the surge in strength. But Yang Sun knew in his heart that with his current physical condition, it would be no problem for him to deal with a group of ordinary people. If he added superpowers, he would even dare to try against mutant beasts. In addition, Yang Sun also gained the ability to control metal. With himself as the center, all metal within 100 meters is under his control. He can directly manipulate simple objects and can decompose and reorganize metal to create the shape he wants. This ability to dominate metal makes him confidently judge that he has reached the first level. In the end times, if you have power, you will have the capital to protect yourself and guard the things you cherish. Yang Sun's eyes gradually turned cold, and the thought of revenge grew in his heart. He remembered the neighbors who killed him in his previous life. This time, he wanted to be the hunter, not the prey. Yang Sun would not kill them easily, but would let them feel the true terror of the end of the world, and even make couples kill each other and brothers turn against each other, torturing them until he was satisfied. At this moment, Lin Jinyun also excitedly announced that she had awakened the ability to control metal. The lively Lin Jinyun jumped on the bed, completely ignoring the contrast with her mature appearance. Afterwards, Lin Jinyun threw herself into Yang Sun's arms with gratitude, and the last bit of grudge in her heart disappeared. Yang Sun gave her this precious thing that could awaken superpowers without hesitation, which made her feel extremely lucky. Lin Jinyun didn't know that Yang Sun was so generous in order to trigger a 10,000 times return. Although he made her awaken her superpowers, he himself gained a more powerful god-level superpower. No matter how you calculate it, Yang Sun will never lose. As night fell, thick white fog emerged from nowhere and quickly enveloped the entire world, with the temperature plummeting to minus 25 degrees Celsius. The nights will only get colder in the future, and life will be even more difficult without power. Yang Sun, who was well prepared, turned on the air conditioner to maximize the indoor temperature and put on thick winter clothes. Lin Jinyun could only wear Yang Sun's clothes to keep warm, because she was only wearing a black lace suspender nightgown. Looking at the white fog outside the window, Lin Jinyun couldn't help but shudder and asked in confusion, "What's going on in this world? Plants grow wildly and animals mutate during the day, and white fog rises at night. The temperature drops so low. How can we survive?" Yang Sun laughed and shook his head, thinking to himself, "This is just the beginning. There are still unknown monsters in the white fog. However, they don't seem to be interested in the people in the building. But nothing is absolute, so it's better to be careful." The two of them ate and talked about this strange world. Yang Sun was secretly glad that he took the initiative. Although there were many challenges in the future, he was prepared. At the same time, Yang Sun posted a message in the owner group, asking for the whereabouts of a new type of fruit, exchanging food for supernatural fruit. Yang Sun knew that in the end times, supplies were life, and the unknown supernatural fruit would be the key to further strengthening his strength. Now that my superpowers have been awakened, I'm still a little lacking in weapons. After thinking for a while, Yang Sun got up and went to the kitchen to get a small kitchen knife. "This is for you." Cleaning knife? Lin Jinyun was startled. She didn't understand why Yang Sun gave her a kitchen knife for no reason. Was he hungry again and wanted her to cook? "Thank you." Catching the kitchen knife, Lin Jinyun was a little confused. Was she hungry? Should she cook? Ding. Invest in a well-made kitchen knife made by Lin Jinyun, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 modern alloy straight knives. Chapter 5. Yang Sun listened to the system's prompt and thought to himself, from small kitchen knives to modern alloy straight knives, the quality has obviously improved by several levels, while the quantity has decreased accordingly. It seems that the system's 10,000 times return is considered from all angles. After several returns, Yang Sun gradually understood the mechanism of the system. If the quality of the returned items is the same as in the present world, the number will reach 10,000. When the quality is improved, the number will decrease accordingly. Yang Sun was satisfied with this mechanism. After all, the system really achieved 10,000 times return, rather than just being in name only. Yang Sun took out 2 modern alloy straight knives from the infinite space. This kind of knife is about 1.2 meters long, of which 25 centimeters is the handle and the remaining 95 centimeters is the blade. Compared with the embroidered spring knife and the horse chopping knife, it is slightly shorter, but much longer than the tang horizontal knife and the goose feather knife. Yang Sun felt that this length was just right for his hand. He handed a straight knife to Lin Jinyun and said, "This is a gift for you. You must learn to protect yourself in the future." When Lin Jinyun saw the new weapon, she immediately threw away the knife in her hand, hugged the alloy straight knife, and couldn't let it go, nodding repeatedly, "Yeah." However, after Yang Sun waited for a while, there was no system prompt in his mind, and it seemed that he could not exploit the system loophole. But he was not frustrated. as he was very satisfied with the system's capabilities. At this moment, Yang Sun's phone rang with a notification tone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from someone named Wang Xiaoye. Wang Xiaoye was a marginal anchor on a short video platform. Yang Sun had met her at an anchor conference and added her contact information. At first, Yang Sun had some interest in Wang Xiaoye, but later he found out that she just wanted to keep him hanging, so he decisively cut off contact with her. Wang Xiaoye knew something about the material situation of Yang Sun's family, so when the end of the world came, she immediately thought of Yang Sun, hoping to get food from him. However, Yang Sun sneered after seeing Wang Xiaoye's message. In the previous life, Wang Xiaoye was one of the people who invaded Yang Sun's house and took away his supplies. It can even be said that she was one of the guides. Now she actually wants to get help from him. It's really wishful thinking. Yang Sun sent a message to the owner group, attached a picture of his sumptuous dinner, and sarcastically said, "Sorry, the landlord's family has no surplus food, so tonight's living standard has been reduced to 5 dishes and 1 soup. Don't you have many good brothers? You should ask them." Wang Xiaoye saw this message at home and was furious. She knew that Yang Sun was not an ordinary liquor, so she had to use a weaker attitude to please him. So, Wang Xiaoye sent a voice message in a coquettish voice, trying to exchange her sex appeal for help. But Yang Sun quickly replied with a photo, which was an intimate photo of Lin Jinyun leaning on his shoulder. Wang Xiaoye was furious when she saw this photo. She had seen Lin Jinyun before. She was a famous mature woman in this building. Her temperament made her feel very threatened. Wang Xiaoye angrily sent messages to slander Lin Jinyun, trying to undermine Yang Sun's trust in her. However, Yang Sun ignored these rumors. He knew that the system would not misjudge people. Wang Xiaoye's jealousy and slander were in vain. Chapter 6. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, the thick fog outside finally dissipated. China's days and nights are each shrouded in fog for 12 hours. Although the situation in the West is still unclear, Yang Sun has already adapted to this rhythm. Yang Sun woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning, woke up Lin Jinyun, and prepared to start a new day. "We'll go to your house today, get rid of the mutant beast, and then move all your things back," Yang Sun said as he observed Lin Jinyun's reaction. Lin Jinyun nodded and agreed, accepting the proposal without hesitation. Afterwards, Lin Jinyun walked into the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast, taking out semi-finished fried chicken, French fries, and hamburgers from the refrigerator. After half an hour of busy work, breakfast was finally served, a Western fast food breakfast. The two of them finished their breakfast leisurely, and the system prompt sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Fried chicken, spicy chicken burgers, best cola, French fries, these foods all triggered a 10,000 times return, and Yang Sun's infinite space was instantly filled with a large amount of food, all ready to eat. Yang Sun was satisfied with the magic of the system, and it even occurred to him that if there were more goddesses to help, he might be able to accumulate enough supplies to last forever. However, Yang Sun knew that food was not the most important thing. The system's returnability was more critical, especially in terms of superpowers and weapons. After breakfast, they dressed and prepared to go out. Lin Jinyun put on Yang Sun's jeans and jacket, holding the alloy straight knife tightly in her hand, and followed Yang Sun. Arriving at Lin Jinyun's door, Yang Sun asked her, "That mutant cat is your original pet. You won't be reluctant to kill it, right?" Lin Jinyun quickly shook her head and said without hesitation, "What a joke. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have died under its claws. Besides, it's no longer my Nuno." Yang Sun nodded with satisfaction. The most disgusting thing in the end times is those who are too kind-hearted. They often drag down, or even kill the people around them. Yang Sun activated the Lord of Gold and instantly sensed all the metal materials in Lin Jinyun's home. However, he could not determine the location of the mutant cat through the iron door, so he could only let Lin Jinyun use her metal manipulation ability to open the door. When the door was opened, there was no cat in the room. Just as Lin Jinyun called out, "Nyo-nyo," tentatively, a sharp cat cry sounded from above their heads. A golden cat as big as a Tibetan mastiff was hanging upside down on the ceiling, its claws deeply embedded in the ceiling, and its eyes staring fiercely at the two people at the door. Yang Sun did not hesitate and immediately controlled the palm made of anti-theft net to crash into the mutant cat. The mutant cat reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a light leap, and pounced towards the two men. Yang Sun pushed Lin Jinyun away and immediately launched the 10,000 swords, returning to the origin. Countless alloy straight swords flew out from the infinite space and instantly clashed with the mutant cat. The knife flashed, and dozens of knife marks of varying depths quickly appeared on the mutant cat's body, and its golden fur was stained with bright red blood. The pain made it scream sharply, and it used its limbs to try to escape. However, Yang Sun did not give it any chance and continued to control the alloy straight knives to chase. The narrow space made the mutant cat nowhere to escape. Under Yang Sun's control, the 98 alloy straight knives almost filled the entire living room. Every time the mutant cat tried to move, it would be attacked again. A moment later, the mutant cat fell to the ground, dying, with alloy knives stabbed all over its body, as if it had turned into a hedgehog. Its blood flowed out of the wounds, and finally, the mutant cat died completely. Hey, Yang Sun said to himself with a smile. If I had a powerful defensive ability, wouldn't I become a war machine? Any enemy that attacks can be killed with firepower. Chapter 7. After killing the mutant cat, Yang Sun took the 98 alloy straight knives back into the infinite space, through the anti-theft net on the ground, and then walked into the living room with Lin Jinyun. Lin Jinyun looked at the mutant cat's corpse. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she sighed. After all, it was her pet for many years, and it was impossible to say that she had no feelings for it. But she knew that the original Nyonyo was dead, and the beast in front of her was no longer the cat she was familiar with. Lin Jinyun was not the kind of person who would fall into endless emotions. After she adjusted her mood, she smiled at Yang Sun and said, I still have a lot of food at home. Let's move all of it back. Okay. Yang Sun nodded, his eyes falling on the mutant cat's corpse. But before that, I have to get rid of the mutant cat's corpse. It always feels weird to have a corpse next door. Lin Jinyun nodded in agreement and began to gather the food in the kitchen. At the same time, Yang Sun grabbed the mutant cat by the scruff of its neck, preparing to drag it to the balcony and throw it off. When he accidentally touched the back of the mutant cat's head, he suddenly felt a warm current spreading from the mutant cat's head through his palm to his whole body. Yang Sun was stunned for a moment, loosened his hands and carefully felt the changes in his body, and found that his strength, reaction, and speed were stronger than before. Could it be that there is a substance in the mutant beast's head that can make the psychic stronger? This thought flashed through Yang Sun's mind, but he did not take action immediately. Instead, he threw the mutant cat's body off the balcony. Then, Yang Sun washed his hands in the kitchen, and then he and Lin Jinyun cleaned up the food in the kitchen. Lin Jinyun's home has a rich variety of food. Steaks, foie gras, vegetables, fruits, and snacks are all top-quality items. Yang Sun unceremoniously put all of these into the infinite space and smiled at Lin Jinyun. In addition to the gold-related superpowers, I also have space storage superpowers. As long as you follow me, you will never have to worry about having no food to eat. Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said resentfully, You just like to bully others. The two chatted and laughed as they packed up all the usable supplies in Lin Jinyun's house and returned to Yang Sun's house. The outside world was becoming more and more dangerous, with mutant beasts everywhere. Yang Sun decided not to leave the community easily before he had enough self-protection power. Anyway, his supplies were enough to support him for a long time, so he was not in a hurry to take risks. In the end times, after the problem of food and clothing is solved, entertainment becomes the only pastime. Yang Sun planned to arrange some entertainment activities for himself and Lin Jinyun. He took out a 50,000 mAh large-capacity power bank and handed it to Lin Jinyun, saying with a smile, This power bank is for you. Lin Jinyun took the heavy power bank and was stunned. What do you use such a big power bank for? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Yang Sun began to use Lin Jinyun to swipe the 10,000 times return. Power banks, tablets, sanitary napkins, game consoles, game cartridges. All kinds of items poured into his infinite space through the system by the thousands. Lin Jinyun was confused by these strange gifts, but seeing that Yang Sun enjoyed it, she didn't ask any more questions. While the two were busy, their phones suddenly rang at the same time. It was a message from the owners. The group name was changed to Disaster Mutual Aid Group. One of the messages caught everyone's attention. Ku Xiao Luo Hai at all members, latest news. Jiangqing Garrison has begun clearing and rescue operations. The former Jiangqing 1st Military District has been turned into a refuge area. Everyone hold on. Rescue will arrive soon. This piece of news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and the owners' group was instantly in an uproar. Peppa Pig. Really? Great. We are finally saved. I knew the authorities would not give up on us. My name is Zhang Xiaomei at Ku Xiao Luo Hai Luo Xiao. Do you have any specific information about when they can come to our Jinqiu city to rescue us? I really have no food at home. Jijibeo. Is the news reliable? It can't be fake, right? Ku Xiao Luo Hai at Jojo revealed the information my uncle gave me. How could it be fake? Do you know who my uncle is? If you don't believe me, just wait. Chapter 8. Rich young man Luo Hai is well known among the property owners. As a second-generation rich man from a prominent family, his remarks often attract a lot of attention. I heard that the rich young man Luo Hai's family even has some official background. Now when he said in the group that the army was carrying out rescue work, many people immediately believed it, and compliments and flattery came one after another in the group. Yang Sun had been excited about this news in his previous life, but in the first month after the disaster, he did not see any sign of military rescue. Like other owners, he had placed his hopes on rescue at that time, but in the end, he could only watch his hopes go down the drain. Therefore, in this life, Yang Sun would no longer place his hopes on such an illusory rescue. The information in the group was still scrolling, and the rich young man Luo Hai continued to confidently speak of the news of military rescue in the group and mentioned that the army was advancing from west to east. However, someone pointed out that they were located in the far east, which meant that they were the farthest from rescue. As soon as the news came out, the atmosphere in the group became complicated again. At this time, two old rogues, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li, also started to make trouble in the group and put forward some unreasonable demands. These two were usually known in the community for being rogues and selfish. Unexpectedly, they still did not change their nature in the end times and continued to disgust people. The owner's patience had obviously reached its limit, and they launched fierce attacks on them in the group, and the scene was once very lively. Yang Sun watched coldly, not participating in these meaningless arguments, but instead advertised in the group, "Does anyone have strange fruits growing on their plants at home? I can exchange food with you. I am interested in studying novel things." As soon as this was said, the topic in the group was immediately diverted. Some people began to ask if they could exchange other items for food, and some people doubted whether Yang Sun had enough food, and suspected that he might be playing tricks on everyone. Yang Sun smiled disdainfully, and with a thought, he opened the door to infinite space, and immediately a mountain of food appeared. Buckets of fried chicken, hamburgers, potato chips, Pepsi, fresh beef, and so on. Yang Sun took a photo and sent it to the group with some text. "If you are new, practice more," he wrote briefly and bluntly. This photo instantly sparked discussions in the group. Everyone was amazed that Yang Sun had hoarded such a large amount of food. Many people began to beg him to sell some food to them, and some were even willing to buy it at a high price. Some people began to try to please Yang Sun in various ways, and some even used sexual gestures to imply paid services, but Yang Sun ignored all these requests. Some old rogues in the group started playing the moral card again, trying to force Yang Sun to share food in the name of traditional Chinese virtues, and some even shamelessly offered to buy a hamburger for $5. In response, Yang Sun responded mercilessly and directly left the group chat. He knew in his heart that these people were not desperate enough now, and they still had some reserves at home. When the food was really exhausted, their true colors would be revealed. Back to reality, Yang Sun put his arm around Lin Jinyun's shoulders, pointed at a user named Chun Jiayao in the group, and said to her, "Contact this woman and see if you can bring her in." Lin Jinyun glanced at Chun Jiayao's circle of friends, then asked with a smile, "This girl is so beautiful, are you attracted to her?" Yang Sun did not hide it and nodded with a smile. "Don't you think it's great to have a woman who can cosplay? She can play any role you want." Lin Jinyun snorted coquettishly, but still agreed, "Okay, I'll help you see if I can pull her in." At this moment, Yang Sun's phone rang again. He looked and saw that it was a friend request, with the note, "I have the strange fruit you want." Seeing this note, Yang Sun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately agreed to the friend request and sent a message. "Take a picture of the fruit and show it to me." Chapter 9. As expected, the other party did not waste time and quickly sent a photo to Yang Sun. Yang Sun clicked it and saw that it was indeed a supernatural fruit. The appearance of the fruit was similar to the one he had obtained before, but the color had changed to emerald green. The moment he saw the fruit, Yang Sun was certain in his heart that this was indeed the supernatural fruit he wanted. After confirming that the fruit in the other party's hand was what he needed, Yang Sun immediately sent a message. "This is indeed the kind of fruit I want. How much food do you want?" Soon, the other party replied and made a very high offer. A box of instant noodles, a can of purified water, 10 hamburgers, 10 bars of chocolate, etc. These foods were enough for one person to last for a month. Yang Sun sneered, obviously not going to follow the other party's appetite. "Keep this fruit for yourself?" Yang Sun couldn't show that he was too eager for the supernatural fruit. Otherwise, he would arouse the other party's suspicion and vigilance. If the other party felt that the fruit had special value, not only would he refuse to trade, he might also use the fruit to blackmail him. Therefore, Yang Sun refused without hesitation. The other party obviously realized that his request was too high, So he quickly sent a message back. Don't be in a hurry to leave, brother. Transactions always require bargaining. You name a price, and I'll see if I can accept it. Yang Sun thought for a moment and replied, at most half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water, no more. If you feel it's not enough, you can keep the fruit and ask others if they are willing to exchange it. The other party was silent for a while, obviously weighing the pros and cons, and finally compromised and agreed to Yang Sun's conditions. The two agreed on the transaction location, the rooftop, which was relatively hidden and not easily discovered by other neighbors. Yang Sun took Lin Jinyun to the rooftop, carrying half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. Although Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun already had an intimate relationship, he still remained vigilant. After all, Lin Jinyun was still in the probation period. On the rooftop, they met each other, a gentle man wearing glasses. When the man saw Lin Jinyun, his eyes stayed on her for a few seconds, a little longer than when he looked at Yang Sun. Obviously, Lin Jinyun's beauty made him look at her a few more times. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses and asked with a smile, which one of you has the chicken plague? I. Yang Sun replied calmly, and then went straight to the point. Where are the things? The man with glasses didn't waste any words. He took out a tightly wrapped black garbage bag from his pocket and took out the emerald green supernatural fruit from it. He asked tentatively, brother, what is this fruit used for? Yang Sun frowned and stared at him as if he was a fool. If I knew, would I still need to study it? Are you going to change it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Who knows what dangers are out there? Seeing Yang Sun was about to leave, the man with glasses became anxious. Compared to a fruit whose effect he didn't know, he needed the food and water in front of him more. So, the man with glasses quickly agreed to the deal, and after confirming the food provided by Yang Sun, he happily handed over the supernatural fruit. After the transaction was completed, Yang Sun did not stay long and left quickly with Lin Jinyun. The man with glasses looked at their receding backs, especially Lin Jinyun's graceful and sexy curves, and his heart was full of jealousy and resentment. He knew that this woman should be a wife, but in this disaster, Yang Sun was able to do whatever he wanted with the food in his hand. After returning home, Yang Sun carefully looked at the supernatural fruit in his hand and became more convinced that this was the same kind of supernatural fruit he had obtained before, just in a different color. Yang Sun speculated secretly. The previous fruit was golden, and it awakened gold-related abilities. This green fruit might awaken wood-related abilities, right? Yang Sun felt a little excited and asked the system if he could eat the supernatural fruit again. The system quickly responded, yes, the host can collect the 8 elemental powers and fuse them into a super god-level power, the god of elements. This answer shocked Yang Sun. It turned out that there was a higher level of super god-level superpowers above the god-level superpowers, and the god of elements was obviously more powerful than the god-level superpowers. Yang Sun now possesses the elemental powers of gold and wood. Next, he needs to collect the 6 elemental powers of water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and ice. Yang Sun decided to leave this wood-type supernatural fruit to Chen Jiayao. In this way, when she awakened her supernatural power, he could also obtain the god-level wood-type supernatural power through the system's 10,000 times return. Yang Sun put the supernatural fruit into the infinite space and smiled at Lin Jinyun. What are you looking at? Lin Jinyun asked curiously. Is this the fruit that helped us awaken our superpowers? Yang Sun nodded. That's right. Lin Jinyun laughed. You are so mean. You took half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water in exchange for someone's supernatural fruit. Yang Sun shrugged. This is called a smart deal. Who made him not know the value of the goods? Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes at him in reproach. You just know how to say it. Yang Sun smiled and challenged. Then try to convince me. Lin Jinyun blushed and responded shyly, secretly thinking about how to convince Yang Sun. In the next few days, Yang Sun took advantage of the fact that the internet and electricity were still connected and started to learn about the situation in various places on the internet, while Lin Jinyun was busy chatting with Chen Jiayao on Blue, started deep in their relationship. 3 days passed quickly, and as the food gradually ran out, the emotions of the people in the group became increasingly unstable, and the slightest disagreement would lead to a quarrel. Wang Xiaoya also continued to harass Yang Sun, trying to gain his attention in various ways, even going so far as to discredit Lin Jinyun. But Yang Sun chose to ignore her, and occasionally responded with a few sarcastic remarks, which made Wang Xiaoya so angry that she was helpless. That night, Lin Jinyun suddenly said to Yang Sun, "Thank you for protecting me." Yang Sun asked curiously, "No need to thank me. What are you doing?" Lin Jinyun smiled coquettishly, her cheeks flushed, and she looked particularly attractive. She took out a piece of chewing gum and put it in her mouth, and then the system prompt sounded, ding. Invest in a piece of Lin Jinyun chewing gum, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 chewing gums. Yang Sun exclaimed, fuck. Lin Jinyun responded, yeah. Time flies, and the disaster has entered its 7th day. Chapter 10. On this day, a sharp scream broke the silence of the community. The piercing sound echoed in the air, and it was particularly obvious. Soon after, there was news in the owner group. My name is Zhang Xiaomei. Help, help. Someone is killing someone. They are killing someone. The word murder seemed particularly eye-catching at this time, and the owners who were lurking in the group were immediately attracted and asked Zhang Xiaomei what had happened. Zhang Xiaomei horrifiedly recounted what had happened. It turned out that 4 migrant workers had tricked the owner of the apartment next door into opening the door. Once the door was opened, the 4 migrant workers immediately tore off their disguises, rushed in, pinned down the host and hostess of the apartment, and stole all their food. The scream just now came from the male owner, and then she heard the woman crying and the 4 men's hideous laughter. The group was immediately filled with panic and anger. Everyone understood that chaos had already begun. Someone had fired the first shot, and such violent incidents would only become more frequent. When hunger and fear begin to dominate people's hearts, they may do anything to survive. And these 4 migrant workers are just the beginning. When Yang Sun saw the news, he realized that the situation was getting worse. But he was not worried. If someone set their sights on him, he would let them know what it meant to seek their own death. At this time, Lin Jinyun raised her cell phone and said to Yang Sun with a smile, Chun Jiayao is out of food. Yang Sun was a little surprised. The food ran out on the 7th day? This woman has stockpiled a lot of supplies. Lin Jinyun shook her head and smiled. Not really. She still has some rice and lao gan ma at home. She has been living on lao gan ma rice these days. She just said that she has finished the last rice. After hearing this, Yang Sun thought about it and felt that Chen Jiayao might need to endure for a few more days before she was willing to compromise. He was not the kind of person who liked to force others. What he wanted was a willing follower, not a forced stay. If Chen Jiayao is finally willing to come to Yang Sun, that would be the best. If she would rather die than bow her head, then Yang Sun can only respect her as a person of integrity. At the same time, as the food gradually ran out, many people began to think about how to get more food. And Yang Sun, as a person who showed off his wealth in the group, naturally became the target of many people. In an apartment on the 23rd floor, 4 middle-aged men with dark skin and rough faces were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and a naked woman was lying on the ground in front of them. The woman's eyes were red and swollen, and her body was covered with slap marks. It was obvious that she had just experienced hell on earth. These 4 men were the 4 migrant workers who had caused an uproar in the group. Damn, the women in this high-end community are just younger than those prostitutes outside. I have never played with such a beautiful woman in my life. A thin, pointed-faced middle-aged man grinned slyly and looked at the woman on the ground unscrupulously. Another fat guy also laughed and said, Tinder, so fucking Tinder. Their boss, Zhang Hao, a middle-aged man who was 1.89 meters tall and as strong as an ox, looked at the 3 people in front of him and said calmly, You are just that capable. Let me tell you, the most beautiful woman in this building is not her. Who is it? The middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks asked curiously. The fat man thought about it and asked tentatively, Is it the mature young woman? And the woman who likes cosplay? Zhang Hao nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yes, these 2 women are the real top-notch, more beautiful than celebrities. Especially the young woman. She is the most feminine. The man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks had bright eyes when he heard this, and he stood up anxiously. Then what are you waiting for? The fat man was also tempted, but Zhang Hao waved his hand and suppressed their impulse. Put aside the women's matters for now. The most urgent thing now is to get some food. But where can we get it? The fat man said helplessly, Everyone's situation is actually similar. The food is getting less and less. Zhang Hao sneered, Have you forgotten? There is a rich man in our building. His mountain of food is enough for us to eat for a month. Hearing this, the 3 people's eyes suddenly lit up, and they all thought of the man who showed off his wealth in the owner group, Yang Sun. Thinking of his pile of food, the 3 people couldn't help swallowing. Boss, you decide how to do it. We'll listen to you. The middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey face immediately expressed his opinion. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction and said slowly, First, we have to find out which floor and which house the guy lives in. Then Old Cat will pry the door open. Once the door is open, We will rush in and beat the guy half to death. All the food will be ours." The man called Old Cat nodded and grinned. "Leave the lockpicking to me. Even though I've been working on the construction site for the past few months, my housekeeping skills have not improved at all." After listening to this, Zhang Hao showed a smug smile. "That's good. Now we just need to find out where that guy lives, and then we can take action." Just as they were discussing enthusiastically, there was a knock on the door. The four of them looked at each other, and the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey face stood up to open the door. When the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey face saw the woman at the door, his eyes suddenly lit up. The person was Wang Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya showed a pitiful expression and said in a tender voice, "Brother, is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten for 6 days. I'm so hungry." A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the pointed-faced middle-aged man. He smiled, grabbed her wrist, pulled her into the house, and closed the door behind him. When Wang Xiaoya saw the scene in the living room, her expression froze for a moment, but she quickly forced herself to return to her natural self and smiled ingratiatingly. "Hello, brothers." As a marginal anchor, Wang Xiaoya is the best at calling brother. Her call of brother in a delicate voice instantly makes the four men in the room feel moved and their eyes become different. Chapter 11. The villain is here. Wang Xiaoya also went through a fierce psychological struggle in her heart before deciding to join this group of murderous thugs. At the moment of the disaster, there was no food left in her house. Her body was already weak from hunger. If this continued, Wang Xiaoya suspected that she would starve to death at home. Yang Sun is unreliable, so she can only find a new backer. She had been very panicked when she saw the news about these four people breaking into houses, robbing and killing people in the group, fearing that she would be the next one. But then I thought, instead of worrying about being robbed, it would be better to join them in advance so that when the time comes, I can get some. So, after Wang Xiaoya found out which floor Zhang Xiaomei was on, she took the initiative to look for her. Wang Xiaoya is not a woman who values chastity too much. Before the disaster, when she was a marginal anchor, she had fought with the top anchor more than once. In her opinion, as long as it can bring herself benefits and advantages, she can open her legs. Right now, she regards these four people as the top of the list. It doesn't matter whether she plays or not, as long as she can get something to eat. And Wang Xiaoya also planned to use these four people to take revenge on Yang Sun. When thinking of Yang Sun, Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but feel resentment and hatred in her heart. "I begged you so humbly, but you still put on airs. You have so much food. What's wrong with giving me half? Since I'm not your girlfriend, can't you give me half of the food? You would rather support someone else's wife than find a wife of your own. You are simply sick. Jealousy drives people crazy." Wang Xiaoya cursed Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun in her heart as gamblers. She had already made up her mind that once she had these four men in her control, she would order them to break down the door of Yang Sun's house, and then all of Yang Sun's food would belong to her. She also wanted Yang Sun to kneel before her and repent. "Come here, brother has a bag of instant noodles. Eat some first, and we'll give you a feast after we finish this job." Zhang Laosan laughed, pulled Wang Xiaoya to sit next to him, took out the last pack of instant noodles with his backhand, and when he stuffed it into Wang Xiaoya's arms, he deliberately rubbed her cheeks with the back of his hand. Wang Xiaoya pretended to be shy. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Haha." Zhang Laosan laughed loudly and said proudly, "As long as you follow us obediently, you will have a bite to eat if we have one." "Really, brother?" "Of course." The old cat said proudly, "Once we get rid of the chicken plague, food will come, right?" "That's right." The fat man also quickly agreed and sat down on the other side of Wang Xiaoya, grabbed her hand and stroked it. "As long as we know where the chicken plague lives, it will be over if we don't rob him." "Chicken plague?" Wang Xiaoya was startled and asked uncertainly, "Is it the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty in the group?" Zhang Laosan nodded. "Yes, it's him. This guy is also a fool. He is still showing off his wealth in the group during such a disaster. Who else can we rob if not him? We need to move quickly. Others must have already set their sights on this guy." The middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks spread his hands and said, "Brother Zhang, it's easy for you to say that. The key is that we don't know where he lives. Do we have to search every floor?" At this time, Wang Xiaoya took Zhang Laosan's arm and deliberately rubbed her own flesh on Zhang Laosan's thick arm. This made Zhang Laosan feel so excited that he wanted to push this woman down and beat her. "Brothers, I know where the chicken plague is." As soon as these words were spoken, the four of them looked over immediately. Zhang Laosan asked excitedly, "Do you know?" "Uh-huh." Wang Xiaoya pretended to be pitiful. Actually, he is my ex-boyfriend, but he kicked me out for the bitch next door." "Brothers, Will you avenge him? What? There are such men in the world. It's outrageous. Don't worry, sister. It will be over if your brother does something to him. The fat man stood up indignantly. Zhang Laosan, originally we wanted to kill the chicken plague immediately after we found him, but now I have changed my mind. How about I hand this scumbag over to you to deal with after I catch him? Really? Wang Xiaoya was really happy this time, and she immediately hugged Zhang Laosan's arms in a coquettish manner. Wang Xiaoya had good eyesight, and she could tell who was the boss among the group at a glance. Now she just needs to hold Zhang Laosan's thighs tightly, and she will have as much food as she wants. Looking at his strong physique, he will definitely be able to protect himself. Let's take action tonight. Then we can catch him by surprise. Zhang Laosan made the final decision and finalized the action plan. Others have no objection. After all, their boss is Zhang Laosan. If they sing a different tune, they will have no chance of survival. Now that the matter has been finalized, there are still several hours before the implementation of the plan. This period cannot be wasted. Zhang Laosan pushed Wang Xiaoya onto the sofa, grinning. We helped you beat up the scumbag. Shouldn't you give us something in return? Wang Xiaoya. Early morning. Zhang Laosan waved his hand and said, let's go. The four of them took their tools and went out. There was still fear in Wang Xiaoya's eyes, and she murmured, pervert. This is a pervert. According to the address given by Wang Xiaoya, Zhang Laosan and his three companions, wrapped up like dumplings, easily found the door of Yang Sun's house. Looking at the tightly closed door, Zhang Laosan made way and asked, can it be opened? The old cat looked at it and nodded, smiling confidently, okay, it's a piece of cake. As he spoke, he tremblingly took out tools from his pocket to open the lock. Behind him, Zhang Laosan, the fat man, and the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks all hold a steel pipe in their hands. As long as the door is opened, they will rush in and suppress the chicken plague. Then all the food in the house will be theirs. Can you please hurry up? 2.5 minutes passed. Seeing that the door had not been opened yet, Zhang Laosan urged in a low voice impatiently. The old cat sniffed and said, right away, right away. Damn, this damn weather is so cold that my hands are shaking. Hurry up. After you're done robbing, go back and play with women. At the same time, in Yang Sun's bedroom, the faint sound of unlocking and conversation reached Yang Sun's ears. Very subtle. If he wasn't a psychic, he wouldn't be able to hear it at all. Patting Lin Jinyun, Yang Sun woke her up. Wake up, there's something going on outside. After saying that, he got out of bed and put on his cotton coat, and an alloy straight knife appeared in his hand in a flash. Lin Jinyun did not dare to delay. She put on a thick down jacket, tightly grasped the alloy straight knife, and followed Yang Sun out of the bedroom. Hurry up. Why are you so stupid? Can you open it? The old cat stiffened his neck and said, I can. Boss, you can doubt me for only 3 seconds, but you can never doubt my ability. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm freezing to death. Although they were wearing thick clothes, the four of them were still frozen like grandchildren, and their bodies were shaking. Snap. With a click, the lock opened. But the old cat was confused. Opened? But I haven't found the lock yet? Chapter 12. All bean paste. Zhang Laosan pushed the old cat and scolded him with a smile. What are you thinking about, old man? The lock is unlocked. Open the door quickly. The boy should have fallen asleep. Then we can just pin him down. Yeah, old cat, stop wasting time. I'm hungry. The fat man also hurriedly urged him. When he thought of the mountain of food in Yang Sun's house, his mouth began to saliva and his stomach began to growl. Although the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks didn't say anything, the expression in his eyes made it very clear. Old cat. But I haven't found the lock yet. How did the lock open? Did I hear it wrong? At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and an extremely strong beam of light shone out. The dazzling flashlight made the four people dazed. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands and instinctively retreated away. Yang Sun lowered the brightness of the sky-booming cannon's high-intensity flashlight, changing it from concentrated to diffuse, pointed it at the ceiling, and looked at the four people with a joking smile. Hey, you guys are not sleeping at night and are acting like thieves. The strong light weakened, and the four people on the opposite side felt a little better. Zhang Laosan narrowed his eyes, adjusted to the current brightness, looked at Yang Sun, and asked coldly, Are you suffering from chicken plague?
No.
Question mark. Zhang Laosan was full of questions. Could it be that he had been cheated by that woman? But that doesn't make sense. Could it be that we went to the wrong floor? Who are you then? Chicken plague is my online name. My name is Yang Sun. Yang Sun grinned, looking harmless. These four people were not the neighbors who broke into his house in his previous life. They aroused public anger on the 15th day after the disaster and were killed by other survivors in the building. But now that they were here, Yang Sun didn't mind playing with them. It just so happens that he hasn't killed anyone yet. Shit, isn't that you? Zhang Laosan reacted, narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Sun opposite him and said coldly, "How dare you play tricks on me?" Yang Sun didn't take it seriously and said, "I was just teasing the dog." Depend on. Zhang Laosan raised the steel pipe and pointed it at Yang Sun. His eyes fierce and his expression ferocious, he said, "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Get out now. We will spare your life. This house and the food in it will all be ours. If you want to die, you can fight us, but our steel pipes don't recognize anyone." The middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks said impatiently, "Boss, why are you wasting words with this little bastard? Just break his 5 limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself outside." The fat man nodded in agreement. "No problem, as long as he dies. All the food in the house will be ours, slurp." Zhang Laosan raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Did you hear what my brother said? You still have a chance to get out of here now. After all, the person on the other side is an adult man, and Zhang Laosan doesn't want to use force against him. It would be a waste if he gets hurt. If you get injured at this time, there will be no doctors or medicines to treat you. Even a minor injury could be fatal. So Zhang Laosan wanted to defeat the enemy without fighting. It would be even better if we could scare this guy away." As for Wang Xiaoye, he had long forgotten what he had promised the woman. Do you really think he cares about a woman? Suddenly, the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced middle-aged man noticed Lin Jinyun, who came out later. His eyes widened instantly after seeing Lin Jinyun's flawless, delicate, and mature face. Young lady, you are that young lady." The other 3 people were also attracted to look over. When they saw Lin Jinyun's appearance, their reactions were not much better than those of the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. Zhang Laosan's eyes were filled with endless greed and lust. The old cat is right. This woman is really beautiful, some stars pale in comparison to her. If it weren't for this disaster, he probably would never have the chance to deal with such a woman in his life, let alone have an in-depth communication with her. For a moment, Zhang Laosan suddenly had the idea of taking this woman for himself. Done. Boy. Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Sun and said viciously, "I should be careful. You'd better go to hell. Then your house, food, and women will all be ours." Ha ha ha. The fat man wiped his saliva and said with a pig-like face, "Hee hee, it's so beautiful. It would be even more perfect if we could also kidnap that woman who knows Cosprey." Lao Mao threw away the tools in his hand and picked up his own steel pipe. "Boss, don't waste your time talking to this guy. Knock him down. Then all the stuff will be ours." Looking at their smug and arrogant looks, Yang Sun couldn't help laughing and immediately gave up the idea of playing with this group of idiots. "You are really ignorant and fearless." He imitated the immortal swordsman, raised his right hand and pointed the sword finger at the 4 people opposite, with a relaxed and comfortable smile on his face. 10,000 blades returned to the sect. "Haha, do you think you are an immortal cultivator? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Aw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff." The alloy straight knife that shot out from the infinite space became more powerful and flew faster with the blessing of the Lord of Gold. In the blink of an eye, it pierced into the flesh and blood of the 4 people on the opposite side. The enormous force caused their bodies to fly backwards and were nailed to the wall. Under Yang Sun's deliberate control, the blade avoided the fatal parts. So these 4 people did not die directly, but they screamed at the top of their lungs, making shrill screams. For a moment, their screams could be heard throughout the entire apartment building. Some owners hid in their homes and trembled, while others got up at night and moved their heavy furniture to block the door, fearing that someone would rush in from outside and kill them. Wang Xiaoye's room. When hearing these screams, a comfortable expression appeared on Wang Xiaoye's face, and he felt relieved and happy in his heart. "Hee hee, Yang Sun, you've finally been punished. This is what happens when you ignore me and don't give me food." Wang Xiaoye mistook the screams of Zhang Laosan and the other 3 as Yang Sun's, and was secretly happy about it. "Just wait, Yang Sun. Wait until you fall into my hands and see how I humiliate and torture you." In front of Yang Sun's house, the alloy straight knife pierced into the kidneys, thighs, shoulder blades, and genitals of the 4 men, nailing them firmly to the wall. The slightest movement was a supreme enjoyment. The 4 of them never expected that the guy opposite them just made a sword finger like the sword immortal, and so many knives appeared out of thin air and nailed them to the wall. What happened to the kidney? Who can come and explain it to them? Are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Laosan looked at Yang Sun, who was walking towards them step by step with horror. Fear and tension grew in his heart, accompanied by a piercing pain, and cold sweat broke out immediately. Yang Sun did not answer Zhang Laosan, but asked, "How do you know exactly where my home is?" Zhang Laosan didn't dare to hide it and quickly answered, "Yes, a woman named Wang Xiaoya told us." "Yang Sun, where is she now?" Zhang Laosan opened his mouth, but instead of telling Yang Sun directly, he bargained, If I tell you, can you let us go? You have nothing to lose anyway, so just ignore us." Yang Sun said expressionlessly, "Go." "Call out." An alloy straight knife flew out of thin air. It went straight into Zhang Laosan's eye socket and penetrated all the way to the bottom, destroying his brain. Zhang Laosan screamed. His head drooped and he completely stopped breathing. Dead. The remaining 3 people were so frightened that their bodies tensed up and they breathed cautiously. Who can tell me where Wang Xiaoya is now? Chapter 13. Lin Jinyun's first kill. Unknown monster appears. Yang Sun looked at the remaining 3 people. There was still a sunny and cheerful smile on his face. But beneath this sunny and cheerful smile lies murderous intent. The 3 of them shuddered, and no one dared to bargain anymore. The middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheek said, She is now in 604 on the 6th floor. Big brother, let me tell you. This woman acted pitiful when she found us this afternoon. She also deliberately said bad things about you. That's right. The fat man nodded. If she hadn't misled us, we wouldn't have come to trouble you at all, brother. Brother, just treat us as nothing. Look at us now. We are definitely not going to survive. Old cat, second. Everyone. Fuck your mother. You should also say something to spare my life. Yang Sun walked closer and said with a smile, I am a person who will never let go of any grudge. Since you are planning to attack me, you must be prepared to be killed by me in return. As he spoke, Yang Sun waved his finger, and another alloy straight knife flew out. Just as the alloy straight knife was about to pierce the head of the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks, it stopped between his eyebrows. The middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey face was so frightened when he saw the alloy straight knife so close to him that his heart was pounding and he didn't dare to breathe. It's not that Yang Sun was soft-hearted and ready to let these people go, but he came to a conclusion. Science says that the human body contains metal elements. My supernatural power is the master of gold, so can I control the metal elements in the human body? Yang Sun did it as soon as he thought of it. He started the experiment with the 3 people in front of him. In his perception, the 4 people in front of him did contain a certain amount of metal elements in their bodies. Yang Sun activated the power of the Lord of Gold to control the metal and began to control it bit by bit. The metal elements in the body of the middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks slowly gathered and finally condensed into a metal ball in his stomach. Under Yang Sun's control, the metal ball hit the brain at an extremely fast speed. Phew! His brain was crushed by the metal ball. The metal spheres were heavily embedded in the ceiling. Experiments have shown that one can indeed manipulate the metal elements in the human body. That's good news. When you fight with others in the future, as long as there are metal elements on the enemy's body, you can control it. Even if you can't control it, you can still have a certain amount of influence on the enemy. The battle is changing rapidly, and you may lose your life if you are not careful. Yang Sun can rely on the Lord of Gold to influence the enemy and can definitely catch the enemy off guard. Yang Sun did not kill the remaining 2 people. Aunt Lin, these 2 people are now handed over to you. Come and practice with them. Yang Sun turned his head and looked at Lin Jinyun with a smile. Lin Jinyun nodded slightly. She did not refuse. Although she was reluctant about killing, she felt that she could overcome it. If it weren't for Yang Sun, if she hadn't awakened her superpowers and been discovered by these 4 people, the outcome would have been obvious. Lin Jinyun is not a saint. She will not be merciful to someone who seriously threatens her life or even plots against her. Not wanting to be covered in blood, Lin Jinyun used her special abilities. Metal manipulation. The alloy straight knife slowly floated in the air. The tip of the knife was pointed at the fat man. The old cat and the fat man were both stunned. No way, there is another one? What kind of monster had they provoked? At this moment, both of them felt extremely regretful. They are really blinded by greed. If they had known that the 2 people in front of them were not ordinary people, they would never have come even if they were beaten to death. Call out. The alloy straight knife flies. Pierced the fat man's heart. Yang Sun stabbed the fat man again in the right chest. There are a very small number of people whose hearts are on the right side. Old cat. Devils. You two devils. You will be punished for your murder. Phew. The old cat's head was pierced. Dead. At this point, all the invading enemies were killed. Lin Jinyun's face looked grim as she looked at the four bodies opposite her with tragic looks of death. She became more and more powerful. She didn't care about anything else and turned around and rushed to the toilet. Yang Sun laughed and shook his head. He was quite satisfied with Lin Jinyun's performance. Even though I vomited. But we have bravely taken the first step and strictly carry out your own orders. This alone made Yang Sun more convinced of Lin Jinyun. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed his bones being torn apart and his flesh being cut into pieces in his previous life. But Yang Sun did not feel much about the bloody scene before him. Just be calm. After collecting all the alloy straight knives, Yang Sun threw the four bodies out of the staircase window. The four bodies disappeared in the thick fog before Yang Sun's eyes. Pong. Just at this moment, a huge shock spread. A huge bead slowly appeared in the fog in front of Yang Sun. No, this is the limb of some giant creature. How big is this creature? Just one of its limbs is as big as an apartment building. It's so big that even if Ultraman comes, it will have to be a snack. Is this the unknown monster lurking in the fog? Yang Sun murmured in his heart. He didn't dare to delay, so he closed the window and ran back to the house. At this time, Lin Jinyun also rinsed her mouth and walked out of the bathroom. Her face was pale, and she hadn't yet adapted to the situation. What just happened? Yang Sun did not hide anything and said frankly, "Remember what I told you before? There are many unknown monsters lurking in the fog." Lin Jinyun's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "You mean, the huge earthquake just now was caused by the monster in the fog?" "That's right." Yang Sun nodded. "I saw one of its limbs with my own eyes, and it was bigger than our apartment building." Hearing this, Lin Jinyun's expression was dull. A limb is comparable to an apartment building, so how big must its entire appearance be? Yang Sun shook his head. "I don't know. Visibility is very low in the fog, and I can't see clearly. But fortunately, these monsters don't seem to be interested in us humans." Boom, boom. There was another sound of something huge collapsing. There were also some screams mixed in. The two looked at each other. Yang Sun, it seems that a building was destroyed by an unknown monster. Lin Jinyun asked with some concern, "Then we?" "Don't worry. We who have superpowers have a much greater chance of survival than others." While talking, Yang Sun also began to think in his mind, "It's not safe here anymore. It's inconvenient to escape from the high floors. Maybe the next unit building that the unknown monster will knock down will be ours. We have to find a new shelter. But where can we go?" Yang Sun really couldn't think of any place that could withstand a random attack from an unknown monster. Dugout? Are there air raid shelters in Jiangxing? You can investigate later. The best air raid shelter is one built in the mountains. 2:30 in the morning. There was no movement outside. The unknown monster that passed by should have left. "You stay at home. I'll go downstairs." Lin Jinyun knew exactly what Yang Sun was going to do, so she nodded obediently. "Yes, Auntie will wait for you." After she finished speaking, Lin Jinyun kissed Yang Sun on the face. Yang Sun burst out laughing, stood up and walked out of the house, going up the stairs to the 6th floor. 6th floor, 604. There are only two women in this house. One is Wang Xiaoya, and the other is the female owner of the house. Seeing that no one had come back for a long time, Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but worry. She was not worried about Zhang Laosan and the other three, she was worried about her own food. Is that group of guys planning to move to another location and take my food for themselves? Chapter 14. Plastic fake gun transformed into a real gun. Damn it. Men are really unreliable. I was raped by 4 men for a pack of instant noodles. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had lost. Wang Xiaoya was almost furious. At this moment, her face was ferocious and she was gritting her teeth. She did not look like the goddess she used to be when she was a marginal anchor. She looked more like a person who had suffered a loss and had no place to vent. In the living room, the female owner looked towards the master bedroom expressionlessly and sneered, "Oh, bitch." Click. At this moment, the clear sound of a door opening was heard at the entrance. The female owner was so frightened that her face turned pale and she crawled under the sofa. Wang Xiaoya was delighted when she heard the door open and quickly jumped out of bed wrapped in a thick quilt. She thought that Zhang Laosan and his 4 companions had returned triumphantly, but when she saw the young man pushing the door open, her smile froze on her face. She was stunned and said in disbelief, Yang-sun, why are you here? If you are here, then the others? Yang-sun smiled faintly and said, I have already sent them on their way. Considering that you are in the same group, based on the principle of helping others to the end, I am here to send you on your way. If you run faster, you may be able to catch up with them. Wang Xiaoya's face was dull, and his mind was unable to process for a moment. But 2.5 seconds later, she figured it out. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She understood that Zhang Laosan and 4 others were already dead, and Yang Sun was here to kill her. No, 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 Yang Sun, listen to my explanation. I was held hostage by those people. If you hadn't come to save me, I don't know what kind of hell I would have to go through next. You are my Prince Charming. Wang Xiaoya quickly defended herself. Do you think I will believe it? Yang Sun smiled. When you tried to cheat me of my house before, I warned you not to set your sights on me. I have no morals, but you didn't seem to listen. Originally, I wanted you to starve to death, but someone insisted on dying. On the principle of enthusiasm, I'm here to take you on your way. Seeing that Yang Sun still hadn't given up his intention to kill him, Wang Xiaoya knelt on the ground with a plop, her eyes slightly red, tears welling up in them, and begged for mercy pitifully. I was wrong, Yang Sun. Please forgive me this time. As long as you let me go, I will do anything you ask me to do. Didn't you want me to be your girlfriend when we first met? I agree. Let's date now. Yang Sun's eyes flashed with disdain. Excuse me, I don't run a garbage dump. I don't accept junk, let alone a pair of worn-out shoes. Ah, Yang Sun, putting aside the facts, don't you do anything wrong? Wang Xiaoya screamed hysterically like a chicken whose paws were stepped on. You obviously have so much food. If you give me half, I will stop pestering you. But you are stingy. Is it wrong for me to find someone to deal with you? Why can't you give me some of your food? Ultimately, it's your fault. Although Wang Xiaoya doesn't care about chastity, this thing is like self-deprecation. She can say that she looks average, but she can't let others say so. Yang Sun was also stunned by Wang Xiaoya's remarks. Is this version T0? It's the end of the world and you can still jump around. Wang Xiaoya has used the unequal formula to defeat people in seconds. What can Yang Sun do? That would only solve the source of the problem. After thinking about it, Yang Sun did not kill Wang Xiaoya with his knife. This way of dying was too easy for her. He walked up and tore off the quilt wrapped around Wang Xiaoya. Grabbing Wang Xiaoya's hair, he walked towards the balcony window. It's minus 40 degrees Celsius outside now. The sky is full of fog, visibility is almost zero. There are monsters and mutated plants and animals. It is simply a hell with no chance of survival, and it can also make people feel extreme pain. This is the 6th floor. If you fall on the grass, you won't die unless you hit your head. Wang Xiaoya struggled frantically and shouted, What do you want to do? Yang Sun, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? I tell you that killing is against the law. The law will not let you go. Yang Sun said calmly, Then you want the police or the court to punish me? As he spoke, he opened the window and the cold wind outside blew in. The female owner and Wang Xiaoya were shivering from the cold. Wang Xiaoya was completely scared at this moment. She burst into tears, and some unknown liquid remained on the floor where she dragged her feet. Yang Sun, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will do anything you ask me to do. Yang Sun did not respond, but threw Wang Xiaoya out of the window. Ah! Wang Xiaoya's screams could still be heard in the fog. With a bang sound, the screams continued, but they became weaker and weaker. After clapping his hands, Yang Sun closed the window and left. When he passed by the female owner, he smiled brightly and said, This house belongs to you again. The female owner was startled, then she reacted and followed immediately. Can I follow you? Yang Sun, my mother is not in Jiangcheng. Female owner. I ride a horse. With a bang, the door closed again. The 8th day of the catastrophe. Huh. Yang Sun, who was checking the infinite space, discovered something interesting. A pink Glock pistol. He asked Lin Jinyun, Do you still have this thing? Lin Jinyun took a look and replied, It simulates the ejection of real pistol shells. I bought it because it seemed novel. It only cost a few dozen. Yang Sun, I didn't expect there are women who like guns. Lin Jinyun, didn't you see that I chose pink?
Yang Sun?
The pinker the color, the harder the hit, right? I thought of transforming a small broken knife into a modern alloy straight knife, but I don't know if the plastic Glock pistol can be transformed into a real pistol with a 10,000 times return. It would be fun if it really worked. Yang Sun walked up to Lin Jinyun, who was watching a video, and handed her a pink Glock pistol. This Glock pistol is for you. Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes at Yang Sun and took the Glock pistol. This was originally mine. Yang Sun chuckled evilly and naturally hugged Lin Jinyun into his arms. Even you are mine. At this moment, the soft and cute voice of the system sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun's Glock toy pistol, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Glock 22 pistols. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun's Glock 22 with 17 rounds of bullets, the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 170 rounds of Glock 22 bullets. When Yang Sun heard the system prompt, he was completely confused. The plastic fake gun was transformed into a real gun successfully. Although the quantity has decreased, the quality has improved. This 10,000 times return is really not an exaggeration. 10 guns, 170 rounds of ammunition. Based on the capacity of 17 rounds in a magazine, there are just enough bullets for 10 guns. Yang Sun did not give Lin Jinyun one. Guns are too lethal to the human body. Lin Jinyun, who is in the probation period, cannot be given such a dangerous weapon. Although Yang Sun is the master of all metals, he can also be careless sometimes. Let's give it to Lin Jinyun after the probation period. Yang Sun did not bother Lin Jinyun anymore. Lin Jinyun is also busy. She was busy downloading TV series, variety shows, movies, as well as Yang Sun's favorite animation, movies, novels, games, and other entertainment programs. I don't know when the power will go out, so I'd better download as many of these entertainment programs that can relieve fatigue as possible. Otherwise, I will have to resort to physical combat when I get bored. Time flies, and another 2 days have passed. The 10th day after the disaster. There will be a power outage and internet disconnection tonight. Chapter 15. Let my husband come and save me. The food supply has completely run out, and there is no sign of rescue. The survivors in this building are becoming increasingly unstable. When someone takes the lead in robbing other property owners, the rest of the people will voluntarily or be forced to form their own small groups and keep each other warm. The chaos has intensified over the past 2 days. Some loan owners are easy to bully, so they naturally become the first targets of robbery by many teams. At this time, everyone was still very restrained. It was just robbery, no murder. No one knows when this disaster will end. Robbery is not a big deal. At most you'll be fined or jailed for a few years. But if they kill someone, when the reckoning comes, all that awaits them is life for life. It was noon that day. A group of 7 survivors targeted Chen Jiayao, who lived alone. A sturdy young man knocked on the door and shouted to Chen Jiayao inside, "Ms. Chen, open the door. We are not bad people. It's so chaotic outside now. We are here to invite you to join our team." This sturdy young man is a fitness coach at a nearby gym. His full name is Luo Tianai. While others are starving and skinny, he has survived until now by relying on the protein powder and oatmeal stored at home. Although he was still very hungry, he was much better off than the other survivors whose limbs were as soft as noodles. Yes, Miss Chin, our brother Luo is quite righteous. It is definitely safer to follow brother Luo than to follow other teams. You don't want to be threatened by other bad guys and lose your body, do you? A young man spoke up to help. This was instructed by Luo Tianai. He had been coveting this woman for a long time. He fell in love at first sight when they met in the gym before. Later, relying on the relationship that they were owners of the same building, Luo Tianai added Chen Jiayao's Blue Star account, but the other party was particularly cold. There were several times when he tried to show goodwill but was ignored, which made Luo Tianai very angry. He was a gold medal coach, but he couldn't even win over a female internet celebrity. This made him very angry, and he felt that Chen Jiayao was not giving him face. But in peacetime, he had no other choice. This woman is an internet celebrity with 10 million fans. If she exposes herself a little, she will be drowned in spit by her brainless fans. Now that the disaster has struck and no rescue has arrived for 10 days, Luo Tianya's silent heart has begun to move again. After forming his own team, he rushed to Chen Jiayao's house without stopping, wanting to pull Chen Jiayao into the team, and then he. But no matter how hard he knocked on the door, the dead woman in the room just wouldn't open it. This exhausted Luo Tianya's patience. Inside the house, hearing the banging on the door, Chen Jiayao trembled with fear. "I have no food here. I have been hungry for 5 days. You should go look for it somewhere else." Chen Jiayao has always been very vigilant. She is wary of strangers even in peacetime, let alone when a disaster breaks out and the situation is chaotic. "I am so beautiful. If I were to be exposed in front of others, it is hard to imagine what those starving survivors would do. Wasn't there a case not long ago? For migrant workers broke into a house, robbed and killed people, and the female owner was even toyed with. Especially after knowing that the person outside the door was Luo Tianai. Chen Jiao dared not open the door anymore. She knew this Luo Tianai. She had met him before in a gym near the community. At that time, there was something wrong with the way he looked at her, as if he was sizing up prey. Sure enough, he took every opportunity to strike up a conversation with her and even tried to create physical contact. Chen Jiao felt a chill at the time and didn't dare to go to that gym for a long time. Later, I met him again in the community, and he shamelessly added his own blue star number. After adding her, he started chatting with her for a few sentences and hinted at her to live a good life. He wanted to have a deep communication with her. Chen Jiao felt a chill at that time and blacklisted Luo Tianai. But she didn't expect that he would find her after the catastrophe. Why don't you do something else with this perseverance? Why do you have to stare at me? Chen Jiao was almost crying. Luo Tianai's face outside the door suddenly turned gloomy after hearing this. He was too lazy to play along with Chen Jiao. He shouted directly to the door, Jiao, you know how I feel about you. If you agree to be my girlfriend when the disaster breaks out, I will protect you and find food for you. I won't. You bastard. I won't do it even if I jump off here. Chen Jiao is in a bad state. D. Even if I fall beyond recognition, I won't let you succeed. Outside the door, Luo Tianai punched the door, making a loud bang. You won't listen to my kind words and insist that I use force on you, right? Chen Jiao, when I break open this broken door, you're going to be in big trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, several people at the door began to bang on it. The loud noise scared Chen Jiao so much that her eyes turned red, and she looked so pitiful that I felt sorry for her. She walked to the balcony and looked at the screensaver photo on her phone. A girl who looked a bit like her smiled and said, Jiao, I may not live to see the day I see you again. Ding dong. At this time, a message box popped up on the phone. This is a message sent by a user named Divorced with 2 kids. Divorced and raising 2 kids. How are you thinking about this, Jiao? I tell you, it's really worth it to follow this man. Just being able to eat until you vomit is worth it. Not to mention that he is willing to give you this supernatural fruit. This divorced woman with 2 kids is none other than Lin Jinyun, who was ordered by Yang Sun to get closer to Chen Jiao. After seeing this message and considering the current dangerous situation, Chen Jiao's heart, which had originally insisted on refusing, began to waver. She thought to herself, how about agreeing to give it a try? Being alive is better than being dead. Lin Jinyun sent her a photo of Yang Sun. He is a very handsome and cheerful guy. It just happens to fit Chen Jiao's aesthetic. It's better to give yourself to a boy who doesn't look unpleasant and is a little handsome than to be ruined by that cheap guy outside. What's more, she hasn't found her sister who is studying at Jiangqing Light and Shadow University yet. That was her only sister. It was also her sister who was held tightly by her parents before they passed away and told them to take good care of her. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of banging on the door became louder and louder, which made Chen Jiao's hesitant and wavering thoughts become firm. She tapped her fingers quickly on her phone, typed a text message, and sent it. Don't touch my Jiai, Sister Jinyun. I'm in danger now. A low-ranking man is smashing my door. Please let my husband come and save me. I live on the 27th floor, 2701. Urgent, urgent, urgent. After sending the message, Chen Jiao looked at the entrance nervously. Whether you live or die depends on this. At Yang Sun's home, seeing the message from Chen Jiao, Lin Jinyun, who was lying on the sofa, immediately sat up. Yang Sun is in trouble. Your wife was attacked. Hearing this, Yang Sun, who was exercising, immediately dropped the dumbbells and walked over. What's going on? Lin Jinyun didn't waste any words and threw the phone to Yang Sun. After reading the message sent by Chen Jiao, Yang Sun smiled lightly, put on his coat and said, someone actually dared to covet my woman. He must be tired of living. Chen Jiao's words, let my husband come and save me, have already explained the answer. She has agreed. Wait for me, let's go together. Don't forget your aunt when you have a wife. Lin Jinyun also quickly put on a coat and chased after him. Chapter 16 The King of Big Mouth, Chen Jiao. In front of Chen Jiao's house. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Several people outside the door were still banging on it tirelessly. It's just that the tools they used were extremely crude. The best tool is just a claw hammer. The damage to the door was minimal. However, these people were not fools. They did not attack the hardest surface of the door, but smashed the door handle and lock frantically. As long as the lock handle was destroyed and taken out, the door would be useless. Luo Tianai was so impatient that he picked up a claw hammer and started to smash it himself. The door handle fell off after a few bangs. He grinned grimly. Chen Jiayao, Chen Jiayao, you didn't listen to my kind words just now. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Just wait. Wait until I go in and see how I punish you. Hee. One of the younger brothers asked with a flattering smile. Boss Luo, when you're done playing, can you let us have some soup too? Luo T and I laughed loudly, enjoying the feeling of being flattered as a boss. When I get tired of playing with her, this woman will be yours, haha. The younger brother continued to flatter him. Boss Luo, following a boss like you is simply the wisest choice. That bitch in the room is really a fool. Can't she just be your girlfriend? Why does she have to make herself a plaything? A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a suit, said expressionlessly, if you don't hit a woman, she will tear down the roof. You can't even talk nonsense to a woman like Luo boss. She will be obedient after a few slaps. There must be a reason why our ancestors did that. Haha. Luo Ti and I said arrogantly to Chen Jiayao inside the door. Did you hear that, Chen Jiayao? Do you regret rejecting me now? Chen Jiayao, don't leave if you have the guts. My husband will come to rescue me soon. When you fall into my hands, I will show you how I will deal with you. Hearing this, Luo Tinya's face suddenly darkened. Husband? Where did you get a husband? Haven't you always been single? Chen Jiayao, what the hell do you care about me? What I just found is not good enough. I won't give you my 13 even if I have to sew it up with a needle, give it to a stranger, or even jump off a building and break into a meat pie. Hee hee, you are a worthless man, a coward without any balls. Anyway, Chen Jiayao has already prepared herself mentally. Yang Sun arrived in time to rescue her, and she survived. If Yang Sun didn't arrive in time, she would jump off the building. No matter what, we can't let that idiot outside get away with it. While there is still time, Chen Jiayao will also give him a severe scolding. Otherwise, the mind will not be clear. Luo Tianai was completely furious when he heard this. He gritted his teeth, punched the door, and roared, Okay, I want to see if your newly recognized husband has the courage to stand in front of me. If he dares to come, I will break his 5 limbs and play with you in front of him. Go on, break down the door. Another 2.5 minutes. The door lock is broken beyond repair. Luo Tianai smashed it with a hammer and pulled out the remaining part of the door lock. At this point, there was no door lock and the door was easily opened. Luo Tianai tried to persuade him for a long time but failed. Shit, this bitch is blocking the door. Luo Tianai cursed loudly and called to the people behind him, Hurry up and help me. Do you still want to play with this woman? Oh, here it comes. Boss Luo, we are here to help you, hee. A group of people pushed against the door together, and the heavy object behind the door was pushed open little by little. The time was too short, and Chen Jiayao didn't have much strength left. She only had time to move the kitchen refrigerator to the entrance to prop up the door, and then she had no strength left. Bang! The refrigerator fell to the ground. The door was also pushed open. Luo Tianai jumped in. He looked at Chen Jiayao with a hideous smile on his face. Scream! Why don't you continue to scream? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Chen Jiayao stood by the balcony window with her hands on the frame, ready to jump down. She looked at Luo Tianai with disgust, her sexy lips opening and closing. You stupid idiot, you're just going to be like this in your life. You can't even walk when you see a woman. You're like teddy bear reincarnated. Why don't you go get your mother? Even in desperate situations, Chen Jiayao's mouth is still full of aggressive power. Luo Tianai was so furious when he heard this that his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't understand where this bitch got the confidence from. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Luo Tianai looked at Chen Jiayao viciously and walked towards her step by step. I want to see if you can still scream when I play with you later. Seeing this, Chen Jiayao made up her mind to climb over the border and jump from the 27th floor. Just then, a brisk voice sounded from the door. Huh? There are so many people. Chen Jiayao looked towards the entrance and saw a familiar face standing there. Yang Sun. The person who came was Yang Sun. Chen Jiayao had seen Yang Sun's photo and recognized him at first sight. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a scam. Yang Sun's looks are really good. He is considered the most handsome guy in her Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. Moreover, he is the sunny and cheerful type that she likes. This made Chen Jiayao feel less resistant. Hearing the unfamiliar male voice, all the survivors, including Luo Tianai, turned their heads vigilantly. At the entrance, there stood a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a black shirt and loose black polyester pants. At the moment, he was looking at himself and others with his hands in his pockets. Someone who knew Yang Sun frowned and said, Are you the game anchor on the 31st floor? Why are you here? Luo Tianya's most loyal younger brother showed a vicious expression and said, "Boy, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of here. Otherwise, we will kill you too. Don't think we are all good men and women." Luo Tianyi was thinking of something and looked at Yang Sun with an extremely cold look. He walked in front of everyone and looked at Yang Sun with a proud face. "Are you Qin Jiao's new husband? If there is only one person named Yang Sun in this building, then it must be me," Yang Sun said with a smile. Although Yang Sun is very tall, he still does not look as good as Luo Tianyi, who has been doing fitness exercises for many years and has a muscular body. Moreover, in Luo Tianyi's eyes, Yang Sun was just a skinny bamboo pole, and he could easily beat such a person with one punch. He pointed at Yang Sun and said, "Kneel down and kowtow to me to beg me to play with this woman. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life." At this time, a female voice sounded at the door again. Lin Jinyun squeezed in. She patted Yang Sun's shoulder and asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and rescue Jiayao." The moment he saw Lin Jinyun, Luo Tianya's eyes widened. As one of the two most beautiful women in this building, how could he not know Lin Jinyun? And she was also a rich woman, so Luo Tianyi naturally had some ideas. He had found this woman's account in the owner's group before and sent her a friend request, but it was not accepted until the disaster broke out. He didn't expect that they would meet again after the disaster broke out. And it seems that this woman has a close relationship with this boy. Grass. Luo Tianyi felt unbalanced. Aren't you more prestigious as a gold medal fitness coach than a lousy game player? Why do all the beautiful women like to go after this stinky gamer? This is true for Chen Jiayao, and even more so for this young woman. Luo Tianyi suspected that this young woman had been played by this boy. Grass. I want to show these two bitches who is the real man. This guy must be a coward. I want to expose his true face. Luo Tianyi's eyes were cold, with murderous intent surging in them. With a sinister smile on his face, he pointed at Yang Sun and said, "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Offer your woman to me, and I'll give you a chance to follow me." Chapter 17. I have never heard such a shameless request. Yang Sun sneered, "Oh, you are really ugly. You have a frog tattoo on your tadpole. Are you showing off to your mother? Does your mother know that you are Shower?" "You." Luo Tianyi was furious. He didn't know how many times he had been scolded today. But he was helpless because he was not good at talking and could not fight back effectively, which made him very angry. "It seems that you are rejecting my kindness." Luo Tianyi grinned, murderous intent in his eyes. "In that case, you guys go up and teach him a lesson. Let him know who is the boss." The 6 younger brothers under Luo Tianyi were all ready to go and walked towards Yang Sun with playful smiles on their faces. In their opinion, it was 6 versus 2, and one of the opponents was a weak woman, so the advantage was on them and they were sure to win. "Boy, you dare to scold my brother Luo's mother? I think you are tired of living. Why waste your time talking to this kid? After he's crippled, let's go search his house to see if there's any food. I'm almost starving." Young people nowadays don't have a clear understanding of themselves. Do they really think that the hero saving the beauty in TV dramas can happen in real life? That's naive. Boss Luo, can you give this kid to me later? My taste is a little different from yours, hee. Fuck. Old dog, stay away from us from now on. Listening to the 6 people's joking and mocking words, Yang Sun chuckled, raised his hand and held a black pistol in his hand, pointing the black muzzle at the young man who was shouting the loudest. Yang Sun raised his hand so quickly that no one could see how he took out the gun. But anyone would be scared if a gun was suddenly pointed at them. The 6 people who were originally arrogant and domineering felt their hearts pounding, and they all retreated. Luo Tianyi was also startled, but then he thought something was wrong. This is Yanhuang, the country with the strictest gun control in the world. Even controlled knives and homemade guns are strictly controlled. Where did he get the pistol? Considering that technology is now advanced and there are live broadcasts selling imitation guns online, Luo Tianyi had the answer in his mind. The gun this guy is holding is a fake. Fuck. What are you running for? You cowards. Why don't you use your pig brains to think about it? How could he get a real gun? It must be fake. Hearing this, the 6 people looked at each other and understood everything. Yes, this guy is just a gamer. How could he get a real gun? He must have bought the imitation gun to scare people. Not to mention Luo Tianyi and his 7 companions, even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao did not think that the gun in Yang Sun's hand was a real one. It's not that they don't believe Yang Sun, but the Yanhuang gun ban is really strict. It is harder for ordinary people to get a gun than to rob a bank. If you pull out a gun abroad, people around you will flee in panic. If you pull out a gun in China, people around you will just think it's a fake. A young man sneered and said, "I have to say, kid, I was indeed fooled by you just now, but you don't even think about it. This is Yin Huang. How can you get a real gun? After that, he pointed at his own forehead and said arrogantly, come on, shoot here. If you have a real gun, I will chew the toilet. Yang Sun looked strange. This is the first time I've heard such a cheap request. Well, I'll satisfy you.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out and the bullet flew out of the gun. The trajectory of the bullet cannot be seen by ordinary people's naked eyes. Everyone just heard a pop sound. A bloody hole suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the flattering young man, and bright red warm blood slowly flowed out of it, soon covering his face. He died in a miserable way. The flattering young man had a dull look in his eyes, revealing his complete confusion. As he lay dying, he was still wondering how this was possible. How could the gun he was holding be a real gun? But he choked. The thought stops there. Plop. The body of the flattering young man fell vertically to the ground with a dull sound. The flattering young man died. The others were stunned. Their pupils suddenly shrank, looking at Yang Sun in disbelief, looking at the black pistol in Yang Sun's hand. Real gun? How could it be a real gun? Where did he get the real gun? The survivors who had been so dismissive and teasing before were now so scared that their legs were shaking like sieves, and they were about to collapse to the ground. Luo Tianya's eyes were bloodshot. He gnashed his teeth, but his heart was filled with fear. There's a gun. What to do next? It didn't take a single magazine to kill all 6 of them. Luo Tianyi screamed in his heart, why? Why can this boy win the favor of the beauty and get a pistol to protect himself? Why? Not only them, but the surviving owners of the building also heard the gunshots. I was immediately overjoyed, thinking that the military rescue had arrived. But when they leaned over the window and looked out, they did not see any sign of the army. Chun Jiao's home. The remaining 5 survivors who surrounded Yang Sun all looked at Yang Sun tremblingly and spoke nervously. Don't be impulsive, little brother. You must not be impulsive. Killing is against the law. Let's talk it over. Yeah, how about this, you let us go, and we will pretend not to see anything about your murder. Little brother, the disaster will eventually pass. You don't want the authorities to know about your murder and face the final reckoning. Everyone, what the fuck are you talking about? We wanted to kneel down before him, and you actually dared to threaten us back. The remaining 5 people glared at the survivor who had just said this. The survivor also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He originally wanted to beg for mercy and persuade the other party to calm down. But when the words came to his lips, they somehow turned into casual remarks. Yang Sun sneered, only the dead in this world can keep secrets. You can report the secret of my murder to the king of hell. As he spoke, he pointed his gun at the others. With his current physical condition, the recoil of the pistol is no problem for him. And at such a close distance, there was no way he could miss. Even if the shot goes astray, you can use the Lord of Gold to adjust the trajectory. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive shots hit all the survivors except Luo Tianyi. Some of them have bloodshot eyes, some have terrified eyes, and some are full of endless resentment. But in the end, they will all die and become a corpse. Plop, 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 plop. The body fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Their blood flowed out and gathered together to form a large pool of blood on the floor. The air was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. Luo Tianyi was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Yang Sun to be so decisive. Raise your hand and you save 6 lives. Luo Tianyi knew that his 6 younger brothers were all dead, and it would be his turn next. He can't just sit there and wait for death. Looking around, Luo Tianyi saw Chen Jiao on the balcony. He had a fierce look in his eyes and rushed over with a claw hammer in his hand. He wants to kidnap Chen Jiao. Isn't that man opposite your husband? Then you can be my hostage. But just as he took a few steps, a series of gunshots rang out behind him. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew out. It hit Luo Tianyi's 2 kneecaps, shoulder bone, hip axis, and other parts. It wasn't fatal, but it left him incapacitated. Luo Tianyi fell to the ground due to the inertia of the sprint and slid all the way to Chen Jiao's feet. Chen Jiao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly jumped away and ran towards Yang Sun. Aewa! Luo Tianyi let out a shrill scream. Kill him. Yang Sun handed the pistol to Chen Jiao and smiled. Ah? Chen Jiao let out an ah in confusion. Yang Sun repeated, I said kill him. Chen Jiao caught the pistol tremblingly. Yang Sun saw that her hands were shaking, so he wrapped his big hand around her to help her steady the gun and pointed it at Luo Tianyi, who was lying on the ground. If I hadn't come, have you ever thought about what would have happened to you? Chapter 18. I won't leave my wife to suffer in Guangying University. He would strip you naked, make you his plaything, and even use you as a reserve when there is no food. Do you still have good thoughts towards such a person? This is a test from Yang Sun to Chen Jiayao. Although Yang Sun wants a level 10 gorgeous goddess to trigger the 10,000 times return, it does not mean that he wants a useless face. Lin Jinyun has proven her worth. She can be domineering, sexy, and murderous. Strictly follow your own orders. It can also provide help to yourself in future battles. As for Chen Jiayao, if she doesn't even dare to kill her enemies who covet her, then Yang Sun will have no interest in her. This is the first test. The second test. Test whether she has any rebellious nature in her heart. Yang Sun did not show any ability related to supernatural powers. The pistol was now in her hands again. Yang Sun wanted to see if she would point the gun at herself. Or take the pistol for yourself. For safety reasons, Yang Sun opened the infinite space early on. Moreover, the magazine was fired accurately, with only the last bullet left. After Chen Jiayao killed Luo Tianai, there were no more bullets left in the pistol. Only if Chen Jiayao passes both tests can she gain Yang Sun's initial recognition. Hearing Yang Sun's words, Chen Jiayao pursed her lips, and her watery eyes fell on Luo Tianai, who was lying on the ground and screaming. She imagined what would happen if Yang Sun didn't come to the rescue. There are only two possible outcomes. 1. He was forced to jump off the building and die. 2. I was caught myself. The man below was a teddy bear. You could imagine what would happen if you were caught by him. He had already said before how he would play with me. This is undoubtedly abominable. This kind of person is not worth having good thoughts about. This is the scene here. What about my sister? She will definitely encounter similar situations. I want to become stronger. Protect my sister. Chen Jiayao's heart became firm. Her cold eyes fell on Luo Tianai. Luo Tianai was still groaning in pain. Jiayao, please Jiayao, spare my life. I will never appear in front of you again. I will get out of here as far as I can. Chen Jiayao snorted coldly. Go to hell, you lower man. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger. Yang Sun only served as a stabilizing frame. She had to pull the trigger herself. Bang! The bullet fired and hit the center of the eyebrows accurately. Red and white splashed out. Luo Tianya's eyes widened, and he died with hatred and resentment. Yang Sun let go. Chen Jiayao's delicate body softened. The duck sat on the cold floor. She was breathing heavily, her hands tightly gripping the gun handle, and her condition was similar to Lin Jinyun, who had just killed someone. It was their first time killing someone. Then I didn't adapt. It was just that Chen Jiayao had been hungry for several days and had nothing left in her stomach to vomit. Otherwise, she would have to go to the bathroom. After calming down for 2.5 minutes, Chen Jiayao looked up at Yang Sun beside her, raised her hand and returned the gun to Yang Sun. Thank you for saving me. Yang Sun smiled faintly and took the gun. It doesn't matter. I'm here for your body anyway. Chen Jiayao, you are a very honest guy. After thinking for a while, Chen Jiayao asked doubtfully, weren't you afraid that I wouldn't return the gun to you? After all, it's a gun. Yang Sun's expression remained calm. You can try. Chen Jiayao was silent for 2.5 seconds, then looked at Yang Sun's sunny and cheerful profile and smiled. It seems that what Sister Jinyun said is true. You are very strong. I can follow you willingly and be your woman, but you have to agree to one condition. You say. Yang Sun raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Chen Jiayao showed worry on her face. When we have the chance, you have to accompany me to Jiangqing Light and Shadow University and help me find my sister. Sister? Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiayao's delicate and flawless royal face and asked. If they are sisters, the younger sister shouldn't be ugly. Chen Jiayao nodded. Yes, kiss. Yang Sun, is she pretty? Chen Jiayao, prettier than me. She has been voted the most pure campus beauty for 3 consecutive years. Yang Sun smiled confidently. Don't worry, why would I let my wife suffer in Guangying University? Chen Jiayao widened her beautiful eyes. You still want to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Jinyun crossed her arms across her chest and pouted. Little naive wolf. Yang Sun, that's right. Chen Jiayao had a new understanding of Yang Sun's shamelessness. This guy is so shameless. But if he can bring his sister back safely, Chen Jiayao thinks this is okay. In times of disaster, strong men are undoubtedly potential stocks. Pulling Chen Jiayao up, Yang Sun said directly, this place is no longer habitable. You move up and live with us. Chen Jiayao did not refuse. What do you have to bring? Oh, right. Yang Sun thought of something, looked at Chen Jiayao and asked, as a beauty change blogger, do you have a lot of cosplay costumes? Chen Jiayao led the way. Follow me. Chen Jiayao brought Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun to a 50-square-meter cloakroom, where all kinds of colorful cosplay costumes were hung. Yang Sun saw several familiar characters at a glance. Thor, Victory Team uniform. Shinhee, beautiful sheep. Ultraman Tiga leather suit, etc. This wardrobe is comparable to Lin Jinyun's. So many? Can you wear them all? Lin Jinyun is also a woman who can't walk when she sees clothes. Chen Jiayao said proudly, most of them belong to the company. They can't take them back when the disaster breaks out, so naturally they all belong to me. Sister Jinyun, take a look and see if there is anything you like. I will give it to you. I like it, hey hey. Just as Lin Jinyun was about to choose, she saw the row of cosplay costumes in front of her disappear. Yang Sun smiled and said, choose whatever you want, it's all mine now. Oh JBK, now I can play role-playing games, he. Chen Jiao's focus is different from Lin Jinyun's. She stuttered as she wandered between Yang Sun and the disappeared cosplay costume. Where is my cosplay costume? How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Yang Sun took out a set of cosplay clothes from the infinite space and said, take a look at the portable infinite space. There are countless foods in my infinite space, and only I can open it. As long as you follow me, there will be endless food for you to eat. Chen Jiayao was stunned. Is this a magic trick? Is this magic? Lin Jinyun smiled and explained, this is a supernatural power. Didn't I tell you before on Blue Star that as long as you agree to be this bastard's woman, he will give you a supernatural power fruit? Chen Jiayao. The situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't read the information carefully. All right. Chen Jiayao asked again, Sister Jinyun, do you also have supernatural powers? Lin Jinyun nodded, yes, metal manipulation. Chen Jiayao exclaimed, there are actually such magical things as superpowers in this world. Yang Sun said with a smile, when the catastrophe broke out, the animals and plants all mutated. Why can't humans have superpowers? The two women thought about it and agreed that this was indeed the truth. Why is the whole world evolving, but only humans are left behind? Stop talking nonsense and pack your things quickly. With the help of Yang Sun, everything Chen Jiayao thought her home needed was put into the infinite space. After doing all this, they returned to Yang Sun's home on the 31st floor. At this time, the surviving owners of the building were still looking out the window. The gunshots have been heard. There is no reason why the army wouldn't show up. Chapter 19 God-level wood-related power, Tree of Life. After returning home, he asked Lin Jinyun to take Chen Jiayao to take a bath. After taking a shower, go to the dining table to eat. Fragrant rice, fried meat with edamame, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and corn and pork ribs soup. They are all light dishes. When Chen Jiayao smelled the tempting aroma of the food, her stomach started to growl. She was embarrassed and her face turned red. Yang Sun smiled and said, don't be polite. These are all prepared for you. Eat something to fill your stomach first. I will make a sumptuous meal in the evening. Chen Jiayao was really hungry. Hearing this, she didn't bother to be polite with Yang Sun. She picked up the bowl, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Having been hungry for too long, Chen Jiayao no longer cared about her ladylike manners when eating. She ate voraciously with her cheeks bulging, like a hamster, which was adorable in a different way. Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun were not very hungry, so they just watched Chen Jiayao eat. Chen Jiayao felt a little embarrassed when being stared at. What are you all looking at me for? Lin Jinyun covered her mouth and chuckled. You seem to be eating very happily. Do you want me to give you 2 more dishes? Chen Jiayao quickly shook her head, her little head shaking like a rattle. No, no, no. After dinner, Lin Jinyun went back to her bedroom and left the living room to them. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to go back and take a nap. Chen Jiayao finished washing the dishes and stood in front of Yang Sun. 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Jiayao walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a white bathrobe. Maybe the bath water was too hot, and her little face turned red. Yang Sun walked over, took out the wood-type supernatural fruit from the infinite space, threw it to Chen Jiayao and said, wood-type supernatural fruit. After eating it, you can gain wood-type supernatural powers. Hearing this, Chen Jiayao's little face suddenly showed an excited smile, and she caught the wood-type supernatural fruit thrown to her. You mean, if I eat this, I can also gain supernatural powers? Yang Sun nodded. That's right. Your sister Jinyun is of the gold type, and yours is of the wood type. Chen Jiayao was happy. As long as his superpowers are awakened, he will have the power to protect his sister in the apocalypse. If anyone dares to bully her sister again, she will be able to fight back and make the other party pay the price, instead of just waiting for others to rescue her like today. Suddenly, Chen Jiayao thought of a question. raised her head and looked at Yang Sun seriously and asked, "Are there many supernatural fruits?" Yang Sun guessed her worries and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I will prepare a supernatural fruit for your sister later." Hearing this, Chun Jiayao stared at Yang Sun in a daze. The last trace of estrangement in her heart disappeared, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Yang Sun. Haha, eat it and awaken your superpowers." Qin Jiayao swallowed the wood-type supernatural fruit. After swallowing the supernatural fruit, Chun Jiayao suddenly felt relaxed. A bright green light appeared on her body surface, and some green light spots also appeared around her and gathered into Chen Jiayao's body. At the same time, the system's voice also rang in Yang Sun's mind. "Ding! Invest in one of Chen Jiayao's wood-type supernatural fruits, and the 10,000-fold return will be triggered. Please choose between 10,000 ordinary wood-type supernatural fruits and the God-level wood-type supernatural power, the Tree of Life." Is there any need to think about this? Of course, I would choose the God-level wood-related supernatural power. Ordinary wood-type supernatural fruits have no effect on him. He is a man who wants to gather the 8 God-level elements and fuse them into the God of Elements. Yang Sun gave his answer in his mind. "I choose the God-level wood-related ability, the Tree of Life." Ding! Selection successful. The moment the system finished speaking, a glowing green light began to appear on Yang Sun's body. The surrounding space seemed to fall into darkness. Endless green light spots emerged and flew towards Yang Sun's body. Half an hour later, the evolutionary awakening is over. Chun Jiayao successfully obtained the wood-related supernatural power, the Blessing of Wood. This ability gave Chen Jiayao the ability to control plants and make them grow rapidly. And Yang Sun obtained the God-level wood-related power, the Tree of Life. This God-level wood-related ability made Yang Sun the master of all wood-related plants. He could control and dispatch them, and had a suppressive effect on mutant plants with low spirituality. Moreover, this ability also gave Yang Sun extremely strong vitality. Now, even if the heart was shot through by a bullet, Yang Sun would not be killed. Yang Sun can mobilize Pang Bo's life force to repair the heart wound instantly. Of course, the brain is definitely not enough. The brain is aware of the boarding place. The force of life is controlled by consciousness. If he lost consciousness, he would not be able to control his life force to recover from injuries and heal his teammates. The attack power that this ability brings to Yang Sun is not as strong as that of the Lord of Gold, but the control and treatment are indeed sufficient. Not bad. 2 of the 8 elements have been collected. With 2 God-level superpowers at his disposal, Yang Sun felt that it was time for him to explore the outside world. Yang Sun made up his mind to walk around the community tomorrow to see what kind of danger he would encounter. Also, make sure to visit the convenience stores in the neighborhood. Although Yang Sun could obtain a large amount of food by relying on the 10,000 times return, the varieties were still too few. Expanding food variety is urgent. Is this what it feels like to awaken superpowers? On the sofa, Chun Jiayao looked at her fair hands with some excitement. "I feel that I am full of strength now." Yang Sun smiled and said, "From now on you are also a superpower." "Thank you. You are so kind to me." At this time, Lin Jinyun walked out of the bedroom. She looked at the 2 of them with a playful look in her eyes. Is the awakening over? Chen Jiayao was shy, so she ran to Lin Jinyun and hugged her arms to change the subject. "I'm telling you, Sister Jinyun, I have awakened the wood ability." The 2 women have a lot of common topics. The 2 of them soon started chatting away. Yang Sun did not join in the fun. He went to the balcony to continue exercising. These days, Yang Sun discovered that physical exercise is also beneficial to improving physical fitness. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The fog once again enveloped the world. Lin Jinyun went to turn on the light, but found that no matter how she pressed the switch, it wouldn't light up. Huh? Is there a power outage? Chapter 20. Power outage is the best time to eat hot pot. The thing that the survivors worried about the most happened. On the 10th night of the disaster, the power and internet were cut off. Every evening at 6 o'clock, the outside world would be shrouded in thick white fog, visibility would be reduced, the temperature would drop sharply, and without electricity support, the air conditioner and the sun unit would not work at all. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for the hungry survivors. It was also from this night that the civilized order of mankind began to gradually collapse. Yang Sun calculated the time and found that the power and internet had been cut off at this time in his previous life. It is estimated that it won't be long before natural gas and drinking water will be cut off one after another. Yang Sun also didn't have a diesel generator and could not power his cabin. "I can go out and look for it tomorrow." Rubbing her hands, Lin Jinyun smiled at Yang Sun and said, "How about we have hot pot tonight?" Yang Sun said unhappily. There's no electricity. How can we cook hot pot? Lin Jinyun smiled and said, I have stored copper pots and smokeless charcoal at home. We can eat Lao Shangjing shabu shabu. Hearing this, Yang Sun was startled. Let me look for it. Where exactly is it placed? Lin Jinyun told Yang Sun the exact location, and Yang Sun found the copper pot and a box of smokeless charcoal in a green plastic storage box. Yang Sun handed the smokeless charcoal and copper pot to Lin Jinyun and Chun Jiayao respectively. Here, these are for you too. Lin Jinyun has become accustomed to Yang Sun's constant sending off. Chun Jiayao was still a little confused. Don't you want to eat hot pot? Why did you give me a copper pot? Ding. Invest in a box of Lin Jinyun's smokeless charcoal, 10 kilograms, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 boxes of smokeless charcoal. Ding. Invest in 1 copper pot in Chun Jiayao, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 copper pots. Now that the 10,000 times return has been triggered, this kid Yang Sun won't have to worry about not having enough smokeless charcoal to burn. Get it together. By the way, should we put some hot pot base in the Lao Shangjing shabu shabu? I feel like plain shabu shabu doesn't suit my taste. Sure, eat whatever you like. The three of them started to get busy. Lin Jinyun is cutting meat in the kitchen. Ding. Invest 1 pound of Lin Jinyun's Niushang now, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 pounds of Niushang now. Ding. Invest in a box of Chun Jiayao's premium beef, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 boxes of premium beef. Bite. I was busy for nearly half an hour. The copper pot hot pot has been served. The hot smokeless charcoal in the copper pot is roasting the copper wall. Various foods were placed around the copper pot. There are fatty beef, beef top, dragon boat race, tripe, shrimp balls, tribute vegetables, potatoes, and other hot pot dishes. Originally, we were planning to eat Lao Shangjing shabu shabu, but it turned out to be Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot. It's okay to eat Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot in a copper pot. Chun Jiayao was almost crying with greed. Nung. I didn't expect that I could still eat hot pot after the disaster. A few days ago, I suspected that I was going to starve to death. Lin Jinyun tapped Chun Jiayao's smooth forehead in annoyance. Who told you not to come earlier? You thought I was lying to you. Is Laogan Ma bibimbap delicious? Chun Jiayao cried. Sister Jinyun, please let me go. I was wrong. But when you asked me to give it to you right away, how could I agree to that? What about now? Lin Jinyun asked with a smile. Chun Jiayao glanced at Yang Sun, her face blushing shyly. I like it very much. Yang Sun. Sometimes Yang Sun had to admit that the conversations between girls were really awesome, and the boys were even more awesome. Okay, the pot is boiling, let's eat the meat. Yang Sun changed the subject. The two women were indeed attracted. They ate hot pot and sang songs. There are also 10 iron basins filled with smokeless charcoal around the dining table for heating. I don't feel whether it's cold or not, but it's really hot. The next day, screams echoed throughout the building. Some of the frightened surviving owners were awakened. Some people found their family members frozen to death. There was a power outage last night, and the air conditioner and heater could not be turned on. Many owners with weak constitutions froze to death in the cold. When the fog cleared, the remaining owners of the building seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. They were knocking on the door. Are there any living people inside? If there are, listen up. The power was cut off last night, and living conditions have become even more difficult. We all agree that we need to unite. If there are any living people inside, remember to go to the second floor for a meeting at 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the owner knocked on Yang Sun's door, and without caring whether there was anyone inside, he came up and said a few words and left. Behind the door, Yang Sun stood with his hands in his pockets. Meeting? In my previous life, someone did knock on my door to inform me to go to a meeting. But at that time, Yang Sun was in such a desperate situation that he just pretended to be dead and stayed at home. So he had no idea what would happen at this meeting. I have to go out anyway, so I might as well go and see what they're going to do. Having made up his mind, Yang Sun returned to the bedroom and began to get dressed. On the soft big bed, Lin Jinyun and Chun Jiayao were also woken up. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and looked at Yang Sun in confusion. What's wrong? It's okay. It seems that the surviving owners of this building are going to gather for a meeting. I'll go down and take a look. Yang Sun said as he got dressed. I didn't do anything last night. After eating hot pot, Yang Sun found a horror movie and hung it on the head of the bed with a bracket. He then watched the horror movie while holding two soft and fragrant bodies in his arms. It felt so good. Oh, yes. Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiayao and asked, how far is Guangying University from here? You should know, right? Speaking of Guangying University, Chen Jiayao was no longer confused, and her consciousness suddenly became clear. Are you going to Guangying University to find my sister? Yang Sun said bluntly. No, let's find out the way first and then go when we are sure it is safe. Hearing this, Chen Jiayao realized that she was being too anxious. It was so dangerous outside now, and if they didn't plan carefully, they would likely get hurt even if they were psychics. Chen Jiayao said, Guangying University is also my alma mater. I used to go there often to visit my sister. We are about 7 kilometers away from Guangying University. Go east from the south gate of the community. 7 kilometers. 7 kilometers was not a far distance before the apocalypse. Just one step on the floor oil and it's there. But at this moment, these 7 kilometers represent the unknown. God knows what will happen. I understand. I'll try it outside today to see what dangers I might encounter. Lin Jinyun looked at Yang Sun worriedly. Don't you need us to accompany you? We are both superpowers, and we won't hold you back. Yang Sun shook his head. No, the fewer people there are, the easier it is to move. Seeing that Yang Sun said this, Lin Jinyun opened her mouth but said nothing more. Oh well. There is indeed strength in numbers, but it also means there are many unknowns. Yang Sun thought it would be more appropriate for him to go alone. Lin Jinyun got up and started to make breakfast. She wore an apron and busied herself in the kitchen like a good wife and mother. This morning, the three of them ate pork tenderloin wrapped in scallion pancakes and instant meat wontons, which were paired with Ad Calcium. The three of them were full. Ding! Invest in a bottle of Lin Jinyun's Ad Calcium, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 bottles of Ad Calcium. Bite! After dinner, the three of them went out together. Yang Sun said that he would not take them to Guangying University, but that doesn't mean they won't leave the community. It's a good opportunity for the two girls to see what kind of dangers there are in the outside world and gain some survival experience. The three did not leave the apartment building directly, but went to the second floor first. Chapter 21. Fire-Controlling Psychic. The doors of the two households on the second floor were wide open, and at least 80% of the remaining surviving owners of the building had arrived. There are also people like Yang Sun in his previous life who stay at home and are unwilling to come out. People like this basically have some surplus food at home and can hold on, but they are worried about being robbed when they go out, so they become ostriches. Nearly 80 people were scattered in 2 houses or corridors. All of them were pale and thin, looked listless, bloodless, and filled with despair. Their bodies were as soft as noodles due to not eating for a long time. Do you have any food at home? If so, please give me some. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't eat. Brother, look at my sallow face. Do I look like I have food? I am so soft. God damn it. Didn't they say there would be military rescue? It's been so many days and there's not even a shadow of a thing. Forget about it. That rich young man Luo Hai said he wanted to advance from west to east. He didn't even think about our current location. They will definitely give priority to rescuing the nearest disaster victims. We should just wait for death. Does anyone have any milk powder? Expired ones are fine. My baby is dying. He's only 5 months old. I'm willing to exchange the gold bracelet for it. Milk powder? If you had milk powder, you would have drunk it a long time ago. If you want food now, you can only go to the chicken plague. But we don't even know who is causing the chicken plague. Yeah, maybe the chicken plague is among us and is watching us in such a miserable state. Who the hell is sick with chicken plague? Get out here right now. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. The second floor was a mess of weak voices mixed together, including the crying of children, the complaints of the elderly, and the roars of impotent people. At this time, a short, ordinary-looking young man walked to the second floor surrounded by a group of people. He clapped his hands, making a sound to attract everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him weakly, wanting to see what trick this guy was going to play. The young man particularly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He looked around at everyone present, grinned and said, "Hello. I am the main initiator of this meeting. My name is Chunbing." A lucky owner asked, "Why did you call us all here?" "Yeah, tell me what you have planned. It's pretty dangerous out there." Chunbing didn't waste time and went straight to the point. It has been 11 days since the disaster broke out. There is no sign of military rescue. I think we need to save ourselves. We must unite our strength to build our own shelter for survivors. After these words were spoken, everyone at the scene looked at each other in surprise. This plan did seem to be feasible. There is strength in numbers. This saying is always applicable. This is especially true during times of disaster. But there is a problem. Since it is an organization, there must be a leader. Who will be the leader? At this time, no one trusts anyone else, so they naturally won't let strangers sit in the boss's position, and some even want to compete for it. Another owner asked, "There is no problem in setting up a shelter, but who will be the leader?" Chun Bing put his hands behind his back, stood straight, and said confidently, "I am not talented, but I am willing to be the leader of this shelter." Everyone, our wishful thinking is about to jump up in our faces. Why are you the leader? Some people were dissatisfied. That's right. I think this leader must be elected, and it would be best if he were someone who is highly respected, fair, and just. That's right. You want to be the boss? Wait until you get past me. A middle-aged man stood up. I'm a martial arts teacher. I want to see if you have what it takes to be the leader of this shelter. If you can't beat me, then the position of leader of this shelter will be mine. This middle-aged man also has selfish motives. The power of a leader must be much greater than that of a small member. As long as he becomes the leader, he can use the power of the leader to support a group of his own confidence and then dominate this building. Just then this idiot jumped out. Let him see how powerful you are. Boom! Chen Bing clenched his right fist with a ball of blazing flame burning on his fist. He took a quick step forward and quickly came in front of the middle-aged man and punched him on the head. Bang! The physical fitness of a psychic is at least 5 times that of a normal man. Chen Bing's punch directly broke half of the middle-aged man's cheek, and flames burned on his head. The middle-aged man let out a heart-wrenching scream and rolled on the ground. Finally, there was no movement. Dead. This scene stunned the surviving owners present. They all had expressions of disbelief and astonishment on their faces, and they looked at Chen Bing with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? Is this magic? I can feel the heat. This is definitely not magic. Chun Bing put away the flames and laughed triumphantly. This is my superpower. Do you think I can be the leader of this shelter with my superpower? This time, everyone was silent. Chun Bing continued, if I become the leader, I will organize a protection team and a material search team to go out and look for materials and then distribute the food uniformly. Real? Packed. Then I am willing to nominate you as the leader. After the first person started speaking, the people behind him gradually started speaking as well. The main reason was that Chen Bing's method of creating fire out of thin air was too shocking, and they feel that they can live more safely with such a superpowered person protecting them. Chen Bing was extremely proud. Before the disaster, he was just a waiter in a restaurant near the community. Every day I am either scolded by the foreman or picked on by customers. But he works in the service industry and can only greet people with a smile, otherwise his salary will be deducted, or in serious cases he may even be fired. Chen Bing felt like a dog, living without any dignity. Until the catastrophe happened. Chen Bing fell seriously ill 2 days ago. After he recovered, he discovered that he had the power to control fire. Relying on the ability to control fire and his improved physical fitness, Chen Bing knocked down his roommate Xiao Zhang and played with his girlfriend in front of him. After that, Chen Bing became full of confidence. I feel like I am the chosen one. With his awakened superpowers, he will definitely make a difference in the cataclysm. Then there was this incident this morning where someone was knocking on everyone's door. Those who knocked on the door were those who followed him after being defeated by him. Now he has become the leader of the shelter, managing dozens of people. This makes Chen Bing feel particularly good. This is a feeling he has never experienced before. Finally, I don't have to be a dog anymore. He wants to treat others like dogs. Chen Bing narrowed his eyes and smiled. Now, all the supplies in this building will be managed together. You should take out all the remaining food from your homes. As for those owners who haven't come out yet, since they don't want to join us, please ask them to leave this building. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed again and again, and the faces of some surviving owners hiding in the crowd became even gloomier. Give them food, and they will be happy to do so. But trying to take money out of their pockets would be like asking for their lives. No one is willing to give their own survival rations to the so-called shelter. Seeing no one replied, Chen Bing's face darkened, feeling that his authority as a leader was being ignored. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear what this leader says? Chapter 22. The exposure of the online name caused controversy, and Chen Bing was killed brazenly. Chief Chen, we really have no food left. How about you take people to the convenience store in the community to find some food? An old man with gray hair rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Will you come with me? Chen Bing glanced at the old man, who was so scared that he immediately waved his hands. No, no, no. My old bones can hardly walk now. Chief Chin, you should bring some young people with you, so that we old bones won't cause trouble. Yes. Some people who supported the old man stood up. Almost all of them are elderly people. I think what Director Sun said is right. Young people are young and strong, so they should do more work. We old people are just waiting in the building for you to come back and share the money with us. An old lady said as a matter of course. Fuck. Why? You old guys really don't have any shame. I risked my life to find food, but you old fools just wanted to take away billions of it. Where's your shamelessness? You're getting more shameless as you get older, aren't you? The young people quit. Only a fool would do such an unfair thing. Don't talk about respecting the elderly. Why should you respect him when he is not your own family member? If you said that you were a good person in the past and were kind and generous, that would be fine, and everyone would be grateful to you for your past. But you old guys have always liked to cause trouble, so they are already being merciful by not beating you up. Chun Bing was also speechless. Are you really thinking of yourself as a sucker? I am here to be the boss and give orders to others, not to be a babysitter. Chun Bing, old people over 50 years old, please get out of this building. My shelter does not accept waste. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elderly people present were immediately unhappy. Why? Our home is here. Why are you chasing us away? Young people nowadays are so uncultured and have no moral sense at all. Call the police. Tell them someone is abusing the elderly here. Call the police to arrest this bastard.
Bang!
Chun Bing rushed to the old lady who cursed him as son of a bitch and smashed her head with one punch, causing red and white blood to splatter all over the people around him. Chun Bing snorted coldly, "Don't let me hear the word dog again." The people around were completely silent, as if they were frightened. There was fear in Chun Bing's eyes again. Only at this moment did they realize that this leader did not seem to be a good person. It took less than 10 minutes to kill 2 people. It would be strange if he could be a good person. Who else is meaningful now? Those who are meaningful, please stand up. Chun Bing looked around at everyone and spoke in a cold voice. He wants to establish his authority. He wants to make sure that these people will never dare to disobey him again. I have meaning. Hearing that there was someone who dared to disobey him, Chun Bing immediately glanced over. The crowd standing at the stairs dispersed and made way. 3 people were strolling over leisurely. They were dressed neatly, had rosy and fair complexions, and walked with steady and powerful steps. They did not look hungry at all, forming a sharp contrast with the surviving owners around them who were pale, thin, and weak. These 3 people were none other than Yang Sun and his 2 companions who were preparing to go out. Yang Sun didn't expect that there were people with special abilities in this building besides the 3 of them. He is also a fire-type mutant with extremely high offensive power. But this guy doesn't look like a good person. Use force to suppress the surviving owners. And he was still organizing a search of the building, so Yang Sun would run into him sooner or later. Rather than having trouble later, it is better to solve the source of the trouble now. Yang Sun had never fought with a superpower before, so he just wanted to test his own strength. What? Fight with Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao? Can this be considered a fight? This is called an unorthodox fight. Chen Bing looked at Yang Sun, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted to the 2 incredibly beautiful women beside Yang Sun. That's how the world is. Beautiful people are the focus wherever they go. At this moment, many people were looking at Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. Fuck. Why is Miss Lin with this guy? And they seem to be very close. The same goes for the internet celebrity Chun. Could it be that they were friends before? By the way, do you know who this guy is? Why don't I have any impression of him at all? This guy seems to be the otaku living upstairs from me. He only knows how to play games. Miss Lin also seems to live upstairs from me. Damn, this kid used food to take down Miss Lin. Having lived in this community for so many years, there are naturally many neighbors who have seen Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. Especially the beautiful ones. I will remember them especially clearly. Chen Bing licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. He never had the chance to be involved with such a beautiful woman before. But now he has it. As the leader of the shelter, it makes sense for him to have 2 beautiful women, right? Chen Bing already has a plan. Kill this guy. Take these 2 women for yourself. At this moment, Chen Bing simply loved this disaster. It turns one's identity upside down. Boy, the shelter's supplies are centrally managed. If you want to join my shelter, then hand over all your food to the collective. Oh, by the way, what is your blue star name? Let me see it. Chen Bing has not forgotten the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. He has always been thinking about this rich man. It would be unjust not to slaughter such a fat sheep. Just consider it as the price he pays for showing off his wealth in the group. There was a chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Yang Sun answered honestly, with a bright and cheerful smile, like a simple and innocent boy. After these words were spoken, everyone present finally turned their eyes away from the two top beauties. Is this guy the one who caused the chicken plague in the late Eastern Han Dynasty? Judging from the looks of him and the woman beside him, they don't show any signs of being hungry at all. Fuck. I've been looking for him for several days, and this guy actually dared to show up. I don't know how much food he has left. This kid is so selfish. He has so much food, but doesn't even think about helping his neighbors in times of difficulty. Chen Bing didn't expect that the chicken plague he had been looking for a long time would be caused by this guy. Thinking of the photos he posted in the group, Chen Bing's mouth began to drool. Although he has become a person with superpowers, the food he eats these days is not that good. As soon as he saw this boy, Chen Bing got angry. Grass. I am a man with superpowers and I am in such a terrible state. How dare you enjoy the good life and have two top women to play with you? What gives you the right? This world is so unfair. Boy, hand over all your food to the collective, and I can leave you an intact body, unlike these two who couldn't even leave an intact body. Chen Bing spread his hands and summoned flames to demonstrate his strength. Everyone looked helpless, and some lamented that they were not worried about Yang Sun's life or death, but were worried about whether they could get a share of the pie. They are not fools. Chen Bing is obviously not a selfless, fair, and just person. If this kid's food falls into his hands, he probably won't share it with these people. And these two women, I guess they're going to suffer a lot. Kill me? You have to have the ability to do that. Yang Sun rushed out fiercely, holding an alloy straight knife in each hand. He is very fast. Having absorbed the energy of the mutant cat, and with the added physical strength gained from awakening two god-level superpowers, Yang Sun's physical fitness surpassed Chen Bing's. Chen Bing only felt a flash before his eyes, and the person 10 meters away appeared in front of him. Puff, puff. Two sounds of sharp weapons entering flesh were heard. Chen Bing's chest was pierced on both sides, and he was nailed to the wall. Kill me? Can you do that? Chapter 23. To deal with this kind of idiot who can't recognize reality, taking action is better than anything else. Chen Bing's eyes were bloodshot. His eyes were as big as cows. How is it possible? Are you also? Chen Bing never thought that he would be killed instantly by this kid. I am a person with superpowers. The chosen one. How could he be killed so easily? The plot is wrong. And even if this guy also has superpowers, why is he so much stronger than me? I couldn't even put up the slightest resistance in his hands. Grass. Cheats. There is a plugin. Remember, don't covet things you can't have in your next life. That will only hurt you. Yang Sun grinned grimly and twisted the hilt of the knife to completely crush Chen Bing's heart. Although the psychics have awakened extraordinary powers, it does not mean that they are invincible. Injuries to vital parts can still kill the person. Even some people with special abilities cannot defend themselves against firearms. Chen Bing died with resentment and regret in his eyes. Why would he mess with this guy? Just as Yang Sun was about to sheath his sword, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host kills the fire-type mutant. Do you want to extract the mutant fruit? Hearing this, Yang Sun was stunned. Is it still possible to extract the supernatural fruit after killing the supernatural being? So awesome. Naturally, the more supernatural fruits you have, the better. He has to make plans for his own woman in the future. Investing in their supernatural fruits is equivalent to helping yourself become stronger. Yang Sun answered in his mind, extract. With the addition of this fire-type supernatural fruit, he now has all 3 elements. There are still 5 supernatural fruits missing from the 8 elements. Ding. Extracting. Ding. Extraction completed. The fire-type supernatural fruit has been placed in the system backpack. Yang Sun's consciousness sank into infinite space, and he indeed saw a scarlet energy fruit. I had promised Jin Jiayao that I would prepare a supernatural fruit for her sister. Here it comes, haha. Although it seems like a long time, it actually only takes 1 second for the system to extract the fire-type supernatural fruit. Yang Sun pulled out the alloy straight knife and put it back into the scabbard at his waist. At this time, he thought of the golden-shaded cat raised by Lin Jinyun. When he killed the mutant golden-shaded turtle before, he accidentally touched its head. At that time, a heat current penetrated into his body. Yang Sun felt it very clearly. After this heat current penetrated into his body, his strength became obviously stronger. The mutation of the golden gradient is evolution, and the mutant is also evolution. So, is there this heat current in the mutant's head? Yang Sun was a man of action. He simply grabbed Chen Bing's head. Really? When his palm touched Chen Bing's head, a warm current flowed from Chen Bing's head into his palm and then flowed through his whole body. The volume of this heat flow is similar to that of the mutated golden gradient. Sure enough, if psychics want to become stronger, they have to hunt down evolved creatures and absorb the energy in their bodies. Yang Sun thought to himself that he classified all the people with special abilities, mutant beasts, and mutant plants as evolved creatures. After throwing away Chen Bing's body, Yang Sun wiped his hands in disgust. This guy hasn't washed his hair in who knows how many days. His hair is very oily. Now that the source of the trouble had been solved, Yang Sun didn't plan to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to take Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiao away, an old man came out and stopped them. Little brother, please stay." Yang Sun looked back and said calmly, "What's the matter?" This old man was none other than the old man called Director's Son by Old Lady Li. He is the director of the nearby street office. He does not have much power, but he is very stylish. He likes to be called director the most. The elderly people also cater to his wishes. Whenever they see Old Sun, they call him Director Sunday. This greatly satisfies Old Sun's vanity. Hee, if you kill him, our shelter will be leaderless. You are so strong. I will nominate you as the new leader of the shelter on behalf of everyone. What do you think? As long as you can provide us with food and safe shelter, we will all support you. No one else can stop us. I, Sun Dabiao, said so. Old Sun coughed twice, then looked at Yang Sun with his hands behind his back and said. Old Lady Li also smiled and stood on the same front with Old Sun. Yes, young man, you are so strong. You must be a good hand at finding food. You protect us, and when the disaster is over, we will jointly write a letter to you to ask for credit, and then you will definitely have a lot of credit. If you feel it's dangerous, you can bring the young people in this building with you. They have enough physical strength and are used to being slaves. They will definitely be able to help you. As soon as these words were spoken, the young people present suddenly looked like they were constipated, and their faces changed again and again. These old things. Even after a disaster, he still keeps talking. Yang Sun couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Old Lady Li and Old Man Sun with a playful look, and said, Old man, do you think I'm a fool? What obligation do I have to provide you with food? I even protected you and asked for credit for you. Haha, you really think I care about you? I don't know if you're getting old or your brain is rotten. How can you have the nerve to say such things? You're getting more shameless as you get older, aren't you? Yang Sun's retort without giving any respect made Old Man Sun and Old Lady Li feel ashamed and angry. Their faces turned blue with anger, and they pointed their fingers at Yang Sun tremblingly. You have no respect for your elders. How can you be so dignified as a young man? Yang Sun, I am a young man, but I am not a fool. Go away. I don't want to waste my time with you. After saying this, Yang Sun was about to leave. Old Mrs. Li grunted twice, dragging her 200 kilograms of fat as she rushed towards Yang Sun. Yang Sun's eyes narrowed, and he kicked out sideways. What Yang Sun didn't expect was that when he raised his leg, Old Lady Li just bent down and lay in front of him, and Yang Sun's sidekick missed.
Coincide.
What a coincidence. Ouch, someone is hitting someone. This little beast is hitting someone. Everyone, come and see. It's bad enough that he has no respect for his elders, but he actually attacked the elderly. This is simply lawless. Some of Old Lady Li's old sisters seem to have cooperated with her countless times. Whenever she went out on a certain day, her old sisters would take out their cell phones and pretend to take pictures of Yang Sun. It's really good to shoot with electricity. Even if there is no battery, you still have to pretend to take pictures. In short, in their eyes, whoever takes pictures with a mobile phone is right. This kid must be afraid of the power of public opinion and will compromise when the time comes. Mingming, you must not learn from this kid to be disrespectful to elders and have no sense of etiquette. People like him are barbarians and will never achieve anything in their lives. In extreme cases, they may even commit crimes. An old lady with a mushroom head educated her grandson, using Yang Sun as a negative example. Her grandson was not a good guy either. He cursed at Yang Sun, bad guy, big bad guy, I'll beat you to death. He didn't stop there. He actually raised the toy water gun in his hand and pulled the trigger at Yang Sun, and the new clothes that Yang Sun had just put on today were soaked. The mushroom-headed old lady behind the naughty child had no intention of stopping him. Instead, she was smiling. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were almost mad with anger. Why are these old guys so annoying? In the past, during peacetime, they liked to sit under the tree-shaded pavilion at the entrance of the apartment building and nod and comment on the women passing by. If they wear something a little revealing, they will be pointed at by these old guys, saying that they are indecent, not proper, must be in that line of work, are hooking up with men, are immoral, are promiscuous, and are fickle. Lin Jinyun and Chun Jiayao are the victims. Both of them are top beauties. Is there anything wrong with dressing nicely? And compared to some women, what they dress is considered conservative. Now, this group of old guys are starting to make trouble again. Compared to the two people's anger, Yang Sun just chuckled. Do you really think he doesn't hit old people? Old Lady Li was closest to Yang Sun, and Yang Sun raised his foot and kicked her on the head. The whip kick is fast, accurate, and fierce. With his strong physique, he is almost invisible.
Bang!
Old Mrs. Li's head exploded. It was beaten to pieces. At this moment, the whole building fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Yang Sun in shock. I didn't expect that he would suddenly kill people like Qin Bing. You old guys are yelling. Why don't you keep yelling? Yang Sun turned his head and looked at the two women with a smile, saying, to deal with such idiots who can't recognize the reality, don't waste time talking to them. Direct action is better than anything else. After saying that, Yang Sun walked towards the naughty kid who had just sneered at him. Chapter 24. Yours is fake. Mine is real. Seeing this, the naughty child's grandmother immediately protected her precious grandson behind her and said to Yang Sun in a stern manner, what do you want to do? I told you not to come over. I also practiced this when I was young.
Bang!
Yang Sun slapped her and sent her flying against the wall. Get lost. Your appearance is fake. How about I show you the real one? Yang Sun said to the naughty kid with a smile. The naughty child yelled, you hit my grandma. You are a bad person. Die. I will beat you to death. As the kid said this, he wanted to punch and kick Yang Sun, but Yang Sun slapped him to the ground. He took out a Glock 22 pistol from his arms and stuffed the black muzzle into the kid's mouth. Yours is fake. Mine is real. You just shot me 3 times, so I'm not too much of a stretch if I shoot you back once, right? Don't want. The naughty child's grandmother struggled to get up from the ground, reached out towards her precious grandson, and let out a heart-wrenching roar with red eyes.
Bang!
The naughty kid's head is blooming. The faces of many surviving owners around looked extremely grim. They all stayed away from Yang Sun. This time they finally knew where the gunshots came from yesterday. It turns out that it was caused by chicken plague. But where did he get the real gun? Many surviving owners have this question in their minds, but they dare not ask it. It's just because Yang Sun is so scary at this moment. A completely inhuman look. A child kills if he says so. Aw. The naughty kid's grandmother saw her precious grandson being shot in the head. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed with gnashed teeth. Ah, you dare to kill my grandson. I will fight you to the death.
Bang!
The naughty kid's grandmother responded with a bullet. During the sprint, her body leaned back and she fell heavily to the ground. After doing all this, Yang Sun stood up and patted the place where the naughty kid had wetted him with the water gun. Really? My clothes are new, and they got wet? Everyone. Yang Sun looked at Old Sun and said, do you have any last words to say? Old Sun. Calm down, young man. Killing is against the law. You. Plop. Old Sun couldn't finish his words. The look in the young man's eyes was so terrifying that he fell to his knees with a plop. Mercy. I'll spare your life. Yang Sun grinned. Bang. Old Sun also died. Yang Sun glanced at the remaining surviving owners and smiled. Enjoy this apocalypse. After saying that, Yang Sun took Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao downstairs. The surviving owners on the second floor looked at each other, and the scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. 2.5 minutes later. Finally, someone couldn't stand this terrifyingly oppressive atmosphere anymore. He squatted down against the wall, trembling and hugging his knees. It's terrible. That guy is a complete killer. He killed 5 people in less than 10 minutes after arriving here. He's even more cruel than Chen Bing. What can we do? He has a gun in his hand. We are no match for him. Oi, I can't stand it anymore. When will this damn day ever end? What on earth is the military rescue team doing? Why haven't they come to save me? Okay, another crazy one. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a black leather jacket and jeans walked out of a house. Chicken plague has taken the 2 women out of the apartment building. Their target should be the convenience store or supermarket in the community. It seems that his food has been almost consumed. Someone asked in confusion, what exactly do you want to express? The middle-aged man with glasses had a cold light in his eyes. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, Chicken Plague has a gun in his hand. His existence is a threat to us. You saw what happened just now. He is a killer. If we continue to stay with him, we will die sooner or later. Why don't we unite together and ambush them, and then attack them when they come back from searching for supplies? By then, they will have chicken plague and be killed, and the food they find will be ours." Hearing this, the crowd began to stir. Can it work? The chicken plague seems to be stronger than Chanbing. I don't dare. I'm afraid he'll shoot me in the head. Wow, I miss my mom. You're already in your 20s and still miss your mom. You're a mama's boy. Sisters, stay away. This guy is a mama's boy. Someone stood up and questioned. He has a gun in his hand. Why do you think we can be his opponent? The middle-aged man with glasses pushed up his glasses on his nose and analyzed calmly. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that we have more than 4 fists here. I recognize the pistol in Naoji Wang's hand. It's a Type 57 pistol. The maximum capacity of the magazine is 7 rounds. He has already used 3 rounds just now. Combined with what he used yesterday, I am 90% sure that he has run out of bullets. When the time comes, we will launch a surprise attack. I don't believe that with so many of us, we won't be able to defeat a chicken plague. Everyone was silent again. Seeing this, the middle-aged man with glasses said angrily, "Do you want to live under the tyranny of the chicken plague forever? Being beaten to death by him is death, and starving to death in this building is also death. Why can't we unite and fight together? When he dies of the chicken plague, his food will be ours, and his woman will be ours too. Don't you want to live like a chicken plague patient?" Instigated by him, some irrational and impulsive people immediately stood up. "Let's do it. We're all going to die anyway, so why don't we give it a try? He's still a human being even if he has chicken plague. I don't believe he can still stand after being hit on the back of the head with a club, right? If you're afraid of his gun, then why don't we just not give him a chance to shoot? He's in the light and we're in the dark, so we have a huge advantage. I don't believe that we're really useless, do you? Damn it. He has chicken plague and 2 burdens with him. His fighting power will surely be greatly reduced. Only hard work can lead to success." With someone taking the lead, other surviving owners were also half-heartedly dragged onto this pirate ship. People have a herd mentality. They go with the flow and follow the crowd. That's what they are doing now. Seeing that his incitement was successful, the middle-aged man with glasses flashed a strong hatred in his eyes. "Okay, we don't know when the chicken plague will come back. Let's make arrangements quickly. Kill the chicken plague, and then the food and women will be ours." Good. Everyone started to take action. Of course, not everyone is irrational. He did it just by shouting and acting on impulse. Some people quietly retreated behind the crowd and went upstairs to go home when no one was paying attention. Yang Sun naturally had no idea about the actions and plans of the owners in the apartment building. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. What danger could a bunch of weaklings who didn't even have proper weapons pose to him? The infinite space door can be defended if it is opened in front of you. Instead of worrying about them, we should worry about the mutant animals and plants lurking in the weeds. The entrance of the unit building. Wow, is this still a weed? It's so tall. Chen Jiayao exclaimed at the scene in front of her. She is about 1.74 centimeters tall when wearing shoes, which is considered tall among girls. But now the green weeds before her eyes had evenly reached above her waist. The 3 of them had no doubt that if they grew any longer, these weeds would be able to reach 2 meters tall. Why don't we set fire to these weeds? Otherwise, we won't be able to see clearly what's going on in the weeds, and we'll be easily ambushed. Chapter 25. Looting the supermarket, the community security team. Standing at the entrance of the apartment building, all you can see are weeds. They grow wildly and occupy every inch of land wantonly. These weeds are more than 1 meter tall and densely cover the ground of the entire community, making it impossible to recognize the original roads and paths. Among these weeds, huge trees stand proudly. Their trunks are so thick that it takes several people to hug them, and the bark is covered with lines and cracks from time. The branches of these giant trees stretch very far, and their crowns connect to almost cover the entire sky, so that people standing in the community are always shrouded in a shadow. Looking at the once hard cement road, it has been broken beyond recognition by the destruction of the giant tree roots. The ground has been ruthlessly pierced by the tree roots. Those tree roots are like huge pythons, winding and twisting under the ground, destroying the originally flat road into pieces. The street lights are crooked, the black steel is entangled with green ivy, and the base of the building's walls has begun to show green, which is the moss that is eroding the building bit by bit. Some windows on the lower floors were blocked by vines and doors were covered with moss. Everything seemed so desolate and silent. Occasionally, the wind blew, bringing a rustling sound, which was the sound of leaves and vines rubbing against each other. Ever since the catastrophe broke out, the whole world seemed to have been paused. Go listen to the world. It is peaceful and harmonious. But beneath this peace lie countless crises. For example, the endless sea of weeds blocked Yang Sun and his friends' view. No one knew what kind of danger was hidden in this lush and dense weeds. Some mutant beasts like to hide in hidden places, wait for prey to pass by, and then attack with a fatal blow. The owners in the community basically raise pets such as cats and dogs, so the mutant beasts in the community are probably these two types. The fear is that even insects may mutate. It's impossible to burn it down. The fire is all over the place and the wind is helping the fire. As long as there's wind, the fire is likely to burn up to the apartment building. Cut a path. Yang Sun thought about it and shook his head to reject Lin Jinyun's opinion. Lin Jinyun shrugged her shoulders and said nothing. I'll do it. Yang Sun's mind moved, and the door to infinite space opened. 11 alloy straight knives flew out, circling in the sky, making crisp sounds. Yang Sun kept one for himself and gave one to Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao respectively. It was nothing for Lin Jinyun to catch it. But when Chen Jiayao held the alloy straight knife, Yang Sun heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Invest in one of Chen Jiayao's modern alloy straight knives, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 modern alloy straight knives.
Yang Sun?
What's going on? Isn't it said that the rewards obtained after a 10,000-fold return cannot be returned 10,000 times again? Why is Chen Jiayao, etc.? The modern alloy straight knife is obtained by triggering Lin Jinyun's 10,000 times return. It has already gone through a round with her, so the 10,000 times return cannot be triggered again. But Chen Jiayao is different. It's her first time. In other words, it is not that the rewards obtained from the 10,000-fold return cannot be returned 10,000 times again, but that the talent must be replaced. That would be interesting. You have all seen the supernatural fruit. Look around you and see if there is any supernatural fruit. If there is, we will win. Right, Jiayao? Chen Jiayao nodded her head. Yeah. Yang Sun has already promised her that the next supernatural fruit will belong to his sister. In order for her sister to also gain superpowers, Chen Jiayao wishes her own superpowers had the effect of seeing through things so that she could see everything around her clearly. Yang Sun chuckled, and the Lord of Gold took action. With Yang Sun as the point, the area within 100 meters in diameter is all within his control. Yang Sun controlled the alloy straight knife to cut the weeds in their way forward. The cuts are neat, as if they had been harvested by a harvester. Yang Sun and his team have a clear goal. They headed towards the nearest neighborhood supermarket. There was no danger along the way. I don't know if the mutant beasts were afraid of the three of them and hid themselves or what, but the three of them pushed all the way to the entrance of the supermarket and not a single mutant beast jumped out. Did they go out hunting together? The area of the community supermarket is not very large, covering about 1,000 square meters. There is only one layer. The entire supermarket is divided into wine and beverage area, snack area, fresh food area, vegetable area, bulk food area, daily necessities area, seasoning area, and other areas. The roller shutter door of the community supermarket was tightly closed. Yang Sun looked at the weeds at the entrance of the supermarket. There were bins and signs of being trampled on. This place must have been visited by nearby survivors. Let's go in and see what's left. The two women naturally had no objection, and they followed Yang Sun closely. Crash. The rolling door was pushed up. Looking at the mess in the supermarket, Yang Sun smiled calmly. Sure enough, someone has been here before. The group of survivors will probably come back again. Let's take away everything here. Yang Sun opened the door to infinite space, pushed the door forward, and stuffed everything in front of him into the infinite space. Others stuffed things into their backpacks little by little, but Yang Sun was different. He stuffed the shelves directly into the infinite space, and his speed was very fast. The shelves filled with goods were swallowed up by the infinite space door. The types of Yang Sun's supplies are increasing. Soon, all the shelves and counters in the supermarket were taken away by Yang Sun. Tobacco, alcohol and beverages, loose bread biscuits, potato chips, spicy strips, meat jerky, rice flour noodles, sanitary napkins, shampoo, toothpaste. Yang Sun even didn't let go of the small balloon placed next to the cash register. All entered his infinite space. After doing all this, Yang Sun felt extremely comfortable. As for what the other survivors would eat, if he took away all the supplies in the supermarket, none of his business. In this apocalyptic time, just take care of yourself and those around you.
Yang Sun, Yang Sun.
Lin Jinyun pulled Shan Jiayao over and ran over. Yang Sun asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Lin Jinyun took Yang Sun's arm and said, "Everything here has been cleared. Let's go down and clear out the express collection point in the community. I'm so bored these days. Please give me some packages to open." Courier collection point? Yang Sun slapped his forehead, wondering how could he have forgotten about this place. At the courier collection point, you have a chance to open anything. And you can also experience the joy of opening blind boxes. "Aunt, please, let's go. We have to go around the area anyway, my dear nephew." Chun Jiayao widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. "You? Are all your names so fancy?" Lin Jinyun raised her eyebrows, not at all embarrassed. "How about I pick one for you too?" "Okay, let's go collect it at the courier collection point." Yang Sun nodded in agreement. "The closest ones to us are Zhang Tong and Yida. Let's go." The three of them walked out of the supermarket and saw 7 people in security uniforms running towards them quickly. Some of them were running out of breath and their faces were red. When the 7 people came closer, the young man in the lead looked Yang Sun up and down. "Are you the stinky game player from Building 1? I didn't expect you to be alive." Seeing this young man, Yang Sun also smiled. "It's you, the takeaway thief. It's true that good people don't live long, and evil deeds last for 1,000 years. It's been 11 days since the disaster, and you haven't died yet." "Fuck you." The young man was so angry. "You are still so arrogant even after a disaster. Do you really think I dare not touch you just because you are the owner? The supplies in this supermarket all belong to our Building 7. Hurry up and hand over all the food you took. If I'm in a good mood, I can save you from a beating." Chapter 26, The Second Wild Psychic. Yang Sun spread his hands and looked at the young man opposite him with a look of mental retardation. "Your brain is not bad, but your eyes are not blind, right? Look at me, where can I hide food?" The young man was speechless. "Yes. The 3 people on the opposite side have nothing in their hands and don't even have a backpack. Where can they hide the food?" The young man's name is Yizhong. He is the security guard of this community. He relies on his uncle, who is the property manager. He doesn't act like a security guard at all. He can even say a few words when he sees that the owner is unhappy. He had a conflict with Yang Sun before, and this guy held a grudge against him. After finding out his floor number and name, he would wait for his takeaway at the door every day and then eat it secretly. Finally, Yang Sun took a video and posted it online, causing a public outcry. Yi Zhongyo came to him alone and asked him to delete the video, but Yang Sun certainly wouldn't do it. He even wanted to beat himself up at that time. "It's true. I'm a security guard. Every day I either patrol or tease the owner, Xiaodan, and teach the disobedient owners a lesson, right?" The security guard first ate takeout food, then tried to mediate privately with the owner but failed and resorted to violence. This behavior made Jinqiu City famous, and finally the property management department couldn't stand it anymore and brought Yizhong Lai to apologize. Yang Sun still remembers Yizhong's gnashing teeth expression at that time. Yizhong was suspicious. "You came out of the supermarket without any food. Are you crazy?" Yang Sun smiled faintly. "There is nothing in the supermarket." "No?" Yizhong naturally didn't believe it. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We came here 3 times yesterday, and when we left, there were plenty of supplies in the supermarket." "Yang Sun, if you don't believe me, just go and take a look." Yizhong gave a look, and a middle-aged man immediately nodded and bowed as he ran towards the supermarket. The door was not closed, and he took a look inside and was stunned. Which bandit looted this place? Damn, even the shelves are not spared. There are no supplies in the supermarket except for the fixed cash register and some garbage. Empty. Even mice come to cry. The middle-aged man ran back to Yi Zhongxing and reported anxiously, "Brother Yi, the supermarket. All the supplies in the supermarket are gone. Even the shelves are gone." "What?" This time Yi Zhong was also shocked. Their building number 7 is closest to the supermarket. Relying on the supplies carried from the supermarket every day, they can live a very comfortable and carefree life in building number 7. But now you tell me the supplies are gone? Grass. Yi Zhong didn't believe it and went to take a look. The result left him dumbfounded. That's all. Nearly 1,000 square meters of supplies are gone. How is this possible? Who could transport so many supplies without anyone noticing under their surveillance? Could it be haunted? Or those mysterious monsters in the fog at night? But things have come to this point. The supplies are gone, and Yi Zhong has no better solution. How can he track down who took the supplies if he doesn't know? Yi Zhong looked at Yang Sun and the 2 women beside Yang Sun and sneered. "Now that the supplies are gone, I'll take it out on this guy. I'll let you go against me before the damn disaster. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you'll be in trouble." And these two women are so beautiful. Yizhong had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Prettier than some stars on TV. Yizhong walked back with a sly smile. Yang Sun, when you were against me before the disaster, did you ever think that this day would come? You, a mere homeowner, dare to go against a security guard like me. Today you have fallen into my hands. You are in trouble. The security guards brought by Yizhong have completely turned into Yizhong after hanging around for some time. At this moment, no matter what Yizhong said, they would flatter and support him without any bottom line. There's nothing he can do about it, since he has such an awesome uncle. Brother Yi is right. How dare a mere homeowner offend our security guards? They must be tired of living, haha. My advice to owners who don't obey is to beat them until they behave themselves. Do you really think that if you buy a house here, you will be the owner of this place? Owner? Haven't we killed enough owners in this period? We've also killed quite a few female owners, haha. Hearing these words, Lin Jinyun rolled her eyes and was speechless. It's the opposite of Tiangang. Chun Jiaya was speechless. Does the property management department not screen the security guards? Anyone can be a security guard. Hearing the two women speaking, Yizhong looked them up and down and scrupulously, grinning. I now seriously suspect that you have hidden our food on you. I'm going to search you now, and you'd better not resist. As he spoke, he winked at the security guards and said, Go search this guy and let him know our security rules. As for these two women, leave them to whoosh whoosh whoosh. Puff, 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 puff. Before Yizhong could finish his words, several alloy straight knives flew past his body. It stabbed into the bodies of the security guards behind him with perfect accuracy. Yizhong's eyes were dull and the grin was frozen on his face. He was spattered with blood. I watched helplessly as the brothers I brought with me fell to the ground. The dog is barking. Keep barking. The reason why Yang Sun didn't leave was because he had no intention of letting Yizhong go. Before the end of the world, he couldn't do anything to this guy because of the legal constraints. But now, he is in great trouble now that he has fallen into his own hands. Yizhong turned around stiffly, looking at Yang Sun with fear in his eyes, and tremblingly asked uncertainly, You are also a superpower? Someone with superpowers? Yang Sun became interested. So you have seen other people with superpowers? As he spoke, Yang Sun raised his hand. The Lord of Gold is activated. The alloy knives that were stuck in the security guards' bodies flew out one after another, circling around the leaves. The tip of the knife was pointed at Yizhong. As long as Yang Sun had a thought, several bloody holes would immediately appear on his body. If nothing goes wrong, one more supernatural fruit will appear today. Beautiful juice. Yang Sun thought so in his heart. He didn't expect to gain such a result. When I met an enemy, I actually knew where the person with superpowers was. Yizhong was completely certain when he saw Yang Sun controlling the object. The owner in front of me who has a grudge against me is really a person with superpowers. Yizhong's fearful eyes were filled with jealousy, and he screamed in his heart, Why? Why does this brat have superpowers? Why? What qualifications does he have? I should be the one who has superpowers. The reason why Yizhong knew about superpowers was because his uncle was also a superpower person. And the superpowers he possesses are particularly cool. When he thought of his uncle, Yizhong immediately felt more confident. Hey, I'm not a psychic, but my uncle is. Humph. Yizhong snorted coldly and threatened Yang Sun. Yang Sun, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have become a superpower. My uncle, Wu Dakong, he is also a superpower. My uncle loves me the most. If you dare to kill me, my uncle will never let you go. Yang Sun was not frightened by Yizhong's threat. He smiled faintly and asked, Where is your uncle now? Hearing this, Yizhong said proudly, Humph, you're scared, right? He thought Yang Sun was scared, so he asked where his uncle was so that he could take a detour next time. My uncle lives in building number 7. He is the undisputed overlord of building number 7 and will be the uncrowned king of this community in the future.
Yang Sun?
Has this kid read too many novels? Why do you talk so childishly? However, Yang Sun had already gotten what he wanted. In that case, this idiot Yizhong is useless. Thank you for letting me know. I'll take you on your way, and then send your uncle to accompany you later. Chapter 27 Wu Dakong's Revenge. Hearing this, Yizhong's soul was almost scared away. He yelled at Yang Sun, Don't you understand what I'm saying? My uncle is a superpower. If you kill me, you're going against my uncle. My uncle won't let you go. Yang Sun sneered, It's like everyone is a superpower. We have 3 here. 3 to 1, the advantage is on me. Yang Sun was being modest. After absorbing 2 warm currents and acquiring 2 god-level supernatural powers, he could defeat Yi Zhong's uncle alone. Yi Zhong's uncle Yang Sun knew that he was the manager of the property department, and he always smiled at everyone, but in fact he was an out-and-out smiling tiger. Yang Sun indirectly confronted him when he had a conflict with Yi Zhong. How could Yang Sun, such a cautious person, allow such a threat to stay around him? After collecting all the express collection points around the community and investigating the situation outside the community, Yang Sun came back to deal with this matter. He finally suspected that he had heard it wrongly. The superpower? 3. No way. He looked at the 2 beauties behind Yang Sun in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? People with superpowers are so rare. How could all 3 of you be superpowers? Yang Sun chuckled. Go and ask your mother. No. He finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. Puff, puff, puff. But in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being pierced. Thump. The alloy straight knife returned to the infinite space, and Yi Zhong's body went limp. The blood dyed the broken concrete floor red. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Let's go. Yang Sun turned around and smiled at the 2 women. The 2 girls smiled and held Yang Sun's arms respectively. Lin Jinyun also teased Yang Sun in a green tea tone. Xiao Xuan Jia Yao, and I always cause trouble for you. Don't you find it annoying? Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao did nothing, but their beauty is the biggest temptation for those who covet them. How could that be? It's not your fault that you are beautiful. Yang Sun chuckled. All enemies that come to attack will be killed. The more beautiful you are, the happier I will be. Beauty is not only useful, but also pleasing to the eyes and can be appreciated by both the refined and the popular. Lin Jinyun laughed so hard that her body shook. She punched Yang Sun lightly on the chest and said, Hate it. Yang Sun shuddered. Who the hell could stand this? This is just outside. If it were at home, Lin Jinyun would inevitably be beaten with a stick. What if Yang Sun went crazy and started killing people? Chen Jiayao, who was watching the show on the side, also got beaten with a stick. The 3 of them walked towards the nearest express collection point. They didn't know that on a certain floor of building number 7, someone had been observing the supermarket entrance with a telescope, and he had seen everything that had just happened at the entrance. When he saw Yi Zhong being killed, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. It's over. It's over. Brother Kong's nephew was killed. Brother Kong must be going crazy now. The man did not dare to delay and hurried back to report to Wu Dakong. Oh no, Brother Kong. Building number 7, 7th floor. In a luxuriously decorated room, Wu Dakong is shirtless and doing fitness exercises. Serious exercise. Wu Dakong had discovered before that exercising and fitness could improve his physical fitness. After discovering this, Wu Dakong would work out like crazy whenever he had free time, trying to make himself stronger. Wu Dakong is not the idiot like Yi Zhong. Since he can awaken his superpowers, others can definitely do it too. Even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, given China's amazing population ratio, there will definitely be a lot of people with superpowers. Since they are all people with special powers, there must be strong and weak ones. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will be humble. Wu Dakong definitely doesn't want to be a fish at the mercy of others. When his subordinates were playing games with the boss, he was exercising. When his subordinates were playing mahjong, he was exercising. When his subordinates were drunk and dreaming, he was still exercising. In short, he spends 16 hours out of 24 hours in the day working out. He handed over all the affairs of the building to his nephew. Seeing someone rushing in, Wu Dakong frowned and asked unhappily, What's going on? Brother Kong, Master Yi was killed. The person who reported this said tremblingly, afraid of angering Wu Dakong. Hearing this, Wu Dakong, who was doing push-ups, fell directly to the ground. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again? Wu Dakong said uncertainly. Young Master Yi was killed, right in front of the supermarket, by 2 women and 1 man. The person reporting the incident repeated it, adding more details this time. I saw that man could control the knife to fly in the air. He should be a person with special abilities like you, Brother Kong. Hearing this, Wu Dakong hurriedly got up from the ground, rushed to the reporter, and lifted him up by the collar. Why didn't you say so earlier? I asked you to observe the situation, and this is how you observed it, right? The reporter was so scared that he wet his pants. Brother Kong. Spare me, Brother Kong. Spare me. That man killed too quickly. Master Yi was killed before I could react. I was the first to report. Wu Dakong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he asked in a deep voice, Where did those 3 people go? The reporter answered quickly. After getting what he wanted, Wu Dakong directly crushed the reporter's neck. My nephew is dead. You should be buried with him. This is your punishment for not reporting in time. Wu Dakong picked up his coat and walked out with big strides. You dare to kill my nephew. I, Wu Dakong, will make you pay the price even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Gather. Wu Dakong gathered his men and went downstairs as quickly as possible. When he arrived at the supermarket entrance, Wu Dakong saw his nephew's body at a glance. Ah, no matter who you are, I will kill you. Look, whoever finds it will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles. After he said this, the survivors behind him went crazy. That's a box of instant noodles. If you eat sparingly, it's enough for one person to eat for a month. Don't worry, Brother Kong. Master Yi is also our Master Yi. Killing him would be going against all of us. Find the murderer. Make him pay with his life. Let's go. I want to avenge Master Yi. The survivors dispersed in twos and threes to look for the traces of Yang Sun and his two companions. The other side. It is fast to collect supplies with an infinite space gate. All parcels were collected at the two express collection points, Zhangtong and Yida, in just 5 minutes. It is estimated that the two express collection points can handle a total of 1,500 express deliveries. The supporting facilities in Jinxiu City are quite complete. There are convenience stores, supermarkets, breakfast shops, and small restaurants. The express collection points also include all major express brands. For example, Green Government, Zhangtong, Yida, Tiantong, Spicy Rabbit, Baisher, and so on. The green deal is ahead. Lin Jinyun pointed at the green sign in front and said with a smile. Sudden. Lin Jinyun narrowed her eyes and looked intently at the Green Government signboard. Above the Green Government notice board is the security window on the second floor. At this time, the security window is covered with green vines and dotted with green leaves, which looks full of vitality. But in the midst of the green, a little white is so abrupt. Lin Jinyun tugged at Yang Sun's arm, pointed at the security window on the Green Government notice board and asked, Xiao Sun, look, is that a supernatural fruit? Chapter 28, New Supernatural Fruit. Yang Sun looked in the direction of Lin Jinyun's finger and saw a milky white fruit hanging on a vine. It was round and plump, and its appearance was the same as the supernatural fruit they had obtained before, except that its color had turned milky white. It's true. Yang Sun smiled. The golden power fruit can awaken the gold power, and the green power fruit can awaken the wood power. So what power does the milky white one correspond to? You'll know after you eat it. Lin Jinyun pushed Yang Sun and smiled gracefully. Go pick the supernatural fruit quickly. I always feel uneasy until I get it in my hands. Yang Sun grinned. Me too. You will feel at ease only when something is truly in your hands. The three of them ran under the Green Government sign. Yang Sun raised his hand, and his palm was glowing green. The Tree of Life's ability to control plants is activated. The vines growing in the burglar-proof window began to move. The vine with the supernatural fruit moved slowly and extended in front of Yang Sun with the supernatural fruit. Yang Sun reached out and picked the supernatural fruit and put it into the infinite space, feeling at ease this time. Chun Jiayao is the happiest. Yang Sun had said before that the next supernatural fruit would belong to his sister. Now that I have the supernatural fruit, my sister's supernatural powers have also been found. Chen Jiayao didn't know that there was a fire-type supernatural fruit in Yang Sun's infinite space. That was what he prepared for Chun Jai. Yang Sun looked at the two women and smiled. Let's go. Now that we have the supernatural fruit, let's collect all the express deliveries from Green Government. The two girls nodded obediently, very submissive. 2.5 minutes later, Yang Sun took the two women and left Green Government. There were more than 800 more express deliveries in his infinite space. Not long after the three left, a team of 4 also arrived at Green Government. When they entered Green Policy, they saw that all the express boxes and shelves inside were gone. They immediately thought of the situation in the supermarket and the mysterious psychic. The situation is the same as in the supermarket. It must be those 3 who did it. Let's go back and inform Brother Kong. Yeah, we finally found it. The instant noodles are ours, haha. After collecting the Green Policy, Yang Sun took the 2 girls to rob the remaining express collection points such as Baisher and Spicy Rabbit. In Yang Sun's infinite space, the number of express deliveries reached more than 4,500. Just to open the parcels, they would take the 2 women 2 days and 2 nights to finish. When passing by a convenience store, Yang Sun did not miss the supplies inside. Cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, snacks, and small balloons all entered his infinite space. We have collected the deliveries and found the supplies. Let's go out of the community and see what's going on outside. We don't know how much of the outside world has been occupied by mutant plants. Yang Sun said. The two women nodded and did whatever Yang Sun said. Just as the three were about to leave from the south gate of the community, a group of survivors rushed out from all directions and surrounded Yang Sun and the other two. Finally, I found you. A middle-aged man in a suit looked at Yang Sun and the other two with a sinister grin. You are bastards? Yang Sun wasn't sure. But it's almost there. It happened so fast. Before I even went to look for them, they found me. I don't know whether Wu Dakong came here in person. If he had come, it would have saved Yang Sun a lot of effort. It's Yi Zhong, not a bastard. Pronounce it clearly, the middle-aged man in a suit said angrily. At this time, a hole appeared in the encirclement, and a middle-aged strong man wearing a thin shirt and with well-developed chest muscles walked slowly towards them. Every step he took made a dull sound, like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's chest. Wu Dakong narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Sun. I didn't expect it was you. Hey, we meet again, Manager Wu. Where's your nephew? I remember his name was Wildseed, right? Why don't I see him? Does he not like the bright sun outside? Yang Sun's words were like critical hits, and they were like salt sprinkled on Wu Dakong's wounds. He killed Yi Zhong, and the fight with Wu Dakong was already a life-and-death one. Wu Dakong's heart twitched and he felt a dull pain. Are you provoking me? Yang Sun nodded. You can think so? Wu Dakong asked coldly. Did you kill my nephew? Yang Sun answered honestly, with a sunny and cheerful smile like a boy next door. Yes, your nephew is a disaster when he is alive. I will clean up the mess for you. You don't need to be too grateful to me. Wu Dakong. Humph. Wu Dakong snorted coldly and tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability. Today, I want to let you know what it means that there are always people better than you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let you live and torture you every day to commemorate my nephew's spirit in heaven. Yang Sun chuckled. Don't worry. A bad guy like your nephew can't go to heaven. If he goes to the underworld, he will be assigned to the 18 levels of hell. You. Snort. Wu Dakong pointed at Yang Sun and said, Go. Capture this guy. You can deal with the two women as you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozen or so survivors brought by Wu Dakong immediately went crazy. They waved their weapons and tightened the encirclement with a grin. The cunning eyes glowed green. Boy, offending our brother Kong is the most unwise choice you have ever made. These two women are so beautiful, much prettier than the female owner of our building. Hey, why does this look familiar? Wow, isn't she the blogger of Jin? Don't touch my Jai? She has over 10 million fans on the entire network. She's a big internet celebrity. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect there's a big internet celebrity here. I've never played an internet celebrity in my life. Yeah, and these two girls are so beautiful. Some of my celebrities pale in comparison to them. Hearing these dirty words, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's faces looked unhappy. They can be coquettish and let themselves go in front of Yang Sun, but that doesn't mean any stranger can comment on them or say dirty words to them. Lin Jinyun had no expression on her face and said coldly, Xiao Sun, leave these small fry to us. Chen Jiayao snorted coldly, Humph. Sister Jinyun is right, leave it to us. I can use them to test my special abilities. Yang Sun nodded and agreed to the two women's request. You don't know any physical skills, so don't fight them in close combat. Just rely on your supernatural powers to crush them. Good. Two women stood up. Yang Sun opened the infinite space, and more than a dozen alloy straight knives flew out. Lin Jinyun's metal manipulation is a weakened version of his gold mastery. At the first level, he can control a range of 100 meters, and the number of objects he can control is unlimited. However, the range that Lin Jinyun can control at the first level is only 20 meters, and the number of targets she can control is only 10. But that's enough. Lin Jinyun's palm glowed with golden light, and 10 alloy straight knives were suspended above her head, with the tips of the knives pointed at the survivors, shining coldly under the refraction of the sunlight. Go! Wu Dakong's pupils shrank, and alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. Superpower! This woman is also a superpower. Chun Jiayao clasped her fingers together, and a bright green light appeared.
Bang, bang, bang.
Something punctured the surrounding soil. 7 or 8 thick vines broke out of the ground, entangled the nearest people, and hung them in the air. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun put her slender jade fingers together to form a sword finger and shouted at the survivors controlled by Chen Jiayao, Go! Chapter 29. Kill Wu Dakong and obtain the space-related supernatural fruit. Puff, puff, puff. puff. The alloy straight knife was extremely sharp and pierced their bodies easily under Lin Jinyun's control. Iya. There were constant screams and sharp explosions, mixed with cries of fear. The survivors who were not tied up by the vines were all confused. He stared in amazement at the two women displaying their divine powers. He reacted and screamed, then turned and ran without thinking. Ah, psychics. These two women are also psychics. Aren't people with special abilities very rare? How could our community have three of them? Stop talking nonsense and run. These two women are so *king cruel. Go, go, go. It will be too late if you don't go now. Unfortunately, it was too late for these survivors to escape. Chen Jiayao cut off the connection with those vines. Then it controlled new vines to grow out of the soil near the survivors. These mutated vines were extremely flexible. Under Chen Jiayao's control, they were like dancing pythons, knocking all the nearby survivors to the ground. The vines whipped them like whips, with snapping sounds coming one after another. Lin Jinyun used the alloy straight knife to deal a fatal blow to the survivors. In order to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Jinyun specifically stabbed the survivors' heart and eye sockets. Puff, 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 puff.
Ash.
Ordinary people are as weak as chickens in the hands of people with special powers. Two delicate women can rely on their special powers to crush a dozen well-fed and strong men who have no shortage of physical strength. If the two girls were allowed to learn some physical skills, Yang Sun nodded secretly, thinking, it seems that I have to find a woman who is good at physical skills in the future. Not only Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao, but I also have to learn from them myself. In less than 2.5 minutes, all the survivors brought by Wu Dakong died. More than a dozen corpses lay scattered on the broken concrete road. Blood flowed everywhere, gathering into amber, dyeing the land red, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Yang Sun took a step forward, looked at Wu Dakong and said with a faint smile, come on, the small fry have been cleared out. Let me see what superpower you have awakened. After these words came out, Wu Dakong snorted coldly. If you underestimate me, you will only pay a heavy price. He took off the two fire axes from his waist. This is the only weapon that ordinary people can find. In the end times, fire axes, baseball bats, and steel pipes become the three major weapons in the early days of the end times. But compared with Yang Sun, Wu Dakong's equipment was simply pitifully shabby. Call out. Wu Dakong's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Yang Sun. He raised two fire axes and swung them down hard. Seeing this, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao quickly reminded, Xiao Sun, be careful. He is behind you. Yang Sun didn't even turn his head, and the door to infinite space opened behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A bunch of alloy straight knives flew out. Wu Dakong's pupils shrank. He had no way of dodging at such a close distance. In desperation, he activated his own special abilities again. Call out. Looking at Wu Dakong, who appeared 30 meters away, Yang Sun smiled and said, teleportation? It's a very good ability, but the distance you can teleport in the early stage must be limited. Snort. Wu Dakong sneered, so what? With instant teleportation, you can't even breathe my exhaust. Yang Sun didn't care. Have you ever heard a saying?
What?
If you are poor, you should strike with precision. If you are rich, you should use firepower to cover everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Sun opened the door to infinite space in front of him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless alloy straight knives flew out from the infinite space gate. 100, 1,000, 10,000. A total of 10,097 alloy straight knives were flying in the air. It covered an area with a diameter of half a meter centered on Yang Sun. Yang Sun chuckled. Although I can't teleport, if I burst out with all my strength, it only takes 2 seconds to run 100 meters. Do you think you can run out of my encirclement? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Dakong's face turned ugly, and he suddenly felt unsure. Family members know their own business. His maximum teleportation distance is only 30 meters, and with his current energy, he can perform a maximum of 10 30-meter teleportations. But there is no way to escape from this kid's encirclement. Wu Dakong glanced at the densely packed alloy straight knives around him, then looked down at his own shabby fire axe, and suddenly fell silent. His silence at this point was deafening. Where did this guy get so many well-made knives? Even Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were stunned. They knew nothing about Yang Sun's infinite space. Yang Sun raised his right hand and pointed the sword at Wu Dakong, saying casually, 10,000 blades, storm, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1009, 7. The alloy straight knife moved. They flew quickly and attacked Wu Dakong in a dense encirclement. Wu Dakong's eyelids jumped. You can't afford to play with me. Instant movement is activated. He teleported to another open space. But before he could catch his breath, another dense encirclement network made up of alloy straight knives attacked. In this way, Wu Dakong had nowhere to hide under the encirclement of 10,097 alloy straight knives, and every time he moved to a new place instantly, he would be targeted at the first time. The energy in his body is being rapidly consumed. Finally, Wu Dakong's energy was exhausted. He could no longer teleport. Looking at the alloy straight knife net attacking him, Wu Dakong begged for mercy and shouted in fear. Chodo-sak, I surrender. I am willing to submit to you. Please, Puchi. Before Wu Dakong could finish his words, he was stabbed like a hedgehog by the alloy straight knife. Yang Sun smiled faintly. I don't need your submission. I just need you to die. After retracting the alloy straight knife into the infinite space, Yang Sun suddenly felt dizzy. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. As expected, the energy in each psychic's body is limited. Although there is no limit to the number of objects I can control, the more individuals I control, the more energy I consume. Fortunately, I can still hold on. In fact, 1,000 alloy straight swords can kill Wu Dakong. But it's so cool. Yang Sun walked up to Wu Dakong's body, looked at his horrible appearance, and touched his head while suppressing his nausea. A familiar warmth flows into the body. Yang Sun suddenly felt his drowsy consciousness relieved. Absorbed another warm current. Including Wu Dakong's share, I have already absorbed 3 shares. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding! The host kills the space-based psychic. Do you want to extract the psychic fruit? A person with space-related abilities? It's really rare. If Wu Dakong hadn't died, he would have definitely become a powerful figure in the future. It's a pity that he met himself. Moreover, Wu Dakong's spatial abilities should not be complete. To be precise, he only possessed one branch of the space system, your own infinite space. Wu Dakong's instant teleportation. They are just a branch of space-related supernatural powers. Throw away Wu Dakong's body. Yang Sun returned to the 2 women and said, Let's go. The trouble has been solved. Let's go out and take a look. Good. Chapter 30. Big Mouth Flower eats mutated border collie and is besieged. The world outside the community is similar to the world inside the community. Plants grew wildly, exceeding the limits they were supposed to have. The cement and asphalt roads have been broken and uneven due to the powerful rhizomes of the plants. Standing at the entrance of the community, what comes into view is a section of road full of holes, with countless rhizomes exposed outside. The green belts on both sides of the road extend everywhere, with overgrown weeds and huge trees. You need an off-road vehicle to drive on this kind of road. Chen Jiayao said uncertainly. Lin Jinyun, I think the off-road vehicle is also in trouble. The mutated plants cannot be treated with common sense. There may be some particularly dangerous plants among them. Look over there. At this moment, Chen Jiayao saw something and pointed in a direction with her slender jade finger. Yang Sun and Lin Jinyun looked in the direction of Chen Jiayao's finger and saw a huge canine mutant beast as big as a Siberian tiger crawling in the green belt, with green light in its eyes and drooling as it looked at the 3 of them. Yang Sun said in a deep voice, Mutated beast. Lin Jinyun exclaimed, This is bigger than Nyonyo. Chen Jiayao frowned slightly. That canine mutant should be a border collie. A border collie can become as big as a Siberian tiger through mutation. Those animals that are originally large and ferocious must be Siberian tigers, African lions, giraffes, elephants, rhinos, hippos, and even blue whales. If they all mutated, how serious would the mutation be? Does humanity still have a future? It seems like that mutant border collie can't wait. Crawling slowly out of the green belt. At this moment, a huge red flower suddenly appeared in the green belt. The pistil of the giant flower was covered with circles of sharp steel teeth. The roots swayed, and the giant flower smashed directly towards the mutant border collie. The mutated border collie didn't even have time to react before being swallowed by the huge flower.
Yang Sun,
Linyimbun, gradi kaomoji, winku.
Chen Jiayao, what the hell? Degree. Eat. Is it a big mouth flower? Wow, the game shines into reality. These plants are too dangerous and hard to guard against. Try to stay away from these mutated plants in the future. Yang Sun warned the 2 women. Yang Sun, do you think my special ability can control that big mouth flower? Chen Jiayao unfolded her own wonderful ideas. What? It's really cool to grow a big-mouth flower. Yang Sun said, we'll talk about this later. Chen Jiayao nodded obediently, okay. Yang Sun looked in the direction of Jiangxing Guangying University and said in a deep voice, the road surface is so broken that land transportation is useless. Even driving a car is not as fast as I can run. As long as you are careful of mutant animals and plants on the road, the danger is actually not that great. The main thing is the fog that comes on time at 6 o'clock, but you just need to return to the community before the fog comes. If something unexpected happens, I will probably have to stay outside for a day. Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiayao. Did your sister tell you where she is? Chen Jiayao nodded gently. Yes, the last time we contacted each other was before the power and internet were cut off. At that time, Jai told me that she had followed the dormitory group to the north cafeteria of the school. Chen Jiayao told Yang Xuanbei the exact location of the canteen. Yang Sun nodded. I will go to Guangying University tomorrow to take a look. Chen Jiayao raised her snow-white swan neck and looked at Yang Sun, tears welling in her eyes, and said sincerely, thank you, Yang Sun. It's okay. Yang Sun joked, rescuing my wife is urgent. Poochie. Lin Jinyun couldn't help laughing out loud. Chenjai probably wouldn't have thought that she would have a husband out of nowhere, haha. Yang Sun shrugged and said, let's go. Let's go back. So much time has passed, and it's almost 12 o'clock. It's time for lunch. The three of them returned to building number 1 together. Upstairs, someone saw the 3 people coming back. He immediately ran back to inform others. The chicken plague is back. Everyone, stay hidden. Everyone, get ready. Prepare to double-team the chicken plague. As long as we kill the chicken plague, the food and the women will all be ours, ha ha ha. The power was cut off, so the elevator couldn't be used. The 3 of them could only climb the stairs. Fortunately, they are all supernatural beings, so climbing these stairs is a piece of cake for them. But just when they reached the 23rd floor, a group of survivors holding all kinds of garbage suddenly rushed out from upstairs and downstairs. They shouted and attacked Yang Sun and the other 2 without any explanation. Yang Sun's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent surged in his heart. You're looking for death. The alloy straight knife was unsheathed. Yang Sun took a step forward and slashed at the oncoming survivor. The sharpness of the alloy straight knife combined with Yang Sun's current strength, the survivor was directly cut in half by Yang Sun. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were not idle either. Lin Jinyun controlled the alloy straight knife to fly, stringing the 3 survivors together like a string of candied haws and nailing them to the wall. Chen Jiayao had no plants to control in the concrete building, but as a superpower, her physical fitness was far superior to these weaklings. With an alloy straight knife and her physical fitness, she could clear an empty area by just slashing. Yang Sun even turned into a god of death. In his eyes, the speed of these survivors, who had been hungry for who knows how long, was as slow as a snail. Yang Sun dodged their attacks easily, but his attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless, and each strike of his sword could take the life of a survivor. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! How could it be? How can they be so strong? Damn it! This bitch can control objects. She also has the same superpower as Qinbing. Why? Why can't we even beat 2 women? Shouldn't it be? Even if we are so hungry and weak, we can't be defeated by 2 women if we fight together, right? Where's Dulé? Where did he go? Is this his plan? It's chicken plague. Please, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. There's chicken plague. All of this was organized by Dulé. If you want to seek revenge, then seek him. We were all bewitched. Yang Sun turned a deaf ear to the survivors' pleas for mercy. Since you dare to attack them, you have to think about the price you want to pay. One person asking the question is enough. The others should just die. Faced with Yang Sun, who was like a killing god, the survivors who were originally full of fighting spirit and vowed to capture Yang Sun and seize all of Yang Sun's wealth were killed and defeated. They cried and wanted to run away. They no longer had the courage to go against Yang Sun. But can they escape? If he let any of them escape, Yang Sun would be scolded. Go! The alloy straight knife flew out, killing the remaining 7 or 8 people until only one was left. The only one left was also severely damaged. His limbs were cut off at the root, turning him into a human stick. The 5 limbs were crushed into mud and turned into women. Yang Sun walked up to the man and put the alloy straight knife on his neck. I ask, you answer, understand? The man's desire to survive was overwhelming. He nodded quickly and begged for mercy, crying, I understand, please, Don't kill me. I will tell you everything you ask me. Yang Sun got straight to the point. Why did you attack me? Who was the Dulé you called just now? Where is he now? The survivors had a venomous look in their eyes and gnashed their teeth. After you left this morning, Dulé instigated us to attack you, but we all went up, and that guy ran off to who knows where. Damn it, we were used as a gun. Yang Sun smiled cruelly and turned to look at Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. It seems that I was not cruel enough this morning. There are still people in this building who dare to provoke me. Then he asked the survivor, what are his characteristics? Survivor, he was wearing glasses and depend on. Chapter 31, a man driven crazy by hatred. This seems to be an instinctive catchphrase for some people. Immediately afterwards, the sound of rolling and collision was heard. Yang Sun looked up the stairs and saw a middle-aged man rolling down from the upper floors and falling on the middle platform. His body was covered with the blood of the dead survivors. Yang Sun, you are not that who? Yang Sun knew this guy, but didn't know his name. The survivors immediately started cursing. Fuck. Dulé, why don't you just die? How dare you live? You killed all of us. Chicken plague. It's him. He's Dulé. He's the one who organized us to attack you. Dulé tried to climb up by rolling and crawling, but Yang Sun raised his hand and thrust a sharp alloy straight knife into the wall beside him, with the blade shining with a cold light pointing at his neck. Dulé was so frightened by this that he dared not move. But when he saw Yang Sun's ability to control metal, he gritted his teeth and cursed Yang Sun madly. The resentment and hatred in his heart almost made him lose his mind. Superpower. This power should have been mine. I should be the one with superpowers who has food in my arms, is surrounded by beauties, and enjoys everyone kneeling down to worship me. It's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't cheated me of my supernatural fruit, I would be the one who owns all of this. Get down. Yang Sun looked at Dulé and said expressionlessly. Dulé stiffened his neck and glared at Yang Sun. You liar! You stole my supernatural power. This Dulé was none other than the middle-aged man with glasses who had previously exchanged the supernatural fruit with Yang Sun for food. Hearing his resentful words, Yang Sun sneered without commenting. We are doing a deal. How can there be any question of whether it is a lie or not? You are really not afraid of death. You know that I have superpowers, but you still dare to lead people to attack me. Are you expecting to kill me with human wave tactics? It's you. I should have been the one who owned all this, but it's you, a shameless liar, who caused me to end up in this situation. Give me back the supernatural fruit. In addition to the regret for the supernatural fruit slipping away from his hands, and the fact that his life was threatened at this time, Dulé's mind was no longer clear. At this moment, the only thing in his mind was hatred for Yang Sun. He had been very happy when he exchanged food with Yang Sun before, thinking that he had made a fortune by exchanging a strange fruit for half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. He even thought that Yang Sun was a fool. Exchanging so much food for a fruit whose effect you don't know what it has, you must be crazy. But on the day of the power outage, Dulé's eldest brother called him and told him the existence and use of the supernatural fruit. At that moment, Dulé felt like the sky was falling. He actually exchanged the fruit that could awaken superpowers for half a box of instant noodles and 10 bottles of purified water. He is the fool. With superpowers, how much food can't he get? But he let such an opportunity slip away. Dulé did not look for the reasons within himself, but blamed all his mistakes on Yang Sun. He believed that Yang Sun had known the purpose of the supernatural fruit long ago, so he came to deceive him. Because of this incident, he has always held a grudge against Yang Sun, which led to the scene just now. Yang Sun shook his head. It's useless to talk to someone like you who has a problem with his brain. I have to use the equality device to teach you how to be a human being. As he spoke, Yang Sun raised his hand, and a black pistol suddenly appeared in his hand, with the muzzle pointed at Dulé. God gave you a chance, but who can you blame if you can't seize it?
Bang!
Sparks flew from the muzzle and bullets flew out of the gun. Phew! There was a bloody hole between Dulé's eyebrows. Yang Sun put away his pistol. If Dulé was unwilling to exchange at that time, Yang Sun would not have bothered to plan for his one. But Dulé used the supernatural fruit to exchange for life-saving food and water. Who can be blamed for this? Just a transaction. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing the value of the item. We killed more than 30 people today. There are not many survivors in this building. If you count carefully, there are really not many people that Yang Sun actually takes the initiative to provoke. He kills people who basically provoke him first. It's chicken plague. I told you everything you asked. Can you spare my life now? The only remaining survivor looked at Yang Sun hopefully, with a desire for life in his eyes. Yang Sun glanced at him and poured a basin of cold water on him. How long do you think you can live in your current state? As soon as these words were spoken, the survivor's expression froze instantly. Yes, I am a useless person now. Even if the chicken plague doesn't kill me, I won't survive today. It's chicken plague. Give me a quick death. Bang. Let's go home. Yang Sun put away his weapon, looked at the blood on his body and said with disgust, I am covered in blood again. I am so annoyed. After the three left, the lucky owner came here carefully to take a look. But just one glance was enough to scare them so much that they were paralyzed. What a tragic scene. This is simply a Jura hell. Isn't the chicken plague too harsh? He killed more than 30 people without hesitation. He is such a killer. Hurry up and shut your ass. How dare you say something bad about chicken plague? Aren't you afraid that he will get angry and kill you too? Oh, yes, you can't say bad things about chicken plague. Some of these owners couldn't stand it after just one look and ran away. Some people also fell into deep thought as they looked at the fresh corpses on the ground. Two of them looked at each other and asked tentatively, All? Really? What else can we do? Starve to death? Then fix it. They each chose a relatively intact corpse and carried it home. Someone thought of something and suddenly felt his stomach churning. If there was nothing left to vomit, they would have vomited it out on the spot. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Complete it. You are so disgusting. You can even eat this. I don't think there's any danger outside. How about we follow the path opened by the chicken plague and go out to look for food? All. Yang Sun's home. After returning home, the three of them took a shower first. I killed a lot of people outside today, and they all smelled like a mixture of sweat and blood. The water supply has not been cut off yet, but there is a lack of electricity to heat it. But Yang Sun and the other two currently have amazing physical fitness and will not get sick even if they take a cold shower. After taking a shower, I feel refreshed. It would be even better if I could take a hot bath. Oh yes, while bathing, we still have childish innocence, so it should be reasonable to have a water fight at the same time, right? After taking a shower, Lin Jinyun went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chun Jiao helped her. Yang Sun, the head of the family, had nothing to do, so he lay on the sofa and picked up his mobile phone to read a novel that he had downloaded offline. Lin Jinyun has a lot of novels for download, and the one Yang Sun is reading now is particularly interesting. The End of the World, 10,000-fold Return. Start with investing in your neighbor's wife. This is a post-apocalyptic text. The protagonist has sufficient supplies, is decisive in killing, and is surrounded by a group of beautiful women. It is especially suitable for readers to read secretly in the middle of the night. It took about an hour for Lin Jinyun and Chun Jiao to bring the food to the table. Today's lunch dishes are braised pork, beef brisket stewed with potatoes, potato pancakes, stir-fried greens and mushrooms, braised lion's head, and tomato and egg soup. Standard 5 dishes and 1 soup. There are 3 main dishes among them. Xiao Sun, we should go to the place where gas cylinders are sold when we have time. During the meal, Lin Jinyun mentioned this matter to Yang Sun. We don't know when the natural gas supply will be cut off. We need to prepare in advance and prepare gas cylinders to replace natural gas. If the natural gas is cut off, we can only cook with firewood. Okay. Yang Sun nodded. We'll look for it when we have time, but it's a bit difficult to find a store that sells gas cylinders in a big city like Jiangcheng. At least I haven't heard of any store that sells them. Chapter 32. The superpower awakens again. Everyone's combat power is enhanced. Chun Jiao took a sip of orange juice and said, You should be able to find this kind of gas in the urban villages or suburbs. Some buildings in these areas are very old and don't have natural gas. Residents basically use coal gas. Yang Sun nodded and kept this matter in mind. Thinking about the matter of moving positions, Yang Sun looked at the 2 women and asked, If we move positions, where do you think Jiangxing is suitable for us to live? Hearing this, both women were attracted to this topic. Lin Jinyun asked curiously, Why do you suddenly want to change places? Yang Sun said truthfully, I just feel that this place is not very safe. Chun Jiao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Do you have any requests? Yang Sun, quiet, away from the crowd, but not isolated from the world. No high-rise buildings, blah blah blah. Yang Sun expressed his thoughts and needs. Lin Jinyun thought for 2.5 seconds and thought of a place. Yang Sun, what do you think of the villa halfway up the mountain? A villa halfway up the mountain? Linshan is a mountain in Jiangxing. Before the millennium, it was a barren mountain. Later, after joint improvements by the government and developers, it became a beautiful mountain with clear water and beautiful mountains. In recent years, real estate developers have begun to build villas in Linshan. There are nearly 100 villas in the villa complex at the foot of the mountain. There are not many villas halfway up the mountain, only 10, but each one is very large and the location is most suitable for viewing the scenery. I heard that it was completed last year, and it is estimated that even if they are all sold this year, they may not be sold. Lin Jinyun explained to Yang Sun and the others, there is a long distance between each villa in this mountainside villa complex, which satisfies Yang Sun's need for seclusion without being isolated from the world. There are few people there, and the scenery is beautiful. It must be very comfortable and pleasant to live there. Hearing this, Yang Sun thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, when I find Xinjiai, we will start preparing for the move. Yang Sun has thought it through. The monsters in the fog are beyond human control. If you are unlucky, it will be useless even if you hide in the mountains. For example, the huge unknown creature that appeared the night before. One of its limbs alone was as big as their apartment building. If it were to strike down on them, no mountain would be able to withstand it. In this regard, Yang Sun can only be cautious and careful. As for the location of the shelter, Yang Sun had to consider whether it should be secluded and safe. The two women had no objection. Actually, living here is quite boring. The villa is located halfway up the mountain, and you can see the whole Jiangqing from there. That must be a great feeling. After dinner, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao washed the dishes. Yang Sun called them to the living room. Lin Jinyun wiped the water off her hands on her apron. Xiao Sun, what's the matter with you calling me? Yes. Yang Sun nodded. Come, sit down. Good. Lin Jinyun took off her apron and sat on the carpet with Chen Jiayao, facing Yang Sun. Yang Sun took out 2 supernatural fruits from the infinite space. The milky white one was handed to Chen Jiayao. It was handed over to Lin Jinyun transparently. You can eat these 2 supernatural fruits. Hearing this, Lin Jinyun asked in surprise, can you eat it again after eating it once? Okay. Yang Sun chuckled and nodded. Seeing Chen Jiayao's hesitant expression, he took out the red fire-type supernatural fruit from the infinite space and said, I said I would prepare it for your sister, the fire-type supernatural fruit. Seeing this, Chen Jiayao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eat it. Yes, I'll reward you after Auntie awakens her new powers. Thank you, Yang Sun. Both women took the supernatural fruit. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding. Invest in Lin Jinyun's Space Branch Teleportation Fruit. 10,000 times return is triggered. Please choose between 10,000 Teleportation Fruit and Complete Space Power. Yang Sun, I choose the second one, the Complete Space ability. Ding. Invest in Chen Jiayao's Telekinetic Perception Fruit, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Please choose between 10,000 Telekinetic Perception Fruits and the God-level Telekinetic Power. Yang Sun, I choose. System. Is telepathy a branch of telepathy? Ding. That's right. Yang Sun, does that mean there are other telekinetic branches of supernatural fruits? Ding. Yes, host. Then I'll choose one, 10,000 telekinesis sensing supernatural fruits. Yang Sun made a choice in his heart. Originally, Yang Sun planned to choose the God-level telekinesis ability, because in his opinion, anything with the word God-level in it must be not simple. But when he saw the effectiveness of his telepathic ability, he hesitated. Telekinetic perception. A certain range is covered by telekinesis, and you are omniscient. Any movement within the range will be detected by your perception. This ability is simply the best choice for avoiding danger. If everyone possessed the ability of telepathy, then in a world where plants grow wildly, safety would be greatly improved, and enemies lurking in secret places would have nowhere to hide. When he learned from the system that there were other telekinetic power branches in the world, he firmly chose one, 10,000 telekinetic powers. He wants everyone around him to have this ability to avoid risks. As for the God-level telekinetic ability, I can only wait until I find other branches of telekinetic power fruits before choosing. After making his choice, Yang Sun ate a telekinetic perception fruit and began the process of absorbing and awakening superpowers. Time flies and 2.5 hours have passed. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao were the first to open their beautiful eyes. The two women looked at each other and could see the undisguised joy in each other's eyes. I'll speak first. Cheng Er. The two women said in unison. There was silence for 2.5 seconds. You speak first. Cheng Er. The two women spoke at the same time again. Lin Jinyun smiled gently. Let me tell you first. I have awakened the ability to teleport. Teleportation. Chen Jiayao was surprised. Is it the same ability as Wu Dalong this morning? That's right, Jiayao. What superpowers have you awakened? Chen Jiayao said with a smile. I have awakened the ability of telepathic perception. With me as the dot, everything within a diameter of 30 meters is within my telepathic perception. It is up, down, left, and right. So amazing. Then won't you be our early warning princess from now on? Chun Jiayao clenched her fists. Okay. From now on, please call me Chun. Early warning Ji. Jiayao. Ha ha ha. At this time, Yang Sun also completed his awakening. He suddenly felt that the total amount of strength in his body had doubled. At this time, Yang Sun had a total of the following superpowers: God-level gold-related superpowers, the Lord of Gold, God-level wood-related superpowers, the Tree of Life, space superpowers, and telepathic perception superpowers. Moreover, he also absorbed 3 points of warm current, so Yang Sun no longer had any reference for his current strength. How strong am I? Are you awake, Xiaoxuan? Yeah. Yang Sun looked at the two girls and asked with a smile, did your awakening go smoothly? The two girls smiled and shared their joy with Yang Sun. At this time, Yang Sun took out another milky white supernatural fruit and threw it into Lin Jinyun's hand. With the same supernatural power as Jiayao, you will also be my early warning girl in the future.
Lin Yinggun.
Qin Jiayao, huh? At this moment, both women were confused. Why is it that Yang Sun can easily take out a lot of supernatural fruits that are extremely precious to others? What is in his infinite space? After a moment of confusion, Lin Jinyun came to her senses and said happily, Xiaoxuan, you are so nice. Chapter 33, Diamond-Shaped Crystals in the Brain. Chun Jiayao gave Lin Jinyun a thumbs up and praised, Sister Jinyun, you are awesome. Yang Sun's mouth curled up slightly, and 2 supernatural fruits appeared in his hand, one fiery red and one milky white. Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiayao and said with a sly smile, Jiayao, these 2 are the fire supernatural fruit and the telekinetic perception supernatural fruit, both of which are prepared for Jai. Chen Jiayao, Looking at the sly smile on Yang Sun's lips, how could she not understand what it meant? Chen Jiayao called out sweetly, Bai Bian Xiaoyao, I'll be at your service all day long. Haha. Yang Sun smiled happily. This is what life is all about. Lin Jinyun swallowed the telekinetic perception fruit. Yang Sun also stopped playing around and began to study his own special abilities. The first is the spatial ability. Yang Sun can use 2 abilities, instant teleportation and space barrier. And the number of infinite space doors also increased by 1. As my strength grows, the abilities that my spatial ability can exert will become more and more numerous and stronger, such as spatial cutting, group teleportation, warp bubbles, and even the creation of a new world. The spatial ability is a power with infinite potential. The basic framework of this universe is space. Yang Sun smiled. The spatial ability alone was enough for him to walk around freely in the apocalypse. What's more, he has other powerful abilities and even a system. Telepathic perception. When Yang Sun released his telekinesis, he was stunned. He discovered that there was a diamond-shaped crystal in Chen Jiayao's brain. This diamond-shaped crystal flashes with green and milky white light. What's this? Yang Sun looked at Lin Jinyun again. Lin Jinyun also has a diamond-shaped crystal in her head. The only difference is that her diamond-shaped crystal is golden with a transparent area, and there is also a little milky white that is growing rapidly, occupying the diamond-shaped crystal together with the golden and transparent areas. Is this unique to psychics? Or do all evolved creatures have this kind of crystal? Yang Sun didn't understand what was going on. His understanding of the path of evolution was still too superficial. He then observed himself. Same rhombus crystals. His rhombus crystals are composed of gold, green, milky white, and transparent. Moreover, compared with the 2 women, the diamond-shaped crystals are much larger. If Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's rhombus crystals are the size of peanuts, then Yang Sun's rhombus crystals are the size of tangerines. I am a strong man of the tangerine level? Are they both peanut-level experts? Yang Sun made a joking self-deprecation. But what is the pattern of this diamond-shaped crystal? And it shouldn't really grow in the brain. Otherwise, it would be discovered with the sensitive self-perception of the psychic. Special space? Yang Sun didn't know all these, so he could only explore them slowly in the future. But it's okay this way. The diamond-shaped crystals can be used to roughly judge the opponent's strength. Yang Sun divided them into peanut level, quail egg level, tangerine level, and I don't know what happened after that. After Lin Jinyun awakened her telepathic perception ability, Yang Sun shared this discovery with the 2 women. The 2 women used their telekinesis to sense it and found it was truly magical. Lin Jinyun, do I have a tumor? Chun Jiayao joked, Sister Jinyun, this is not a tumor. This is our Yuanying embryo. Yang Sun, You two are both more outrageous than each other. The night is always long. It would be boring if you don't find something fun to pass the time. Yang Sun experiences the joy of being a director. The next morning, after Yang Sun finished his breakfast, he called the two girls to his side. On the sofa in the living room, Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiayao and asked, "Do you have a photo of your sister?" "Some." Chen Jiayao quickly told Yang Sun the location of the physical photos. Yang Sun found the photos in Chen Jiayao's area in the infinite space. The photo shows a girl with a particularly pure appearance. Her eyes are clear and bright, pure and flawless. Her face is fair and pink, and her skin is as delicate as a baby's. Her bright smile is particularly healing. It's much easier with photos. Yang Sun put the photos away and took out all 9 pistols and bullets from the infinite space. There are 170 bullets in total. Yang Sun had wasted quite a few of them before, and now he has 152 bullets left. Yang Sun kept 2 pistols for himself and pushed the remaining 8 in front of Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao. You can use these 4 pistols for self-defense. They are also good for intimidating people. And these bullets, divide them equally among you. Hearing this, Lin Jinyun looked at Yang Sun and asked, "You gave everything to us and you?" Before Lin Jinyun finished speaking, Yang Sun waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile, "I'm fine with whatever I want." Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's 8 Glock 22 pistols, the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80,000 Glock 22 pistols. Ding! Investing in Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's Glock 22 pistols with 152 rounds of bullets, 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,520,000 rounds. Glancing at the system prompt interface, Yang Sun shrugged. "I'm really fine with it. What a pity. After it is modified into a real gun, it can no longer be upgraded. I can only get a 10,000 times return. It would be great if I could modify the Glock 22 into a Desert Eagle," Yang Sun thought. Seeing that Yang Sun said this, Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao stopped being polite to Yang Sun. Yang Sun taught them how to masturbate. With the current strength of the two women, the recoil of the pistol is negligible to them. And with the existence of telepathic perception, the two women can hit the target without missing a single shot within a range of 30 meters. "Okay." Yang Sun stood up and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. You guys stay home alone and be careful. Aunt Lin, you should have your own opinions when encountering things. You should learn to make your own decisions. And you must remember that some people are not worthy of sympathy. Being soft-hearted in the end times will only bring harm to those around you." Yang Sun intends to train Lin Jinyun to become the second in command of the team. His team is destined to have a lot of people in the future. You can't do everything yourself. The training of assistants should be started in advance. Lin Jinyun nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Xiaoshuan. Aunt Lin will not make mistakes. I promise I won't be soft-hearted and hurt others and myself." "Well, this is said to Aunt Lin, and also to you, Jiayao." "Chen Jiayao, I can't do that either." Yang Sun left. He walked out of the apartment building alone and headed towards the south gate of the community. His departure was seen by many surviving owners. 15 floors. In a house. The two sallow-faced and skinny surviving owners squatted on the edge of the balcony and looked at each other as they watched Yang Sun's gradually receding figure. "Let's go and report to Boss Su." One of the young men stood up expressionlessly. The other middle-aged man was a little scared and hesitant. "Should we really tell Boss Su? I'm afraid they will come back with chicken plague and do something to us." "Humph." The young man snorted coldly, his face full of dissatisfaction. "What are you afraid of? Boss Su and his men also have superpowers. And there are 3 of them. There is only one superpower in the chicken plague. You are still afraid of such a big advantage of 3 against 1? Coward." All the survivors who had seen Lin Jinyun and the other girl display their supernatural powers died. So in the memories of the surviving owners of this building, only Yang Sun was powerful and suspected of having supernatural powers. Chapter 34. The Qinglong Gang in Building Number 4. But chicken plague is too brutal. Didn't you see how many people he killed yesterday? I'm afraid if I provoke him again, he will kill all the survivors in our building. I am still a little worried about middle age. There was no way. The image of Yang Sun as a murderer had been deeply rooted in his mind. He felt terrified when he thought of the bloody scene on the stairs yesterday. The young man curled his lips in disdain, looking at the middle-aged man with contempt. "Look at your lack of ability. It is precisely because the chicken plague is too cruel that we should overthrow him. Otherwise our neighbors will live in dire straits. Isn't this a good opportunity? Go report the situation to Boss Su, and ask him to bring people to capture the 2 women with the chicken plague. Then, threaten the chicken plague and make them surrender. Besides, we just want to inform Boss Sue. How could the chicken plague be linked to us? Middle-aged people hesitate and cannot make up their minds. But the young man was very disappointed. Don't say but. If we miss this opportunity, we will never have it again. Boss Sue said that if we can report the situation of chicken plague to him, he will let us join the Qinglong gang. Don't you want to live a life with enough food to eat every day and be surrounded by girls? Do you still want to starve? You are so old. Why don't you have the determination like me? After hearing what the young man said, the middle-aged man thought that it was indeed true. Okay, I promise you. We'll go together and report the situation of the chicken plague to Boss Sue. The young man smiled. Okay. It seems that Neo G1 is heading towards the south gate. He should be going out. When Boss Sue gets hold of the 2 women of Neo G1, plus the 3 superpowers and a group of Qinglong gang members, I don't believe that such a lineup can't take down a mere Neo G1. Do you really think that the chicken plague is a god? With those 2 women in hand, the chicken plague can be restrained and surrendered obediently. The middle-aged man looked at the young man with admiration. You are really smart. How did you come up with these ideas? The young man waved his hand modestly. When you reach my age, you will understand it naturally. Middle-aged. Me? Building 4. This building has been occupied by a new gang, the Qinglong gang. The 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang are all people with special abilities. They form their own gang through force and the little knowledge they learned from gangster novels. They coordinate the entire building and put so much pressure on no one to disobey them. In fact, the 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang were just nearby scoundrels before the apocalypse, and they fantasized about being the gang bosses in Hong Kong movies all day long, become sworn brothers and yearn for the loyalty of each other. When the apocalypse broke out, they gathered at one of their houses to drink and play cards. After the disaster, they got the supernatural fruits from the plants at home. One of them became a superpower. They used force to make the owners of the entire building dare not speak out. They searched the entire building for and finally found 2 more superpower fruits. At this point, all 3 of them became superpowers, and he formed the Qinglong gang by force. All the survivors in Building 4 are their gang members. As for those who are not convinced, all those who refused to obey were killed to establish their authority. At this time, the top leaders of the Qinglong gang were in a meeting. The 3 leaders of the Qinglong gang sat on the sofa. 10 junior executives knelt one by one on the carpet in front of them. Did you all hear that? The superpower in Building 1 has left the community, leaving only 2 pretty women in the building. Who among you is willing to go with the 3rd master to capture those 2 women? The yellow-haired young man in the lead smoked a cigarette while the young and middle-aged people in Building number 1 next to him bent over obsequiously, waiting for the yellow-haired young man's decision. I'll go. A junior executive stood up and said to the yellow-haired young man, Brother Wuji, I am willing to go to Building number 1 with the 3rd master to bring back those 2 women. Good. Brother Wuji said happily, they are just 2 bitches. We don't need so many people. Xiaowu, you can bring your team and the 3rd boss together. Once the chicken plague is solved, I will allow you to take 2 women from the brothel. Hearing this, the junior executive called Xiaowu was delighted and immediately knelt on one knee. Thank you, Brother Wuji. Brother Wuji smiled calmly. However, your main goal today is to search for the supernatural fruit. When you return, you can also go to Building number 1 to arrest people. Ever since he knew the effect of the supernatural fruit, Brother Wu Ji spared no effort in sending people to look for him. In fact, in Brother Wu Ji's view, catching people is just a trivial matter. They are just 2 powerless women. How powerful can they be? Crow, I leave this matter to you. Go and do it. The one nicknamed Crow means the 3rd in command. This is a tall man who is nearly 1.9 meters tall. Good. The west gate of Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. Riding a small electric scooter, it took Yang Sun nearly an hour to reach the west gate of Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. The road was so broken that Yang Sun could only walk on the roads that were passable. But I was still dizzy from the bumpy ride. Damn it, if flying with a sword didn't consume so much energy, I would have to fly with a sword in a cool way. Throwing away the electric scooter, Yang Sun walked towards the west gate of the school cursing. Hiss, hiss. At this time, Yang Sun heard the hissing sound of the snake swallowing its tongue. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge python as thick as an adult's thigh coiled around a tree branch not far away, its cold and emotionless vertical pupils staring at him. Mutant snake. Looks like a rat snake. Fuck. A rat snake can mutate into something like an Amazon anaconda. If it were a real Amazon anaconda, it would have turned into a dragon. Yang Sun sighed. As the mind moves, telepathic perception begins. The 30-meter range can easily include the mutant rat snake. There is also a crystal in the head of the mutant rat snake, but this crystal is oval and about the size of a soybean? I didn't expect there are units smaller than peanut level. Are there mung bean and sesame grades below soybeans? Sure enough, mutant beasts also have crystals, but they are slightly different from human mutants. The warm current I absorbed before should have been released from the crystals. Yang Sun guessed in his heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, the mutated rat snake attacked Yang Sun. It shot out from the tree branch like a cannonball, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to bite Yang Sun's head. Yang Sun dodged with a teleportation, and the mutant rat snake, due to its strong momentum, fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Since I'm here, I might as well kill you, and then take in some of the warmth. Yang Sun made a sword-like finger with his right hand and clenched his left hand towards the mutant rat snake.
Come.
Thick vines were sprouting from the surrounding soil. The vines entangled the mutant rat snake. But what Yang Sun didn't expect was that the mutant rat snake actually crawled out like a loach. Is it this slippery? Then how about I try my new trick on you? He still held his left hand towards the mutant rat snake. Yang Sun said in a low voice, "Space, confinement." Ong. Ripples appeared in the invisible space. Part of the space around the mutant rat snake was confined by Yang Sun. 100-step flying knife. Go. Infinite space opens up. Several alloy straight knives flew out. It pierced into the body of the mutant rat snake at an extremely fast speed. Nail it to the ground. Several alloy straight knives stabbed into the mutant rat snake's head, tail, and body respectively. Nail the mutant rat snake to death. After the space confinement was removed, the mutant rat snake's body began to twist wildly. But after a few strokes, he lost his strength. There is no life. Dead. Chapter 35: The Ugliness of Human Nature. Yang Sun walked forward and placed his palm on the mutant rat snake's head. Ong. The familiar warm current appeared again. Yang Sun suddenly felt refreshed. Is this the fourth one? Yang Sun used his telekinesis to perceive and look inward, observing his own tangerines. Compared with yesterday, Yang Sun found that his tangerines had grown bigger. Based on its current size, it should be able to grow to the size of a normal orange after 3 or 4 more circles. Wait, if the diamond-shaped crystal grows to the size of a watermelon, then wouldn't the inner brain become a watermelon head? Shaking his head, Yang Sun put this distracting thought behind him. The diamond-shaped crystals are supposed to be located in the consciousness, not in the actual brain. If it really grows in the brain, then what will the mutant become? Watermelon Man? The scene is beautiful just thinking about it. Yang Sun did not take away the body of the mutant rat snake. In theory, snake meat is edible. But Yang Sun was naturally insensitive to this kind of thing with dense scales all over its body. And he doesn't lack this little meat. After taking back the alloy straight knives and leaving only 2 on his back, Yang Sun strolled into Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. This is an art college. The academy has only 3 categories: acting, dance, and music. Chun Jiayao graduated from the music department of Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. Her sister Chun Jai studied dance, but Yang Sun didn't know what kind of dance it was. Chun Jiayao didn't mention it, and he didn't ask. But then again, people on the internet have been saying that having a dancer girlfriend is a very cool thing, and Yang Sun doesn't know what's so cool about it. Well, we have to try bringing Chun Jai back. According to the detailed address given by Chun Jiayao, Yang Sun went to the North Canteen. At the same time, Jiangxing Light and Shadow University. North Canteen. There are not many students and teachers in the North Canteen. There are only a little over 100 in total. 90% of them are students. At this time, the North Canteen was under attack. Listen, everyone inside. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the beautiful Miss Chun. As long as you hand Miss Chun over to us, we will leave here immediately. At the entrance of the North Canteen, a yellow-haired white man was shouting into the canteen in not very fluent Chinese. There were a dozen Westerners and black people around him. They were all foreign students at Guangying University. Before the end of the world, they enjoyed luxurious single rooms and received generous scholarships. The school almost treated them like ancestors. But when the disaster broke out, these foreign devils were killing students of our school. What an irony. It would be better if the more than 100 students in the North Canteen were so spineless. The disparity in the number of people with special abilities is simply too great. There are only 2 psychics in the North Cafeteria, but among the dozen or so foreign devils outside, there are 5 people with special powers. How to fight with 3 people missing? Ordinary people are just serving pieces in front of people with special powers. There is absolutely no comparison. Ha ha ha, they're scared. What wimps. Lu say, you are so weak that you don't deserve Miss Chen. Haha, if any of you are willing to call me dad, I would be happy to hire a few servants, haha. The purpose of these foreign devils is to kidnap people, but that is not their main goal. Their main target was all the students and food in the North Cafeteria. As long as the people inside can't bear the pressure and are ready to compromise, opening the door and letting them in is their best opportunity to strike. By then, the speedsters will take action, seize the cafeteria door, and prevent the people inside from closing it. Then they will be able to rush in, capture all the people in the cafeteria and use them as their slaves, enjoying a good time in this disaster. Inside the North Canteen, listening to the shouting and insults from the foreign devils, all the students and teachers in the cafeteria looked extremely ugly and clenched their fists in anger. Fuck, I can't take it anymore. A boy stood up and said, open the door, teacher. Let's fight them. Don't be impulsive. A teacher consoled them. You all know how powerful the superpowers are. You can't just rush in and win. Don't make fearless sacrifices. The boy pounded his fist on the stainless steel dining table. Are we just going to do nothing? Who the hell brought these foreign devils into the school? I heard that these foreign students can get 200,000 yuan in scholarships every year. Does our school have too much money and have nowhere to spend it? Fuck, our male dormitory doesn't even have air conditioning. I heard the school is planning to build a new dormitory for the foreigners. 666. Shit, there's a bad guy among the leadership. What a stupid leader. Go and calm your father down. Leader Sima, you only focus on the international rankings. Now something has gone wrong, right? Fuck you, leader. Listening to the students' unhappy abuse, the faces of some leaders and teachers who advocated introducing overseas students and increasing their scholarships all darkened. They are responsible for introducing foreign students, increasing scholarships, building new dormitories, etc. The students are scolding them now. It would be strange if they look happy. Listening to the extremely harsh abuse, a middle-aged fat man with a big belly stood up, frowned and said unhappily, okay, the school is for you to study, not for you to curse the school here. You should be grateful as a human being. Student. Fuck, I didn't pay the tuition? Damn it, there are so many universities in the country. Is yours the only one I can choose? 6. The bad guys in the leadership have revealed themselves. Seeing the scolding getting more and more intense, a teacher shouted in a deep voice, okay, stop arguing. Is this the time to argue? The most important thing to think about now is how to solve this problem. The school leader with a big belly looked at a pure-looking but somewhat depressed girl in the group of girls and said, in my opinion, we should just hand over Chen. If we abandon her and let those foreign students leave, the crisis for all of us will naturally be solved. As soon as these words were spoken, the boys exploded again. They were already unhappy with being cowards, and now this leader Sima was advocating that they give up their female classmates. It would be strange if they could remain calm. Chen Jiai is so pure and beautiful, and has been the campus belle of Guangying University for 3 consecutive years. If she fell into the hands of those foreign devils, one can imagine what would happen to her. An irritable male classmate slammed the table and said, send your mother to those foreign devils and let her be a whore. Sima, if you say another word, I will fuck you right now. The fat leader said angrily, I'm doing this for everyone's good. How long can this door hold out? If we anger them, we'll all be dead when they break the door. We might as well surrender and hand over the people. Don't you want to die? Hearing this, some of them fell silent. After 2.5 minutes of silence, a short-haired girl in the group of girls looked at Chun Jiai with hatred. Whoever caused the trouble should solve it himself. Why did these foreigners come to the North Canteen? It's because of you, Chun Jiai. Someone took the lead and another girl spoke up. Yes, Chun Jiai wears flashy clothes all day long. Who knows what kind of contrast is behind her innocent face? She might be more extravagant than we imagined. Otherwise, why would these foreigners risk coming out to look for Chun Jiai after all the disaster? Chun Jiai, everyone is responsible for their own actions. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I still have a younger brother to take care of. My boyfriend is a foreign student. They are not all bad people. We can definitely talk them out. Maybe we can even join them. After all, they are so powerful. Almost all the people who were talking were girls who were jealous of Chun Jiao's beauty. In addition to the current predicament, in their view, sacrificing you for the happiness of all of us is a very worthwhile thing to do. Anyway, it's not me who is being sacrificed. This voice became louder and louder, and even some boys with weak minds began to have this idea. The fat leader looked at Chen Jiayi with a smile, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for that group of foreign devils coming to make trouble, he would have wanted to capture this woman himself. It's a pity that things are unpredictable. Student Chen, for all of us, please make a sacrifice. After all, you were the one who brought those people outside, the fat leader said. Chen Jiao's eyes were dim and lifeless. She felt extremely aggrieved when she heard the accusations from people around her. Why were they throwing dirty water on her for something she hadn't done? This is also a kind of human nature. People who are jealous of you will try every means to pull you down from the altar and make you become as muddy as they are. The male version is commonly known as, if you can't get it, destroy it. The female version is commonly known as, if you are prettier than me, I will destroy you. Chen Jiayi is worthy of being Chen Jiao's younger sister. The two sisters' personalities are just like they were cast in the same mold, equally strong-willed. There is no way to escape from the current predicament, but she didn't want to be defiled by those disgusting foreign devils. Then there is only one ending. Self-death. Sister, Jiayi left first. Chen Jiayi closed her eyes and took out a fruit knife from her sleeve. She brought this from the dormitory for self-defense. I didn't expect that I would use it on myself in the end. Just as Chen Jiayi was about to cut her neck, her wrist was grabbed by a strong hand. It's wonderful, really wonderful. You let me witness the ugliness of human nature. Chapter 36. If you talk nonsense, you will end up like him. Chen Jiayi looked up blankly, her dim eyes staring at the strange boy who suddenly appeared beside her and grabbed her wrist. He has such a sunny smile. It has been nearly half a month since the disaster broke out, and he is still wearing such clean clothes. And it doesn't look like it's suffering at all. He looked so strange, and I seem to have never seen him before. The person who came was none other than Yang Sun. In fact, Yang Sun had arrived a long time ago. He used teleportation to blend quietly into the group of students. Take in the entire drama that just happened. It is true that disasters reveal one's true nature. Those foreign devils outside are more ambitious. Their target is not just a small person like Chen Jiayi, but the survivors in the entire cafeteria and the supplies here. However, in this situation surrounded by external enemies, conflicts arose within the North Canteen, with students blaming each other and complaining about their classmates. The fear of death and jealousy makes some people take it for granted that innocent people should be sacrificed. There are still some spineless people who actually surrender to those foreign devils. Yang Sun thinks that he is no good, but he will never sit idly by and watch foreign devils act arrogantly in China. Ding! Detected 8.5-star goddess, Chen Jiayi. Host, please take her down as soon as possible. Ignoring the system prompt sound for the moment, Yang Sun glanced playfully at the survivors who had just threatened Chen Jiayi with words. The survivors inside the North Canteen were also startled by the sudden appearance of Yang Sun. Who are you? Chen Jiayi asked blankly. Yang Sun smiled slightly and took out the photo of Chen Jiayi and Chen Jiao from his arms. It was your sister who asked me to save you. Come with me. My sister? After hearing this and seeing the photo in Yang Sun's hand, Chen Jiayi's dull eyes suddenly regained their spirit. She took the photo with trembling hands, and the girl's eyes suddenly became red when she looked at this familiar photo. This is a photo of her sister's home. She had an impression of this photo. The photos were taken when they went to the beach together last summer. My sister, is she okay? Yang Sun thought for a moment and replied, yes, very good. I am living a comfortable life. After hearing this, Chen Jiayi finally felt relieved. Yang Sun smiled and held out his hand to Chen Jiayi, saying, come with me, your sister is waiting for you at home. Good. Chen Jiayi did not hesitate and grasped Yang Sun's large and warm palm. She is already disappointed with her classmates and teachers here. Get away from here and go back to your sister.
No.
At this time, the fat leader jumped out. He couldn't bear to watch Chen Jiayi being taken away by this man who suddenly appeared. The group of foreign students outside asked for Chen Jiayi by name. If Chen Jiayi is taken away, how to calm the anger of those foreign students? If those angry foreign students break down the cafeteria door, he will be in trouble. As for Yang Sun, perhaps this is also a person with special powers, but the threat he poses to the fat leader is far less than that of the five outside. You can't take Chen Jiayi away. The fat leader jumped out and pointed at Yang Sun and said angrily, those people outside were provoked by Chen Jiayi. She must go and calm the anger of those foreign students, otherwise we will be finished. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have superpowers. We have superpowers here too. Hearing this, Yang Sun laughed, 666. You guys are really awesome. You have superpowers but don't dare to fight the foreign devils outside. But you are so excited to threaten a compatriot of mine. Facing Yang Sun's ridicule, the fat leader turned a deaf ear and said sternly, "Anyway, you can't take Chenjai away. Otherwise, our superpowers are not vegetarians either." Chenjai showed disgust. "Why do you restrict my actions?" Yang Sun smiled and patted Chenjai on the shoulder. "I'll teach you a lesson. In the apocalypse, try not to talk too much if you can take action. You can't reason with a fool. Only fists can teach him a lesson. Who the hell are you calling a fool?" The fat leader was angry. He got scolded a lot today. It would have been fine if the students had scolded him, but this guy who came out of nowhere also scolded himself. This immediately made the fat leader furious. "Which department are you from? Your counselor is Poochie." There was a flash of knife, and the fat leader's words came to an abrupt end. A line of blood appeared on his neck. Then the head slowly shifted and finally fell to the ground with a pop. "Look, my ears are suddenly quiet." Yang Sun slowly put away the knife and continued to teach Chenjai. The survivors around were stunned. Murder? This outsider actually killed someone in front of so many people? A teacher stood up. His name is Changwei, and he is one of the two most powerful people in the North Canteen. Just as the standing committee member was about to speak, Yang Sun's cold eyes fell on him. "If you talk nonsense, you will end up like him." This sentence immediately frightened the standing committee member so much that he closed his open mouth. He had a premonition that if he displeased this young man, his fate would be the same as the headless corpse on the ground. Yang Sun asked Chenjai, "Let's go, kill the foreigners and blacks outside, and I will take you home." "Good." At this moment, all of Chenjai's confidence came from the man in front of her. Especially the scene where he was protecting her just now was particularly handsome, which made Chenjai's heart beat fast, and she looked at Yang Sun evasively. "When I walked to the cafeteria entrance, it was blocked by messy tables, chairs, and benches. No wonder those foreigners and niggers outside can't get in. It turns out there are so many tables, chairs, and benches blocking the space. Fortunately, these tables, chairs, and benches are all made of metal and are nothing in Yang Sun's eyes. Disperse." With one word, all the tables and chairs blocking their way floated up and scattered around. The door was wide open. A white-haired devil rushed in at an extremely fast speed. But according to Yang Sun's telepathic perception, his speed was no different from that of an ordinary person. Yang Sun kicked out and hit the white-haired devil right in the chest. The white-haired devils came, but flew backwards at an even faster speed, rolling more than 10 times on the concrete ground before finally stopping. There were many scratches on his body and a large dent in his chest. Fuck, these bastards actually dared to fight back. Get started. Let these bastards know how powerful we are. A group of foreign devils shouted with great momentum. He was ready to rush in, but then two figures slowly walked out from inside. One of them was the most beautiful girl in Guangying University whom they had coveted for a long time. Chenjai is known as the ceiling of pure desire. As for the other young man, he should be the psychic in the North Canteen. "Boy, leave that bitch to us. You can go home crying to your mother now." A black man yelled at Yang Sun in English. Yang Sun glanced at him and said calmly, "Go. Call out." The alloy straight knife flew out, and the sharp blade easily pierced the black man's neck. The remaining foreigners were frightened. They didn't expect that the yellow-skinned man on the opposite side would dare to attack them first. Couldn't he see the advantage in numbers? "Hey, we are overseas students. If you kill our people, aren't you afraid of causing an international war?" The yellow-haired monkey who knew a little Chinese shouted at Yang Sun in broken Chinese. Yang Sun laughed grimly. "You think too highly of yourselves. If you dare to show off your power in this land, then you will all become nutrients for this land." Yang Sun was too lazy to argue with these foreigners. Anyway, neither side can understand each other's language. It would be better to just fight directly. "Go." Yang Sun made a sword-like gesture with his hand and lightly slashed at the foreign devil opposite him. Infinite space opens up. More than a dozen alloy straight knives flew out and danced wildly in the air. Chapter 37. Killing foreign devils blast by blast, strength surges. With the blessing of the Lord of Gold, the flying speed of these alloy straight knives has reached Mach 2. This is equivalent to 680.6 meters per second. Baidu checked, the speed of sound is equal to Mach 2. Mach is 680.6 meters per second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, 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 puff. Ordinary foreign devils could not last more than one round against Yang Sun. Faced with the attack of the alloy straight knife, The 5 psychics used their own superpowers to resist and dodge. Sword Immortal. He is China's Sword Immortal. Fuck. Isn't the Sword Immortal a fiction made up by the Chinese? How can it be true? Shit. The Strategic Propaganda Bureau. They must have fooled us again. What should we do, Jack? This Chinese swordsman seems like someone who is not easy to mess with. All the ordinary people and foreigners were killed, and there were only 5 people with special abilities left, struggling to hold on under Yang Sun's command. What happens when a sharp and hard alloy straight knife flies at a speed faster than Mach 2? Then its power will be far greater than that of a bullet. This thing hitting you is no joke. Every poke makes a hole. Every poke makes a hole. Among these 5 people with special abilities, only the guy whose body has turned into stone can hold on longer. But the alloy straight knife was able to shave off pieces of stone every time it hit him. Yang Sun was sure that when it was no longer petrified, it would be a bloody mess. The survivors in the cafeteria were all stunned. The 2 psychics fell into deep thought. Why is there such a big gap between me and this person even though we are both people with superpowers? Are they really in the same world? What is he flying? It's so fast that I can't even see it clearly. It should be the sword. The Chinese people's gene of wielding swords is engraved in their bones. What a bullshit sword. Look at the back of that great god. He should be using the same straight sword. He's so awesome. It would be great if he could stay and protect us. Some girls were crazy about him. He should be from the rescue team. No? He must be from the rescue team. Let's ask him to stay and protect us later. That's right. With great power comes great responsibility. He should protect us since he's so powerful. On the battlefield, Yang Sun stood on the steps and looked indifferently at the 5 foreigners who were struggling. Died of laughter. With 4 kinds of superpowers and having absorbed 4 warm currents, if he still can't crush them, he could just find a piece of frozen tofu and pretend to be dead. Relying solely on the Lord of Gold, Yang Sun could easily defeat 5 psychics. Glancing at the wounded psychics, Yang Sun said calmly, "How boring. The 5 of you combined can't even make me take you seriously. I won't play with you anymore."
Space confinement.
Yang Sun raised his hand and clenched it, blocking the space around the 5 psychics, and even their bodies could not move. No. You can't kill me. I'm a foreign student from the ugly country. Please spare me. I'm an international student in England. I'm willing to submit to you and serve you. You killed us. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the great powers? Then you will be a sinner. Your Excellency, the Great Sword Immortal, I apologize to you for my previous recklessness and impetuosity. Please spare my life. I am willing to spend my entire life to atone for my sins. I don't want to die. The 5 psychics panicked immediately when they realized that they could not move their bodies. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Sun became terrified. This man was not someone they could contend with. The only way to defeat him is for God himself to do it. Is this the ancient heritage of China? Anyone who comes out can beat them up and make them run away in panic. These 5 psychics seemed to have forgotten that they were begging for mercy from Yang Sun in English. But Yang Sun was a patriotic person and never learned any English since he was a child. So their pleas for mercy sounded like bird talk to Yang Sun. I don't understand it all. What's that babble about? You still look so arrogant. Damn, you dare to provoke me even though you're already in my hands? Obviously, Yang Sun also misunderstood. Don't ask how I misunderstood it. The answer is to look at the arrogant expression on the other side. Die, you foreign devils. Puff, 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 puff. The 4 psychics had their heads pierced and died on the spot. Yang Sun, the psychic whose body was petrified, gave him special care. 3 alloy straight knives rotated together, crushing his head like an electric drill, etc. Is the warm current still there after being crushed? Thinking of this, Yang Sun quickly jumped down and ran to the headless corpse and put his palm on it. A familiar warmth comes. This made Yang Sun breathe a sigh of relief. Although the warm current is still there, at least 1/3 of it is missing. If he had moved a little slower, the remaining 2/3 would have been lost. Yang Sun followed the same method and absorbed the remaining 4 warm currents. He looked inward into the sea of consciousness. His diamond-shaped crystal finally broke through to the size of a normal orange. It is the most common tangerine, which is larger than tangerine and smaller than orange. I forgot the name of the specific variety, but I am used to calling it tangerine. Cool. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding. The host kills the owner of the petrification ability. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Ding. The host kills the owner of the super speed ability. Do you want to extract the superpower fruit? Ding. The host kills the owner of the wood-type ability. Do you want to extract the wood-type ability fruit? Ding. The host kills the owner of the physical amplification ability. Do you want to extract the ability fruit? Ding. The host kills the atomized power owner. Do you want to extract the power fruit? Listening to the wonderful voice of the brain system, Yang Sun grinned and replied, extract, extract all for me. Wow. Yang Sun discovered that killing psychics to obtain psychic fruits is much faster than directly looking for psychic fruits. Today's harvest was really rich. Not only did I find Chanjiai, but I also absorbed 6 warm currents and obtained 5 new kinds of supernatural fruits. It's so delicious. Yang Sun looked at Chanjiai, whose face was dazed, and shouted, let's go. Oh. Chanjiai reacted, walked down the stairs, and trotted to Yang Sun. You can't leave. Just then, an inopportune voice sounded. The short-haired girl who had asked Chanjiai to step out to calm the anger of the foreign devils stood up and shouted, you came here to rescue people. Why did you only save Chanjiai? What about us? Are you going to watch us starve to death or freeze to death here? Yes, you are here to rescue us. You can't be partial. If you want to rescue us, then rescue us all. Brother, you won't just watch us die here, will you? Hearing these words, Yang Sun's face did not show any anger. Instead, he smiled and said, are there any more? Come forward. I want to see how many of you need my help. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who had just spoken immediately smiled as if they were winners. They thought that Yang Sun gave in because of what they and others said. Little did they know that the Grim Reaper's scythe had already reached their necks, waiting to be harvested. Some of the survivors who were still hesitant became bolder when they saw that Yang Sun did not suddenly kill people. The supplies in the North Canteen have been almost used up. It won't last for a few days. Moreover, every time night fell, they were frozen to death and could only huddle together for warmth and barely get through the cold night. They've had enough of this kind of life. And if they don't move their position, they will probably die in the North Canteen. Now that they have the opportunity to leave, these survivors use their brains. Oh, yes, they have no brains, because those who have brains have shut up. I wanted to say something about Yang Sun's teacher but stopped myself because his right eyelid kept twitching. Chapter 38. Explosive Killing Version T0, Quiet Hospital. We can't stay here any longer. Not only are we running out of food, but it's also very cold at night. Master, can you take us to a safe place to set up shelter? I think the dormitory building is pretty good, preferably the International Student Dormitory building. Their dormitory buildings are much more luxurious than our shabby buildings. Yeah, speaking of this, I have to curse. What a stupid leader. I haven't eaten enough for several days. Go find us some food. Only when we fill our stomachs will we have the strength to set out and find a new shelter. There are so many girls here. Isn't it your responsibility to protect us? Be a gentleman and look at how humble and polite the men in England are. Fuck. There's still a version T0 at this time. I've learned something new. It seems that all the fairies combined can't even make up one brain, right? Brother, you're right. It's fine if you don't worship the great god as your father at this time, but you are still boxing. You are like a little cow riding a rocket. You are so awesome. Of course, there were some English devils among those foreign devils just now. They actually think that English men are gentlemen. How awesome. What version of T0? What little fairy? You guys are so funny. Girls, please avoid these guys. It's bad luck to have them as your boyfriend. That's right. We didn't ask you to protect us. Why are you yelling? Just shut up, you idiot. Everyone was talking at the same time, and the scene was extremely noisy. But if you listen carefully, you will find that the ones who are barking are actually those versions of T0 and some boys who are cursing at each other. Little did they know that their every word and action was being sensed by Yang Sun with his telekinesis. After waiting for a long time and seeing no new idiots appear, Yang Sun grinned, looked at the boys who were arguing with version T0 and said, didn't I just say that the best way to deal with an idiot is to make him shut up forever? As soon as the words fell, several alloy straight knives flew out of thin air. In front of everyone, he pierced those idiots, both men and women. Feeling the pain in their chest, those idiots' eyes widened. They looked down in disbelief, and then looked at Yang Sun again. How dare you kill us? But Yang Sun smiled calmly. Do you think I'm a person with strong moral sense? What does your life or death have to do with me? The boys were so frightened that their legs went limp. Seeing that nothing had happened to them, they were glad that they were normal people. If they were to make some outrageous remarks like those idiots, they would be sure that they would be stabbed to the bone by this great god and then feel elated. Leave. Patting Chun Jai on the shoulder, Yang Sun walked in the direction he came from. Chun Jai reacted quickly and followed closely behind Young Sun, fearing that he would be lost. But maybe she hadn't eaten for too long. Her limbs were weak, and she started panting after walking a few steps. Young Sun glanced at her, took her to a relatively clean room nearby, and took out a bunch of food for her to replenish her strength. Anyway, Young Sun is not short of food now, so he is not in a hurry to get the food returned 10,000 times. He is now impatient to carry out system authentication with Chun Jai. Looking at the dazzling array of food in front of her, Chun Jiao's eyes sparkled. Can I really eat all of these? Yang Sun smiled and nodded. Of course, your sister has already paid for your food last night anyway. Oh. When Chun Jai heard that her sister had already paid the food expenses, she immediately stopped worrying and picked up a milk bread and started eating. This silly girl may not know what her sister used to pay for her food. By the way, I still don't know your name. Chun Jai swallowed the bread in her mouth with difficulty and looked at Yang Sun embarrassedly. Yang Sun handed over a bottle of purified water. Yang Sun. Yang from General Yang. Sun from 3 drops of water.
Yang Sun.
Chun Jai repeated silently. Oh, brother Yang Sun. My name is? Your name is Chun Jai. I know that. Ah, okay. Eat quickly. We'll try to get home before dark. Chun Jai didn't say anything else and focused entirely on the food in front of her. In his spare time, Yang Sun retrieved Chun Jai's personal information on a whim.
Name, Chen Jie.
Age, 20. Charging times, 0 times. 3 views, normal woman. Character, a simple girl who is well protected by her sister. Appearance, 8.5 stars. Situation, my parents passed away when I was young, and I was raised by my elder sister. My elder sister is the person I trust the most, and the person I like the most is also my elder sister. I am a complete sister complex, and this is system certified. After reading Chun Jai's personal information, Yang Sun's eyes became strange. Sister control. After closing Chun Jai's personal interface, Yang Sun checked the time. It's almost 12 noon now. At their current speed, they would definitely be home before 2:30 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, Chun Jai finished her rest and Yang Sun took her on the road again. Arriving at the door, Yang Sun looked at the place where the electric scooter was parked and fell into deep thought. There was nothing there. Where's my electric donkey? I originally thought that the world had been destroyed and everyone was hiding, so even if I parked my electric donkey anywhere, no one would steal it. But now, there are so many electric scooters on the damn street. You just steal mine, right? Never mind. Yang Sun should find a new car. The current road conditions. Driving a car may not be as convenient as riding an electric scooter. Walking towards Jinxiu City, the two found a usable electric scooter halfway. The journey was very bumpy, and Chun Jai was stuck to Yang Sun's back several times. This made Chun Jai extremely shy, and her little blushing face looked particularly cute. Yang Sun felt the soft touch on his back, smiled without saying a word, and walked towards home against the wind of the apocalypse. While passing a bridge, Yang Sun saw the community health center on the other side of the river. I have plenty of food, but I didn't deliberately collect medicine. Yang Sun turned a corner and took the road leading to the community health center. Since you're here, let's get some medicine and equipment back. Yang Sun went to the community health center based on the principle that since he was already there, he would go there. After putting the electric scooter into the infinite space, Yang Sun took Chun Jai into the lobby of the health center. This is a hall that integrates registration, payment, medication, and consultation. Logically speaking, there should be many survivors in the clinic. Why is it so quiet now? The silence was a bit scary. Good job. Where are the survivors here? Could it be that when the disaster first broke out, they all ran back home? Forget it. It doesn't matter whether the person is there or not, as long as the medicines and equipment are not taken away from me. It would be even better if there could be a beautiful female doctor who knows how to treat diseases. Yang Sun did not explore rashly. He first used his telekinesis to detect the surrounding area within 30 meters. After making sure that there was no danger, he took Chun Jai into the pharmacy. Whether it was modern Western medicine or ancient Chinese medicine, Yang Sun stuffed them all into the system space. Western medicine comes with packaging boxes and instructions, and Yang Sun was very casual when taking it. But when it comes to traditional Chinese medicine, Yang Sun has to be more serious. If the Chinese medicines were mixed together, he would not be able to sort them out one by one. It took nearly 10 minutes, and all the medicines in this pharmacy of about 50 square meters were put into Yang Sun's infinite space. Let's go and move everything that can be used in the clinic. If I'm not mistaken, this clinic should have its own medicine storage room. The telepathic perception moves as Yang Sun moves. The entire area with a diameter of 30 meters above, below, left, right, front, and back is within Yang Sun's perception range. This perception range is equivalent to a sphere. At this time, Yang Sun's mouth curled up slightly. She discovered something interesting. Chapter 39 Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan. At this time, in the medicine warehouse of the health center. After the power outage, it was pitch black here, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. During the day, you could only rely on the sunlight coming through a small window above your head. At night, it would be completely dark. The fog was so thick that the moonlight couldn't get in. At the innermost part of the medicine warehouse, large cartons containing boxes of medicine were piled up to separate a small space. The floor was covered with quilts used in the inpatient department. Two women snuggled together, staring at the wall in front of them with empty eyes. "Chaner, I'm so hungry. Glucose is not enough to fill me up." One of them, a cold and beautiful woman in a white coat and short hair, said weakly. The one called Chaner was a woman of about 25 or 26 years old wearing a land protection uniform. Her name was Yang Chan. She has the same name as the Third Holy Mother, but she does not have as amazing strength as the Third Holy Mother. Yang Chan rolled her eyes at the female doctor and sighed helplessly. "You're the only one who's hungry, right? I'm hungry too, but who can two weak women like us beat? Is that the weird tree in the backyard? Or the smelly wild cat wandering around the health center? The two of us can't even defeat the zombies that roam at night." The female doctor's name was Lu Ruyan. She was cold and elegant, like a cold beauty, but her expression, behavior, and words at this moment were not cold at all. She hugged Yang Chan tightly and said pitifully, "Chaner, now we are alone. I feel like I will starve to death if this continues. Can you promise me one thing?" Yang Chan was curious and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Ruyan reached her hand into Yang Chan's clothes and said, "Let me take a few last bites of your flesh."
Yang Chen?
"You want to die." Yang Chan slapped away her best friend's hand that was making trouble in her arms and said angrily, "Get lost. If you want to eat meat, go eat your own." Lu Ruyan, "I don't. Your penis is big. It feels good when I suck it, and I can't suck mine either. How about I give you mine and give me yours?" Yang Chan sneered and poked her best friend's forehead playfully. "If your suitors knew that you were like this in private, do you think they would be shocked?" Lu Ruyan curled her lips. "I don't have as many suitors as you. You are Yang Xiaochan, who is known as the most beautiful guardian on the internet. Hey, let me ask you, Chaner. If there is a chance for your pursuer to save you, but you have to pay a price, what would you choose to pay?" Haha. Yang Chan smiled perfunctorily. "It depends on various factors. If he is handsome and young, I would say, I have no way to repay you for saving my life, so I can only repay you with my body. If he is ugly and mean, or old and mean, then I can only say, I have no way to repay you for saving my life, and I can only repay you by working like a cow or a horse in my next life." Yang Chan is a real beauty lover. Her first criterion for finding a partner is whether he is handsome or not. Anyone who is not handsome will be rejected. Lu Ruyan asked again, "What if it's an old, ugly, wretched man, and he wants to force you to be his wife?" Yang Chan, "There is a river next to the clinic. I will dive into it." Emperor Ruyan, "Could you please stop talking and save your energy?" In recent years, the name Lu Ruyan has become popular in short videos, so much so that the female doctor named Lu Ruyan is often teased by her friends. If I, Lu Ruyan, had not been born, the world of scum would be as dark as a night forever. In fact, Liu Ruyan, female doctor, is a conservative woman who particularly looks forward to love. And Ruyan Emperor, who has nearly 3,030 husbands, 1,539 white moonlights, 7,596 childhood sweethearts on the internet, has been married to the male lead 959 times, married to the second male lead 1,670 times, broke up with the male lead 3,637 times, broke up with the second male lead 1,499 times, divorced the male lead 3,900, and the second male lead 3,897 times, and as of now, has abandoned her new husband 3,689 times. They are simply two extremes. Emperor Ruyan. Ugh. Lu Ruyan leaned on Yang Chan's shoulder and murmured, "In this world, I don't pursue sweet love anymore. If there is a boy who can save us now, as long as he is not extremely ugly, I am willing to be his woman. Sister, I am a loyal person. I sacrifice myself in exchange for both of us living." "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Chan said weakly, "If there is a boy who comes to save us at this time, as long as he is not extremely ugly, I, Yang Chan, will not only be willing to be his woman, but also send him and his mistress children every day." Lu Ruyan, "Saner? Are you talking about me? Young Chan, how could that be, my baby? Click. Just then, the door lock of the medicine warehouse rang. Then the warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door against the light, looking at the two women sitting against the wall with a half smile.
Young Chen.
Lu Ruyan. Shit. Someone really came back. Could it be that he heard everything we talked about just now? Oh my goodness. Could it be that the magic conch heard their wishes? After a long silence, Yang Chan, who was good at communication, spoke first. Excuse me, who are you? She and Lu Ruyan supported each other and stood up, looking at the man at the door vigilantly. Although their previous jokes were ridiculous, it is not possible to do so in reality. God knows what kind of person the man opposite is. What if he has ulterior motives? These two weak women, who were powerless, unarmed, and whose limbs were as soft as noodles, were no match for an adult man. I'm here to get my medicine. I don't mean to disturb you. I'll leave after I get the medicine. This person was none other than Yang Sun, who was searching the health center with Chanjai for supplies. With his telepathic perception, he heard the entire conversation between the two women. You know what? It's quite interesting. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding. Detected 9-star goddess, Yang Chan. Ding. 8-star goddess detected, Lu Ruyan. Hearing the two names prompted by the system, Yang Sun could only say good guy. They are all ruthless people. A Yang Chan, the same name as the three holy mothers. A Lu Ruyan, the recognized saint of scumbag Taoism on the entire internet, Emperor Ruyan. There's a reason you two get to play together. It was not until Yang Sun walked into the warehouse that Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan could see Yang Sun's appearance clearly. He doesn't look ugly, old or wretched, but rather quite handsome. Yang Chan's aesthetic taste is handsome, and she doesn't care what type it is. Lu Ruyan's only requirement is that it just be acceptable. There is no doubt that Yang Sun's appearance meets the two women's standards for a partner. Seeing that Yang Sun made boxes of medicine disappear without moving, Lu Ruyan and Yang Chan widened their beautiful eyes in shock, looking back and forth between Yang Sun and the disappeared medicine in disbelief. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Is this magic? Or a superpower? The two best friends looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Shit, we just hid for almost half a month. How come they don't recognize us at all when we are developing outside? Could it be that all of humanity has evolved, and the two of them missed the opportunity by hiding their true colors? Shit, no one notified them. This is a special ability. You can also understand it as a superpower. Yang Sun explained with a faint smile. Yang Sun was not going to take the initiative to bring up the matter of adopting girls. He wanted the two women to beg him to adopt them. Yang Chan looked at Yang Sun with hope in her eyes, and her voice became louder involuntarily. Can you help us? We have been hungry here for more than a week. If we don't leave here, we will definitely starve to death. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together and said, Please, please. Chapter 40. Weird Hospital. Yang Sun chuckled and asked, Saving you is a piece of cake for me, but there must be a reason, right? Why would I save two strangers? After these words were spoken, the two women were speechless and they didn't know how to respond. You can't say that we are compatriots. Would you just stand by and watch someone die in times of crisis? Isn't this moral kidnapping? Could it be that we are girls and as a grown man, what's wrong with you saving us? Don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? Please, they will feel disgusted by this. We. Feeling hungry in their stomachs, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan looked at each other and nodded. Yang Chan looked at Yang Sun and said, Our only bargaining chip now is ourselves. You should have heard our conversation just now. As long as you are willing to save us, we will both become your women. Lu Ruyan added, But you can't hit us casually, or lock us in dog cages, or give us away, or blah blah blah. Lu Ruyan's little mouth opened and closed, and she babbled out a lot of things that she couldn't say. These are all cruel things that are done to women in the apocalypse. Yang Sun pointed at himself and asked, Do I look like a bad guy? The two girls nodded. The reason why Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan were willing to use themselves as bargaining chips was that they were starving, but mainly because Yang Sun was not ugly. Just try an ugly one. Yang Chan really dared to dive into the river next to the clinic. All her best friends had left, and Lu Ruyan didn't dare to follow a stranger alone. Sometimes people need comfort in their hearts. Without further ado, having a familiar good friend around is enough. Yang Sun smiled, Okay, this chip is good, I like it. After storing all the medicines in the warehouse into the infinite space, Yang Sun waved to the outside of the door. Chun Jai walked in gracefully and followed Yang Sun obediently. Yang Sun took Chunjai to sit down in front of Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan. With a wave of his hand, a pile of food and pure water appeared in front of him. There are salt-baked chicken legs, whole wheat bread, ham, chocolate, etc. waiting to be packaged. Seeing these foods, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up and their stomachs started to growl. Ever since they had eaten all the snacks they collected from the health center, the two best friends could only survive by drinking glucose. Seeing so many delicious foods, the two girls' mouths immediately began to secrete saliva. The way they secretly swallowed their saliva made Yang Sun feel funny. But on second thought, isn't this the norm in a catastrophe-like apocalypse? My past life wasn't much better. Seeing their eager eyes, Yang Sun nodded to them, "Eat, and don't be too tired to come home with me later." After getting Yang Sun's permission, the two best friends immediately started eating without caring about their image. Yang Sun asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, what are the strange trees in the backyard, the monsters wandering nearby, and the zombies that appear at night?" Yang Sun could still understand the strange tree and the monster. It should be mutant trees and mutant beasts. But where did the zombies come from? I haven't heard of zombies in my previous life. And isn't this the apocalypse? Hearing Yang Sun's question, Yang Chan swallowed the chicken leg in her mouth, drank a sip of pure water, and then said, "There is a big tree in our backyard. The tree is red in color. Anyone who gets close will be attacked by its tentacles. About 11 days ago, the monster spread a strange spore, which could make people who inhaled it lose consciousness and walk towards the strange tree involuntarily. If Ruyan hadn't dragged me to breathe the oxygen bottle, I would have become one of the zombies of that strange tree." Weird tree? Spore? Zombies? Yang Sun asked back, "You mean those zombies were created by the spores emitted by the strange tree in the backyard?" Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan nodded, fear flashing in their confused eyes. "If you go to the backyard now, you can still see a group of zombies, at least more than 300. Every night, the zombies would move around and catch living things nearby. Every night, Ruyan and I didn't dare to breathe loudly for fear of being discovered by the zombies." After listening to Yang Chan's words, Yang Sun was thoughtful and thought to himself, "Those zombies should not be the zombies I understand. They should be corpses controlled by parasitic spores. They are completely different species from the zombie apocalypse." After finishing the topic of strange trees and zombies, Yang Sun asked, "What about the monsters wandering around?" Speaking of this, the fear in Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan's eyes became even stronger. That was a green monster covered with scales. It was humanoid, but it also looked like a lizard. It was extremely ferocious. Those who wanted to leave the clinic were torn to pieces by the lizard man. The killing of lizard men is bloody. The visual impact brought by the spore parasitism of the strange tree and the direct brutal killing of lizard men are incomparable. This is also the reason why the two women are more afraid of the lizard monster than the strange tree zombie. "Didn't you encounter any lizard men when you came in?" Yang Chan looked at Yang Sun and asked puzzledly. Yang Sun and Chun Jiao both shook their heads. They came in smoothly. Not to mention the lizard men, not even a mutant beast was seen. Did the lizard men think there was no more food here and left? No one knows the answer to this question. Yang Sun stood up and said, "You guys eat to regain your strength first. I'll go move everything that can be used in the clinic." When he reached the door, Yang Sun turned to look at Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan. "Is there a doctor among you two?" Lu Ruyan raised her hand. "I'm a general practitioner." Yang Chan also said, "I am the Earth Protector." "Okay, the trip was worthwhile. We found the nurse and the doctor." Haha. Yang Sun walked out of the warehouse and began to sweep the clinic. In the warehouse, Lu Ruyan poked her best friend Yang Chan and whispered in her ear, "Chaner, there are no more threats from lizard men outside now. What do you think? Should we run away?" Yang Chan glanced at her and said sternly, "I advise you not to have such suicidal thoughts." "Ah." Lu Ruyan was stunned and asked in confusion, "Are we really going to be his women? Although that guy is handsome, he is not the most handsome guy we have ever seen. The rich second-generation guy who pursued you before is much more handsome than him." And then, Yang Chan asked back, "Isn't it enough that they have strong strength? As the times change, our thinking must also change. In the past, we looked at who had more money and status, but in the future, I guess, we will look at who has the bigger fist. Didn't you see the two knives on that guy's waist? There was blood on the scabbards, red. He must have killed someone. We agreed to him 1 second and ran away the next second. Do you think he would kill both of us?" Yang Chan sees things more clearly than Lu Ruyan and understands reality better than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan still thought that society could return to its previous state, live a peaceful life. But Yang Chan was not very optimistic about this. Everything changed in an instant. Plants and animals are evolving like crazy. I don't know what the future will be like. If you hold on to a potential stock now, your life will be better in the future. Yang Chan didn't want to be tied to a dog cage like in the apocalyptic movies, being humiliated, beaten, and scolded, and living a dark life worse than that of a dog. If her future was like that, Yang Chan would rather die now. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Ruyan shrank her neck in fear. I was just talking casually. That guy is pretty good looking. Anyway, I don't care much about his appearance. I'll just be his woman, as long as he can keep me full. Chapter 41. Looting the Health Center, Strange Zombie Tree. In fact, Lu Ruyan was just complaining. After all, she is a woman. It is understandable that she feels a little reluctant to give herself to a stranger who suddenly appears. Compared with Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan's ideas are still simple. She has a beautiful fantasy about everything. Don't say that in the future. Yang Chan warned Lu Ruyan seriously. Don't learn from Emperor Ruyan. Who knows what he will become in the future? If you cheat him, he will really chop you up. Don't worry, I, Lu Ruyan, am not such a cheap woman. Lu Ruyan patted her chest and said with a smile, as long as he doesn't beat me and doesn't give me away, I will definitely not betray him. Yang Chan looked at him dimly. Just keep talking. Can you go take a picture of your own panda? At this moment, the two women noticed a gaze. The two girls looked over and saw Chunjai not far away, blinking her eyes and looking at them. Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched. You didn't leave. Chunjai, no, Brother Yang Sun asked me to wait here for him to come back. So what we just did. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, Yang Chan covered her mouth with her hands. Yang Chan looked at Chunjai and showed a kind smile. His name is Yang Sun. He has the same surname as me. Maybe we were a family hundreds of years ago. Chunjai, Brother Yang Sun said that his Yang is the Yang of the Yang family generals. Could he be a descendant of the Yang family generals?
Yang Chen?
This little girl doesn't look very smart. Has he ever killed anyone? I see blood all over his scabbard. Yes. Chunjai recounted what happened at school. When the two women learned that a person with special abilities had appeared in the outside world, they were shocked beyond words. Sure enough, the humans out there have evolved, but they were not called. When they heard that Yang Sun easily suppressed 5 psychics by himself and beat them without any chance of fighting back, the two women had a vague idea of Yang Sun's strength. This man is very strong, much more powerful than ordinary psychics. I found a treasure. Grabbing Lu Ruyan's panda, Yang Chan pretended to be vicious and said, Lu Ruyan, don't say such treasonous words again, otherwise I will. Yang Sun will clean up your evil deeds. Naturally, she said this to Chunjai. God knows whether this little girl will tell Yang Sun about their conversation. It needs a patch. She didn't want Yang Sun to harbor any grudges or reservations towards the two of them. In fact, what she wanted to say just now was, Lu Ruyan, you are not allowed to say such outrageous words again. Otherwise I, Yang Chan, will clean up the mess for my husband. But Chunjai was present, so no matter how thick-skinned Yang Chan was, she couldn't say those 2 words. Just use the name instead. Lu Ruyan was confused for 2.5 seconds, and after she reacted, she quickly made a promise. I promise I won't have such inappropriate thoughts again. Chunjai blinked her eyes and watched the 2 actors performing. At the end of the catastrophe, all things evolved. Mutated plants took over the world, and even some mosquitoes and poisonous insects evolved, which brought great trouble to human survival. In the end times, scratches, infections, or bites from poisonous insects could become fatal injuries that would not heal for long and would turn into purulent infections over time. Antibiotics and various medicines are invaluable. It is a scarce resource that can be ranked alongside food. But this is just a health center after all. Compared with real big hospitals, both the reserves and variety are far behind. Yang Sun took down all the blood testing equipment and other equipment from the health center and stuffed them into the infinite space. Don't worry about whether he can use it or not, just take it back first. Yang Sun dug deep into the clinic based on the principle that since he was already here, he would do his best. Almost everything that can be used is packed into the infinite space. Teleport to the rooftop of the health center. Yang Sun looked towards the open space in the backyard. Upon seeing this, Yang Sun felt his scalp tingling. In the backyard, there was a strange tree with a thick trunk, a huge crown, and covered with red leaves and red flowers, rooted in the open space. There were densely packed corpses standing around the strange tree. Yes, it was a corpse. Those people had stopped breathing, their faces were pale, and they were emaciated, as if all the blood had been sucked out of them. They are already dead. Looking from above, there are estimated to be 300 or 400 zombies. The spread of spores is very subtle. If this tree continues to grow, the spread of spores is likely to spread several kilometers or even further. By then, Jinqiu City will definitely not be safe. We have to move ahead of schedule, but we can't just leave this strange tree alone. If we let it continue to grow, the entire Jiangxing will probably become its territory, and my move to Linshan will also be affected. Yang Sun has made up his mind to get rid of this mutated tree later. After taking a final look at the mutated tree and the zombies surrounding it, Yang Sun turned around and left without looking back. When he arrived at the door of the medicine warehouse, Yang Sun thought of something. A health center like this should have its own generator, right? There has been a power outage at home for several days, and there is no hot water for them to take a shower. Yang Sun planned to bring back a generator. He stood at the door of the warehouse and looked at Yang Chan and the other two girls. You work in this clinic. Do you know where the generator is? Don't tell me your clinic doesn't even have a generator? Some. Yang Chan nodded and said slowly, but the generator set of our clinic is quite large. You probably can't dismantle it without the right tools. There is a small silent generator in the basement. See if you can use it. Take me to see them all. Good. Yang Chan took Yang Sun to the basement. A small silent generator is kept in a basement storeroom. It was a square, 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high respectively. Yang Sun lifted it and estimated that it should weigh about 500 kilograms. This generator is not fixed in place, so it does not need to be disassembled. Yang Sun threw the small silent generator into the infinite space and asked Yang Chan to take him to the generator room indoors. The generator sets in the generator room are much larger, and they are all fixed to the platform with screw slots and so on. Yang Sun took a rough look and found that it was basically made of metal and could be controlled. Under the stunned gaze of the three women, Yang Sun used the Lord of Gold to remove the screws and other fixings, and then placed this super large generator set into the infinite space. After doing all this, Yang Sun's purpose of this trip was successfully accomplished, and it was exceeded. 2 more goddesses who met the system requirements were recruited. Not only has the amount of repayment increased 10,000 times, but these 2 women are also nurses and doctors. Made a fortune. I looked at the time, and it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. There are still 4.5 hours until dark and heavy fog. Yang Sun put away his phone, looked at the 3 girls and said, "Let's go. The fog will come in 4.5 hours. We have to get home before the fog comes." Good. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second longer. Yang Sun said, "See if there is any small electric donkey that can still be ridden." Good. Yang Chan found a small electric scooter that was still rideable in the garage and took Lu Ruyan with her, following behind Yang Sun, towards their unknown home. At the same time, Splendid City. A group of survivors, led by a burly man nearly 1.9 meters tall, returned to Jinqiu City cursing. Damn it! Are the convenience stores and supermarkets nearby infested with rats? They're cleaner than my pockets. I don't know who took away all the supplies. Chapter 42. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao's personal show. A survivor kicked over a trash can on the side of the road, cursing. The faces of the others didn't look much better either. They are all members of the Qinglong gang in building number 4. I have been searching for supplies and supernatural fruits outside since 8 o'clock this morning. But the result is that the convenience stores and supermarkets near the community are like they were visited by bandits. There is nothing left. The damn guys even spared the shelves and took away everything. They smashed open convenience stores and supermarkets one after another, but could only look at the empty houses in silence. It's really like plucking feathers from a passing goose, leaving the skin of an animal after it leaves, and digging 3 feet into the ground, right? Okay. Unable to find food in convenience stores and supermarkets, they could only turn to nearby restaurants. Unfortunately, the unbalanced temperature difference between day and night caused all the vegetables and meat stored in the restaurant to spoil. Only sealed drinks and pre-prepared meals are edible. What terrified them most was that the spoiled vegetables and meat in these restaurants attracted mutant rats, mutant cockroaches, and mutant ants. My goodness, they were almost scared to death when they saw the densely packed picture. Have you ever seen a mouse as big as an adult fat blue cat? Have you ever seen a cockroach the size of a size 40 slipper? What about mutant ants that are as thick as fingers? The most important thing is that these are social creatures. They feel like the world is turning upside down. Those mutant monsters went crazy the moment they saw them. Catch them and attack. If they hadn't run fast, they would have died in the restaurant. Leave with great excitement and return with great disappointment. This made the members of the Qinglong gang feel extremely depressed and angry. Fortunately, they found a supernatural fruit on their way back. This ensured that they would not end up with nothing today. Crow looked at building number 1, licked his lips and grinned. Stop complaining. Follow me, Brother Crow, and take down building number 1. I heard from those two guys that there are two very beautiful women in the chicken plague who are prettier than some stars. I want to see how beautiful they are. If they are not as pretty as the stars, I will crush their heads when I go back. Speaking of this, a group of survivors also became interested and laughed cruelly and evilly. Ha ha ha, Brother Crow can catch him easily. Brother Crow, now that we are here, let's search building number 1 to see if there are any women left. You eat the meat and leave some soup for the brothers. That's right, Brother Crow. The women in the brothel are too expensive. I haven't touched a woman in several days. Hey, you guys look for women. I need to find some toys. Last time, those guys were too frivolous. I just sawed off their limbs and they died. What a disappointment. These people argued with each other and simply divided up the survivors of building number 1. It was as if they were not talking about a human life, but an ordinary toy. Crow laughed loudly. Okay, wait until you capture those two women. I will allow you to do whatever you want in building number 1, haha. Brother Crow is awesome. Long live Brother Crow. Brother Crow, we are both from the same generation, so why can he be the boss but you can't? As long as you give the order, I will follow you and rebel. Crow. Everyone. I'm afraid he is a fool. At the same time, Yang Sun's home. Yang Sun lives on the 31st floor. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. How can this guy be so mean? I am dying of laughter. Lin Jinyun held her stomach and laughed so hard that she shook. There was a tablet on the coffee table in front of them. A comedy movie is playing on it. With nothing to do at home, Lin Jinyun could only watch TV series with Chen Jiayao. It's just that Chen Jiayao seems a little absent-minded. Although she was watching the show, her mind was already wandering elsewhere. I don't know if Yang Sun has found Jai. Lin Jinyun pinched her fair and tender little face and said with a smile, don't you know Xiaoxuan's strength? It's okay. With him, he can definitely bring Jai back safely. At this moment, Chen Jiayao suddenly stood up from the sofa. Oh no, Sister Jinyun. A group of people have entered my telekinetic perception range, and one of them is a peanut. A soybean-level psychic? Hearing this, the smile on Lin Jinyun's face disappeared completely. She released her telekinesis and also discovered the dozen, or so people climbing the stairs. These people had hideous smiles and ferocious looks on their faces, and they spoke foul language. What two people with chicken plague? This should be referring to the two of them. This group of people is targeting the two of them. Humph. Lin Jinyun snorted coldly, with a chill in her eyes. These people are really not afraid of death. We killed so many people yesterday, and they still dared to provoke us. Do you really think that we are two weak women who can't even lift a finger? Chen Jiayao observed for a few seconds and said, no, their steps are powerful and they don't look like they have been starving for a long time. They should be survivors from the nearby apartment building, not ours. Lin Jinyun went to the bedroom, changed into formal clothes as quickly as possible and walked out. No matter which building they are from, since they choose to provoke us, they must be prepared to sacrifice their lives. Jiayao, let's teach them a lesson together. Good. Chen Jiayao nodded. The survivors were still some distance away from them. It gave the two women time to prepare. After changing into formal clothes, Chen Jiayao picked up two pistols loaded with bullets and said, there is only one psychic on the opposite side, Sister Jinyun. Let's use the pistols to clean up the ordinary people first, and then work together to deal with the psychic. That psychic only knows about soybean level, and the two of us are almost at quail egg level, so we can definitely kill him with 2 against 1. Yes. Lin Jinyun nodded. Remember to leave one person alive for questioning. According to Xiaoxuan, since we have met, we must be prepared to wipe out the roots. The two girls went out together. They were standing in the stairwell where the Qinglong gang members walked. Soon, the first person showed up. Crow stared in amazement at the two stunning beauties standing on the staircase landing. So beautiful. She is not on the same level as the female owner of their building. Hee hee. Crow rubbed his hands and laughed slyly, with an evil light in his eyes. Are you two beauties waiting for us here? Is there no food at home? Come with me, there is plenty of food at my house. I guarantee you will have enough to eat. As they were talking, the other members of the Qinglong gang also stood on the middle staircase platform with Crow. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao looked down at these people. Which building are you from? Chen Jai asked coldly. Crow, you'll know if you go back with your brother. Lin Jinyun sighed. Xiaoxuan is right. Don't hesitate if you can take action. Let's do it, Jiayao. Chen Jiayao nodded. Okay. Ha ha ha. What are these two women talking about? They want to fight with my brother Crow, haha. Hey, Let me remind you that Brother Crow is a supernatural being. I advise you to get into Brother Crow's arms as soon as possible. With Brother Crow protecting you, you will definitely live a more comfortable life than any other woman. Wait a minute. They are both so beautiful. Could they be the women with the chicken plague? It's really possible. It's really hard to find what you're looking for. These two stupid women just came to me on their own. Don't waste time. Just take them down. I can't wait to go look for prey. The two women did not get angry at the dirty words of these survivors. Would you get angry because of a dead person's provocation? Get started. Lin Jinyun disappeared in an instant. When they appeared, they were already at the stairs below the platform where the Qinglong gang members were standing. Both women raised their pistols. 4 black pistols were pointed at the members of the Qinglong gang. Pulled the trigger. Chapter 43. I thought I had a big one, but I ended up pooping a big one. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. 4 pistols spewed out fire snakes at the same time. The bullets were fired, and the sound of gunfire rang out in the narrow stairwell. It's particularly jarring now. The bullets hit the Qinglong gang members, and blood spurted everywhere. Screams of pain and fear rang out continuously, like a mourning song of death. Thermal weapons have enormous lethality to ordinary people. 1 bullet can kill a person as long as it hits a vital part. The two women used telekinesis throughout the entire process. At such a close distance, they shot everyone in the head. In just 2.5 seconds, the only one left standing on the middle staircase platform was the crow. The remaining dozen or so Qinglong gang members were lying on the ground in a mess. Their deaths looked miserable. Their blood gathered into a pool, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. On the middle landing, the crow's flesh had an iron hue. His flesh and blood turned into iron, and he became an Iron Man. This is Crow's special ability, Iron Body. Relying on this special ability, Crow became a melee warrior. Machetes, sticks, and fire axes could not harm him. Close combat gave Crow great strength and a hard body, but the price was a reduction in speed. But for a reckless man, this is no problem. The bullets fired from the 4 pistols just now hit the crow, creating sparks and dull bangs. But these posed no threat to the crow with an iron body. Crow lowered his crossed hands, stared at the two women coldly, and roared, "I didn't expect there was a superpower among you. And you even have a pistol. Damn it. Those two bastards didn't even report such important information. I'm going to crush their heads when I get back." Seeing that the pistol bullets could not cause any harm to the crow, the two women did not choose to continue wasting bullets. "Sister Jinyun, does this guy run into your gun?" Chun Jiayao asked with a smile. Lin Jinyun smiled calmly and said, "I haven't tried to manipulate living metal yet." "You two, don't you take me seriously?" Crow looked at Lin Jinyun with angry eyes. "You are a superpower, so I will get rid of you first. There are also differences in strength among superpowers. Don't think that you can compete with me, the crow, just because you have superpowers. My superpowers are invincible." As he spoke, Crow had already taken a step and rushed towards Lin Jinyun. He raised his fist and punched Lin Jinyun in the face. If this punch hit solidly, even a person with special abilities would feel uncomfortable. If it were an ordinary person, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. What Crow said is correct. There are differences in strength between superpowers, and there are also restraints between them. Unfortunately, 2 of Lin Jinyun's 3 special powers can restrain Crow's. Teleport. Lin Jinyun returned to Chun Jiayao's side. With the power of instant teleportation, the slow-moving Crow, who had turned into an Iron Man, couldn't catch up with Lin Jinyun at all. Invincible Iron Fist. The crows exploded. He roared, and his speed increased to a higher level. His whole body glowed with iron light, and his aura became extremely oppressive at this moment, as if the crow had turned into a giant bear and rushed towards them. Faced with the attack of the tall crow, neither Lin Jinyun nor Chun Jiayao showed any panic. Lin Jinyun stretched out her hands and aimed at the crows that were rushing towards her. "Metal! Control! In the world of metal, I am the queen." This is the positioning that Lin Jinyun gave herself. It is reasonable for the queen to submit to the master, isn't it? In the end, Crow's fist was still half a meter away from Lin Jinyun. His figure froze in midair, unable to move. It was as if an invisible force was controlling his body. After the crow noticed this, he shouted in horror. What kind of power is this? Why can't I move?" No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Lin Jinyun's control. He is only at the soybean level. How can he be a match for Lin Jinyun, who is about to become a quail egg level? If it comes to a competition of energy consumption, Lin Jinyun can fight with 3 crows. Chun Jiayao smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to you. Sister Jinyun's first ability is metal manipulation. All substances classified as metal are under Sister Jinyun's control. And you? Iron Man. Tisk tsk. Lin Jinyun was already laughing. I thought this guy roared so loudly because he was preparing to have a big one, but I didn't expect that he just had a big one. Hey, Sister Jinyun, your words are so disgusting. The two women chatted and laughed leisurely. As for the crow, he was completely confused at this moment. He felt like his worldview was about to shatter. How could it be possible? How could one person possess multiple superpowers? Where do you get so many supernatural fruits? Lin Jinyun sneered and walked out of the stairwell holding Crow. That's not something you should know. Several security windows were pulled down from the rooms on this floor, and Crow was hit hard by the bent steel bars. There were several layers of steel bars reinforced, and even if he was a psychic, he didn't have the strength to break free. Moreover, with Crow's soybean-sized crystal, how much energy does he have to maintain his iron body? Don't kill me. I'm the third in command of the Qinglong gang. My eldest brother and second brother are both superpowers, very powerful superpowers, and we have hundreds of gang members under our command. If you kill me, my eldest brother and second brother will not let you go. The iron body state was lifted, and feeling his own tired body, Crow threatened the two women in a timid manner. He just hoped that these two women were easier to scare, otherwise, his life would be over. Lin Jinyun glanced at him with disgust. Another meaningless threat like this. Don't worry, we won't kill you right now. As the third in command, you must know more than the other minions. When my Xiaoshuan comes back to interrogate you, it's best to confess everything honestly. Maybe you can still have an intact body this way. Based on what Lin Jinyun has known about Yang Sun during this period, Yang Sun would never allow such a threat to him and the people around him to survive. What's more, that damn Qinglong gang has already set its sights on them. According to Yang Sun's character, destroying the Qinglong gang would be the least of his worries. Xiao Sun? Are you talking about Chicken Plague? Haha, you'll know when you meet him in person. The two girls did not return home either. Instead, he brought back a tablet and snacks from home. Here I watched the crows and waited for Yang Sun to come back. Time quietly came to 5:30 in the afternoon. In the two women's telepathic perception, 5 more people appeared in their perception range. It's Jai. Through telepathy, Chun Jiayao saw her beloved sister. She stood up excitedly and couldn't wait to rush down. But in the end, he was stopped by Lin Jinyun. Don't go down. You'll have to come back up again if you go down. Why bother yourself? Let's just wait here for them to come up. Through telepathic perception, Lin Jinyun's attention was on the other two women. A charming and enchanting one. A cool and arrogant lady. 2 more extremely beautiful women. The survivors of this building gave Xiao Sun the wrong nickname. He should not be called the killer embryo, but the astringent embryo. Chen Jiayao also noticed it. Lin Jinyun poked Chen Jiayao's shoulder and chuckled. It looks like after today, we will have 3 more sisters. P.S. The protagonist only lived for a month in his previous life and did not awaken his superpowers, so the level division of people with superpowers is not clear. When the official announcement comes, the realm of people with superpowers will appear. For the time being, let's compare them according to size. Whoever has the bigger crystal is the most awesome. When the crystal grows large enough, it will turn into a star map. All of this will be explained later. Now that I have read this far, there is nothing wrong with adding a bookshelf, right? It is reasonable to click on a reminder to update, right? It is normal to write a comment, right? If you are in a good mood, you can also click on a free gift. Chapter 44. You are so confused. Even if you don't give me this supernatural fruit, it will still be mine. Chun Jiayao blushed. She felt shy when she thought about mentioning the scene of 4 women living together with Yang Sun in the future. But as a woman, she still felt a little uncomfortable. What woman is willing to share a man with others? But when I think about it carefully, I seem to be that latecomer too. Oh, that's okay. The uncomfortable feeling immediately dissipated. The 2 women discovered Yang Sun through their telepathic perception. Yang Sun also discovered 2 women. What are they doing here? There are so many dead bodies. Are there enemies coming? Yang Sun's eyes gradually turned cold, and a chill rose in his heart. He thought, it seems that I am still too kind. There are always people who think that I am easy to bully. When they passed by the corpse on the staircase, Qin Jiayi and the other 2 girls all turned pale and their stomachs churned. At such a close distance, the visual impact is still very strong. When they reached the floor where Lin Jinyun and the other girl were, Yang Sun turned to Chen Jiayi and said with a smile, "Go ahead, your sister is behind this door." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiayi's eyes immediately turned red. She rushed to this floor excitedly. Turning around, She saw her sister also smiling at her with red eyes. Sister. Chun Jiai could no longer control herself and threw herself into Chen Jiao's arms and started crying. These are tears of joy and excitement. Chun Jiao hugged her sister tightly, as if she was afraid that she would disappear from her side. Jiai, don't be afraid. I will protect you from now on. Yang Sun walked up to Lin Jinyun, looked at the crows that were tightly tied up with anti-theft steel bars and asked, where did they come from? Lin Jinyun shrugged. Then you have to ask him yourself. Yang Sun walked up to Crow and said, tell me, which building are you from? Why did you choose me? And how did you know my floor? Yang Sun guessed something from the conversation with Lin Jinyun. It's strange that these people didn't come earlier or later, but chose to come when I was out today. It can also be said to be a coincidence. But these people went upstairs with a purpose, and it was obviously his home. When the two are combined, the first one is no longer a coincidence. Or they arranged people to observe building number 1. Or they have an undercover agent in building 1. Both possibilities allow him to be seen going out. Humph. Crow snorted coldly, staring at Yang Sun and said, are you suffering from chicken plague? Yang Sun smiled faintly. It seems that someone in this building told you my information. Only the residents of this building know the nickname of chicken plague. And now that he, an outsider, was able to hand it over accurately, the answer was obvious. Someone in this building reported Yang Sun. There are only 2 things that the other side cares about. One is food. The second is women. But what the people in this building know is just the tip of the iceberg. Crow moved his body and said in a deep voice, you'd better let me go, otherwise my Qinglong gang will definitely make you pay for it.
Bang!
Yang Sun threw a big bag at Crow's face. You're still so arrogant even though you've fallen into my hands? Tell me the specific information about the Qinglong gang, how many people there are, how many superpowers there are, and what kind of weapons they have. My patience is limited, so you'd better not waste it. Crow was confused, and then he got angry. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. You hit me right away, and even want me to betray my brothers in the gang. I tell you it's impossible. You will never get any information you want from me. Yeah. Yang Sun pulled down the anti-theft net that bound the crow with his bare hands. It seems that you won't learn your lesson unless I teach you a lesson. Card bar. Snap. Click. 2.5 seconds later. Ah. Before Crow could react, his limbs were broken by the young man in front of him, who was almost the same age as him. The crow collapsed on the ground, feeling pain all the time in his body. This made the crow so miserable that it wanted to cackle immediately. Sometimes death is not scary. Sometimes people are just afraid of pain and suffering. Death is just a matter of a moment. Can we talk properly now? Yang Sun clapped his hands and laughed. It was as if the person who had just broken someone's limbs with his bare hands was not him. Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan hugged each other. How cruel. I said, the crow screamed. I said you're going to kill me. Ah, it hurts so fucking much. Yang Sun raised his eyebrows. That depends on whether you can do it well or not. At this moment, Crow no longer dared to shout and told all the information about the Qinglong gang. My teammates sold it very efficiently. We are the Qinglong gang in Building 4, with 1 million gang members. 108 gang members, 12 of whom have just died. As for weapons, the best are baseball bats and fire axes, the worst are steel pipes, and the worst are table legs. Besides me, my eldest brother and second brother are also supernatural beings in the Qinglong gang. My eldest brother has the supernatural power of turning his body into rubber, and my second brother has the supernatural power of turning his body into stone. Blah blah blah. The 3 superpowers in the Qinglong gang all have the ability to transform their bodies into certain forms. It's just that powerful. Although they are weak, these 3 abilities all have their own miraculous effects. However, compared to Yang Sun and the other freaks in the room, the abilities of the 3 psychics of the Qinglong gang are still too ordinary. Oh yes, I still have a supernatural fruit here. I just got it outside today. I'll give it to you. Please kill me quickly, ah. Crow clenched his teeth and sweated profusely. One could imagine the pain he was going through at the moment. The pain of a broken bone is not that simple. Yang Sun searched for a while and actually found a supernatural fruit in Crow's shirt pocket. This is an emerald green supernatural fruit. According to Yang Sun's experience, this is a wood-type supernatural fruit. Throw the supernatural fruit into the infinite space. You are so stupid. Even if you don't give it to me, this supernatural fruit is mine. Ah? The crow was stunned and even temporarily forgot the pain in his body. But Yang Sun was too lazy to play with him. The crow has already obtained what it wanted, and there is no value in living anymore. Card bar. After pinching the crow's neck, Yang Sun looked at Lin Jinyun and said with a smile, You caught this guy, and his supernatural energy belongs to you.
Ah?
Put your hands on his head. Although Lin Jinyun didn't understand why, she still did it. When Lin Jinyun's hand touched the crow's head, she immediately felt a warm current entering her body. Lin Jinyun looked inward and found that her crystal had grown larger. Quail egg grade. Lin Jinyun estimated that if it grew 3 or 4 more circles, it would become the size of a tangerine. What's going on? Yang Sun smiled and said, let's talk about it when we get back. Looking in the direction of building number 4, Yang Sun's heart gradually turned cold and murderous intent surged. Since you dare to stretch your claws to me, don't blame me for destroying your entire Qinglong gang. When the fog dissipates tomorrow, your Qinglong gang will be destroyed. Yang Sun never shows mercy to enemies who want to harm him and those around him. But there is not enough time today. Yang Sun planned to destroy the Qinglong gang again tomorrow. And Chen Jiai and her 2 daughters are still waiting for certification. Yang Sun planned to certify them tonight and then let them awaken their special powers. Take him to building number 4 tomorrow to practice your courage with the Qinglong gang. Let's go home. Throwing the crow's body down the stairs, Yang Sun looked at the girls and said, P.S. Brothers, I will update 3 times every morning. Please read it every day. It is easy to lose data when raising books on Earth. Chapter 45 Investing in Chanjiai. After returning home, Yang Sun said to Lin Jinyun, Aunt Lin, you go cook, and the others go help. I'll go connect the power supply to the generator. Lin Jinyun chuckled and nodded. Everyone has his or her own duties. Yang Sun began to tinker with the electrical equipment at home. It was 6 o'clock and a thick fog had descended. The world outside turned white again. Yang Sun connected the circuit to the generator at 7 o'clock. There is still some diesel in the generator. Even if it is kept running, it can last for about a day or 2 just to supply their house. Energy materials such as gasoline also need to be collected. Yang Sun made a list after preparation. Click. The dim room was lit up. The light of candlelight is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon compared to modern lamps. Several women also smiled. Being able to get a little light in the darkness was a kind of psychological comfort. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiai were fine, as they didn't suffer much following Yang Sun and the others. Chen Jiai, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Chan were much more miserable. This was the first time they saw bright lights since the city was without power. Don't just stand there, wash your hands and eat. Yang Sun, the head of the family, spoke. Lin Jinyun and Chen Jiayao took a few reserved women to the bathroom. On the dining table, looking at the steaming, fragrant, and delicious dishes, the 3 girls who had just entered this big family were immediately dazzled. While others are still worrying about supplies, they can actually eat hot meals at Yang Sun's place. How happy I am. There are also burning smokeless charcoal braziers all around, and the heat emitted dispels the cold of the night. The difference between their previous living environment and this place is like the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. The 3 girls' index fingers moved and saliva began to secrete from their mouths. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their eyes kept moving back and forth between Yang Sun and the dishes on the table. Noticing the eager yet reserved gazes of the 3 girls, Yang Sun smiled and said, Pick up your chopsticks and eat as much as you can. The last thing I lack is food. Follow me, and there will be enough food for you to eat until you die of old age. The girls. What a terrible metaphor. After Yang Sun spoke, the girls started to pick up their chopsticks. Chen Jiayao picked up a piece of braised pork ribs for her sister. Lin Jinyun picked up dishes for Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan one by one. Ding! Invest in Lin Jinyun a piece of braised pork ribs, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 pieces of braised pork ribs. Ding! Invest in Chen Jiayao's braised lion's head, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 braised lion's heads. Ding! Invest in a bowl of Yang Chan's rice, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for getting 10,000 bowls of rice. Bite! The system prompt sounds in my ears continuously. The food in Yang Sun's infinite space is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the meal, Yang Sun took out the stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets he had just found today. He ate one and threw it on the table. Take one to help digestion. The women did not refuse. Ding! Invest in 5 stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets in Lin Jinyun, Chen Jiayao, Chen Jiai, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan. The 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets. As a result, not only did we not consume any food by eating every day, but we actually returned it 10,000 times. This time around, Yang Sun not only did not lose anything, but made a fortune instead. After dinner, Lin Jinyun led people to clean up the dining table and the kitchen. Yang Sun's house has 3 bedrooms and a living room. The next step is to help Chen Jia and the other 2 awaken their special powers. Yang Sun went to the second bedroom first. Yang Sun put away the playing cards. Take out a fire-type supernatural fruit and a telekinetic perception supernatural fruit from the infinite space. Spreading out his palms, 2 supernatural fruits of different colors lay quietly in Yang Sun's palms, emitting a faint light in the dim environment. Jia, do you want to imagine that I have supernatural powers like your sister and become stronger in the end times? Chapter 46, God-level firepower. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chen Jia nodded with a firm look in her eyes. Yes, I want to have the power to protect my sister, instead of just hiding behind my sister and all of you as a vase. Good. Yang Sun's eyes were approving, and he handed the supernatural fruit to Chen Jia. You are aware. I like it. These 2 fire supernatural fruits are yours. Chen Jia held a supernatural fruit in each of her hands and looked at Yang Sun gratefully. Thank you, brother Yang Sun. Yang Sun smiled and said, eat quickly. Chen Jia first took the fire-type supernatural fruit. At the same time, Yang Sun's system also responded. Ding! Invest in 1 fire-type supernatural fruit in Chen Jia, and the 10,000-fold return will be triggered. Please choose between 10,000 fire-type supernatural fruits and the God-level fire-type supernatural power. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Yang Sun didn't even think about it and answered directly in his mind. System, I choose 2. The God-level fire ability. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Ding! The host has made his choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Sun also sat cross-legged beside the iron basin bonfire and began to awaken his special abilities. Half an hour later, Yang Sun opened his eyes first. The first thing Yang Sun did after completing his awakening was to use his telekinesis to perceive his supernatural powers and look inside his body. His orange crystal core swelled again. After 2 or 3 more times, it should be able to become an orange-level crystal core. To be specific, after the orange level, there is a melon level. After the melon level, you can disperse the crystal core to condense the star map. Milk shreds. So cool. Yang Sun feels that his strength leads the world. I don't know what level the strongest official psychic is at this time. The military refuge closest to Yang Sun was in the westernmost suburbs of Jiangqing. It was too far away, and Yang Sun had no intention of joining the military. The next place he was going to was Linshan, which was in the north of Jiangqing and bordered the northern city of Anyang. At this time, Chen Jia, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side, also opened her eyes. A ball of red flame suddenly burned on her white hands, emitting scorching heat and dispelling the coldness around her. This is my special ability. Chen Jiao couldn't wait to ask, Jia, what is the name of your awakened ability? When a person with superpowers obtains superpowers, the name of this superpower will appear in his subconscious mind. It seems to be called something like Phoenix Ode to the World. Yang Sun.
Chen Jia.
Damn, why does this name sound even more awesome than my Red Lotus Karma Fire? Could the system have made a mistake? Chen Jia's is the God-level fire ability. As if knowing Yang Sun's inner thoughts, the system responded promptly. Ding! There is no level for elemental supernatural fruits. Whether the awakened supernatural power is strong or weak depends entirely on luck. Ding! Please don't underestimate yourself. Your Red Lotus Karma Fire is indeed a God-level fire ability, but Chen Jia's Phoenix Ode to the World is not bad either, and can be called the strongest fire ability below the God level.
Yang Sun?
Why don't I believe it? Never mind. After all, Chen Jia is his woman. It is a good thing for her that she can become stronger. At her sister's urging, Chen Jia ate the telekinetic perception fruit again. Ding! Invest in Chen Jia's telekinetic perception fruit, and the 10,000 times return will be triggered. Please choose between 10,000 telekinetic perception fruits and the God-level telekinetic power. I choose the second one, God-level telekinesis. Yang Sun's telepathic perception ability is transforming towards complete God-level telekinesis. The second bedroom fell into silence again. Chen Jiao protected the 2 of them. Another half hour passed. Yang Sun's crystal core grew larger again. Milk shreds. The strength has increased again. Yang Sun seemed to have found an alternative way to upgrade. After finishing the work here, Yang Sun should go to the master bedroom. Have a good rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Qinglong Gang and get some small fish to practice with. After saying this with a smile, Yang Sun left. Jai, you are so warm. From now on, you can be my personal warm baby every night. Okay, sister, give me a hug. After successfully helping Chen Jia awaken her superpowers, Yang Sun went to help Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan awaken their superpowers. I didn't expect to find tobacco candy. I haven't seen this stuff since I graduated from junior high school. In his mouth, Yang Sun was holding a piece of candy that he had found from some convenience store. Seeing the two women's eager eyes, Yang Sun threw two telekinetic perception supernatural fruits over with amusement. This is the telekinetic perception supernatural fruit. The two girls happily caught it. Yang Chan asked curiously, "Can I awaken my superpowers just by eating it?" Yang Sun nodded, "Yes." After getting the answer, Yang Chan and Lu Ruyan ate the supernatural fruit. Yang Sun's ear. Ding. Investing in two telekinetic perception fruits in Chan and Yin, the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 telekinetic perception fruits. Hearing this reminder, Yang Sun shrugged helplessly. The last 10,000 pills haven't been used up yet, and this time I'm going to get another 20,000 pills. It can't be used up. It can't be used up at all. Chapter 47. The day has dawned, and it is time for the Qinglong gang to be destroyed. 6 o'clock the next day. The fog has cleared. Everyone had a simple fast food breakfast. Ding. Invest 10 fried eggs in Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yin, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for getting 100,000 fried eggs. Ding. Invest 10 slices of bread in Yun, Yao, Yi, Chan, and Yin, and the 10,000-fold return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 slices of bread. Bite. Daily food is returned 10,000 times and skipped. Yang Sun called all the girls to sit in the living room. After last night's battle, everyone felt less strange and more harmonious. The three girls who just arrived yesterday have also been integrated into their team. Yang Sun looked at the girls and said in a deep voice, "Someone took advantage of my absence yesterday and sent people to attack Aunt Lin and Jia Yao. It seems that there are people who want to provoke me again. Next, I will lead you to building number 4 and massacre the entire Qinglong gang. Jia, Yang Chan, Lu Ruyan, you three have never experienced any battles before, so you should learn well from this time. In the future, you should also be able to stand on your own and become strong women who are as brave as men in the end times." Hearing this, the three women nodded in unison, their eyes serious, keeping Yang Sun's words firmly in their hearts. Chun Jia has experienced the ugliness of human nature at Guangying University. She had no strength before, but now she has superpowers. However, if she still acts as a vase that needs to be protected, even she will look down on herself. Yang Chan did not have much hope that society would return to its former state, so having the strength to protect oneself in the apocalypse was essential. Maybe she hates killing, but she has the self-control to kill and is willing to take the first step. Perhaps it's just like what Yang Sun said last night. Once you get used to it, you won't feel any discomfort. As for Lu Ruyan, this silly woman has no opinion of her own and follows her best friend Yang Chan in everything. She is not at all as smart as Lu Ruyan in the novel. Oh yeah, the cool and aloof vibe is quite similar. But that is for outsiders. He no longer acts so cool in front of people he knows well. Yang Sun took out 3 pistols and several magazines full of bullets from the infinite space and placed them on the coffee table. Each of the 3 of you will receive a Glock 22 pistol and 5 magazines. Aunt Lin, if you and Jiao grab it, I won't give it to you. Take 5 magazines. The capacity of a magazine is 17 bullets. Each person takes 5 magazines, plus the one in the pistol, which makes 6 bullets in total. The total capacity of the 6 magazines is 102 rounds. That's 510 bullets for 5 women. All members possess the ability of telepathy. There is no such thing as an empty gun in a small apartment building. Then these 510 bullets can take the lives of at least 400 people. Even if there were more survivors in Building 4, there would not be more than 300. Therefore, the bullets that Yang Sun equipped them with were completely sufficient. The 5 women took their equipment from the coffee table. Ding. Invest in 3 Glock 22 pistols in Yi, Chan, and Yin, and the 10,000 times return is triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 Glock 22 pistols. Ding. Investing in Yi, Chan, and Yin's Glock 22 pistols with 306 rounds of bullets, 10,000 times return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,060,000 rounds of bullets. Looking at the system prompts, Yang Sun could only say wow. With so many guns and ammunition, you can equip a team of 1,000 people, right? But a pistol alone is not enough. Yang Sun had already made up his mind that he would go to the nearby police station after he dealt with the Qinglong gang. Assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, even smoke bombs and grenades are all necessary. Yang Sun would collect anything that could arm himself. It's dawn, and the Qinglong gang should be destroyed. Yang Sun's eyes were cold. He stood up and looked at the rising sun outside the window. Armed with modern thermal weapons and consisting of 6 psychics, isn't this lineup more than enough to defeat the Qinglong gang? Yang Sun took the lead and went downstairs with the girls. It's only about 6 o'clock now. After the catastrophe, the tension that had been on everyone's mind began to relax. People who used to get up early are still sleeping soundly. Not to mention gangs like the Qinglong gang, where no one is awake except those on night watch. Even the gang members who were on night watch were yawning continuously. I didn't notice anything unusual in the outside world at all. Yang Sun and his 6 companions acted quickly and nimbly reached the door of Building 4. With telepathic perception, everything within a range of 30 meters is under their surveillance. After Yang Sun's telepathic perception transformed into telepathic power, the range of perception expanded to 100 meters. Building number 4 is a commercial duplex unit with a floor height of approximately 4.9 meters. 33 floors. The height has exceeded 100 meters. But Yang Sun's telepathic perception still covered most of it. I'll leave these small fry to you. I'm going to go talk to those 2 superpowered people. After Yang Sun finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Disappear without a trace. The girls looked on with envy. Teleport. This ability is pretty cool, right? Lin Jinyun whispered, "Don't be soft-hearted later. Xiao Xuan hates saints the most. If anyone wants to be a saint, stand up now. Otherwise you will hurt others and yourself because of your so-called saintly heart." The 4 girls shook their heads. Lin Jinyun's expression eased a little. "I'm saying this beforehand. Everyone please take care of yourselves and don't let Xiao Xuan down." Chen Jiayao was relieved, as Lin Jinyun's words were meant for the 3 newcomers. Yang Chan pinched her best friend's hand and warned her with a stern look. As a doctor, she has a more compassionate heart. Oh no, it should be the so-called kindness that is stronger than that of ordinary people. Yang Chan was afraid that her best friend would make a mistake at the critical moment. Being driven away was a small matter. She was really afraid that Yang Sun would kill people because of his supernatural powers. Lu Ruyan shrank her neck and raised 4 fingers to indicate that she would not do anything stupid. Lin Jinyun took a deep breath and teleported to the 1st floor. "You are Wu Poof?" 2 members of the Qinglong gang who were keeping watch on the 1st floor had tinfoil splashed on their faces by Lin Jinyun. They could only make humming sounds and kept struggling. In the end, they were pierced through by Lin Jinyun's knife. After struggling for a few seconds, he lay motionless on the ground. Lin Jinyun opened the door of the unit and let her good sister outside in. "I will use my supernatural powers to unlock the door, and you can use your telekinesis to sense and lock the enemy's position." "Good." The 4 girls nodded seriously, holding an alloy straight knife. Chen Jiayao is in a group with her sister. Yang Chan is in a group with Lu Ruyan. Lin Jinyun is responsible for using her supernatural powers to unlock the door. There were no survivors on the 2nd floor. According to their telepathic perception, the closest survivor to them was on the 4th floor. Arriving at the 4th floor, Lin Jinyun used her metal manipulation ability to open the door lock. Chen Jiayao rushed into one of the houses with her sister. Puff, puff. He raised his hand and killed the 2 survivors with 2 slashes. "Ah, who are you? How did you get in?" "This is our Qinglong gang's territory." Chen Jiayao controlled the growth of vegetation on the balcony and shut up the mouths of the only remaining members of the Qinglong gang in the room. "Lai Jiai, killing people is actually not that difficult. You'll get used to it after vomiting afterwards." Chen Jiayao looked at her sister with encouraging eyes. "P.S. Brothers, give the heroine some time to grow. You can't adapt to it right away. That would be too ridiculous. This is like asking a college student who lives in the sun and has never killed a chicken to kill someone. If he gets used to it and has no psychological discomfort, then there is a problem. Without further ado, just get used to it once. Just like Chen Jiayao said, spit once, and you'll get used to it later." Chapter 48. A frog tattooed on the toad's back. The ghost is playing with beautiful imaginations. Chun Jai held the alloy straight knife tightly in both hands. She took a deep breath and walked firmly to the member of the Qinglong gang. Looking at the bright and sharp alloy straight knife in Chen Jiai's hand, the Qinglong gang member was terrified and shook his head desperately, his eyes full of pleading. Chun Jiayao pointed at the head of the Qinglong gang member and said, "Most people's chests are on the left, but there may be some who have their hearts on the right. In order to completely kill the enemy, Jai, my suggestion is to chop off his head directly. Yeah, I understand, sis. Chun Jai gritted her teeth and ruthlessly attacked the Qinglong gang member. Phew. Snap. The blade missed and instead stabbed into the chest of a member of the Qinglong gang. Chun Jiao said coldly, "Open your eyes, don't be afraid, come again." "Okay, sister." This time, Chun Jai opened her eyes wide and stared at the prey in front of her, Poochie. His head fell off. It was cut off at the neck. Looking at the head rolling to her feet with bloodshot eyes, Chun Jai felt sick in her stomach, but she had witnessed Yang Sun killing people, so her tolerance had become stronger and she did not vomit out her breakfast. Chen Jiayao patted her sister on the shoulder and encouraged her. "Jiai, this world is so cruel. They were the ones who came to provoke us first. Those who kill will be killed. This is an eternal truth. You don't have to feel any psychological burden." "I know, sister." Chun Jai's eyes were firm. "Don't say that this group of people provoked us first. If there is any possibility that they threaten us, we must nip this possibility in the bud." Chen Jiayao was surprised. She didn't expect her sister to say such a thing. "How did you know, Jai?" Chun Jai smiled sweetly. "I took your phone to read novels after you fell asleep last night. Those apocalyptic novels said that saints and saint bitches are really annoying. I was so angry that my blood pressure soared just by reading the words. Yes, although it is a novel, the novel is derived from life." Chun Jiao smiled and said, "Let's go, let's continue." Uh-huh. In another room, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Jinyun and said, "Sister Jinyun, can I kill him with a gun?" Lin Jinyun thought about it and found no problem. Yang Sun has already found 2 psychics from the Qinglong gang. The remaining ordinary people posed no threat to the 5 people with special abilities. There is no need to be so cautious. Thinking of this, Lin Jinyun nodded. "Okay." Lu Ruyan showed a look of joy. She put the knife back into the sheath, took out her pistol, and pointed it at the Qinglong gang member assigned to her for training. Thinking of her best friend Yang Chan's advice, Lu Ruyan became ruthless and pulled the trigger. Pong. Phew. This Qinglong gang member was shot in the neck. Blood was gushing out. Click. But the gunshots also woke up the Qinglong gang members on other floors. Seeing that both of them had blood on their hands, Lin Jinyun smiled and said, "Yes, that's it. Keep up the good work. Let's go. Take care of the small fish, and then we'll go see how Xiaoxuan is doing." As they were talking, Lin Jinyun walked out first. Yang Chan patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder to comfort her. It would be a bad feeling for any doctor to be forced to kill someone with his own hands. Logically speaking, as a nurse, Yang Chan is also a medical worker. Why doesn't she have so much compassion? She is even better at adapting to the environment than normal people. I can be so cruel. The 5 people met up. They looked at each other in silence, but everyone understood what they meant. Fight. The sound of a gunshot woke up all the members of the Qinglong gang. What's going on? Where did the gunshots come from? Could it be that the military rescue has arrived? Damn it. Why did you come at this time instead of earlier? For what we did, we deserve to be shot 100 times. What should we do? Will we be sanctioned? But I was forced to do this. I don't want to die. The gathered members of the Qinglong gang were talking to each other, making the scene extremely noisy. At this time, someone shouted in the crowd, "Don't panic. This shouldn't be the sound of military gunfire." The guy in Building 1 who caused the chicken plague also had a pistol. I saw him kill someone with a pistol with my own eyes, so this gunfire should have been caused by him. The people who spoke were the nameless young man and middle-aged man who came from Building Number 1. After hearing this, the crowd, which was originally panicked and frightened, immediately changed their attitude. Fuck. Has the chicken plague reached our Building Number 4? Fuck. This is too much. Brothers, let's go teach them a lesson. Hehehe. He must have discovered that his 2 women are gone, hee. But then again, the 3rd master didn't seem to come back last night. Could he have killed the 2 women with the chicken plague in Building Number 1? Otherwise, the chicken plague wouldn't have hit us so early in the morning. I think so. Never mind. Are all of us really that afraid of someone with chicken plague? He has chicken plague because he has supernatural powers. Our 1st and 2nd in command are also supernatural powers. Who is afraid of who? Let's go. Let's go and cheer for the big boss and the 2nd in command. These members of the Qinglong gang might not have thought of this. The ones who attacked the building were not Yang Sun, but a group of 5 women who had always been regarded as a vulnerable group by them. At this time, their boss and 2nd in command were also blocked. At this time, on the top floor of Building Number 4, inside a house, watching it move instantly, he looked at the 2 people lying close together on the bed with a playful expression. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, buddy. The The sudden sound startled the man. Ah, who? Damn it. It was small to begin with, and shrunk immediately after being frightened. The man looked at Yang Sun with gloomy eyes and said angrily, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Whose subordinate are you? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to go to the top floor without permission? You ignored my words, didn't you?" It was obvious that this person thought Yang Sun was a member of his Qinglong gang, but after his rage he realized something was wrong. This person is dressed so cleanly, and his complexion was good. He didn't look like he had been hungry. In their Qinglong gang, only the top leaders can eat enough. The other gang members just filled their stomachs at best. And the person in front of me? You are not from my Qinglong gang? Yang Sun pulled a chair and sat down. You are not too stupid. The leader of the Qinglong gang is named Wang Li, nicknamed Black Chicken, possessor of the petrification ability. According to Yang Sun's telepathic perception, Wang Li's crystal core was about the same size as a crow. Brother, you can appear in my room quietly, which proves that you are also a superpower. Tell me, what do you want from me? Do you want to join my Qinglong gang? You really are a toad with a frog tattooed on its back, and you are just playing tricks on me. Yang Sun sneered. Is your Qinglong gang worthy of my joining? Wu Ji's eyes were gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, You can't come to me for no reason. You either have something to do, or you want revenge. If it's not my brother, I don't think I know you. How did we get involved in the feud? Have you forgotten who you provoked recently? The Black Chicken's eyes narrowed, and he stood up and shouted coldly, Are you suffering from chicken plague? Chapter 49 I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Exactly. Yang Sun did not kill the Black Chicken immediately, because it's too boring. He wanted to make Wu Ji feel deeply desperate and finally die in regret. Anyone who provokes Yang Sun will die, but they will never die so easily. You are quite brave, aren't you? How dare you break into my Qinglong gang alone? Wu Ji smiled and proudly picked up the bath towel to wrap himself. It is mainly used to block the soft caterpillars. Who said I came here alone? You brought those women with you? Wu Ji was a little uncertain. His eyes were uncertain. The third brother was killed by you? How dare you kill my brother Wu Ji? Originally, Wu Ji thought that the third crow was just having so much fun outside that he forgot the time. But now that the chicken plague has appeared here, he has a bad feeling. Kill him. Yang Sun smiled faintly. He was the one who leaked the information about your Qinglong gang. Damn it. How dare you kill my brother Wu Ji? You are simply tired of living, Wu Ji said angrily. But when he saw Yang Sun who came here alone, he laughed again. Haha, you come here alone. Aren't you afraid that your woman will be captured by my brothers? I heard that your two women are both very delicate and pretty, and are prettier than celebrities. Don't worry about them falling into the hands of my brothers. They are rough men, and if they touch and pinch you, your head will become a green grassland. Haha. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Yang Sun pulled a chair and sat down. They are not a threat to them. Humph. Wu Ji was angered by Yang Sun's nonchalant attitude and snorted coldly. You are so arrogant. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you are a superpower? My brother Wu Niao is also on this level. As long as I shout, he will come immediately. Then we brothers will join forces to deal with you alone. Let's see how you can resist. No bird? This name is not very auspicious. Yang Sun smiled without comment. He took out something from the infinite space and threw it to Wu Ji. Is that the Wu Niao you're talking about? He's such a wimp that he can't even handle one of my moves. When you get down, tell him to go to the stationery store and buy a box of colored pencils and play with them by yourself. The Black Chicken dodged subconsciously, and the thing fell to the ground with a bang. After rolling a few times, a pair of eyes that were still open stared at the Black Chicken. This is a human head with blood all over its face. The hair is disheveled, and it looks very miserable. There is disbelief in its dead fish eyes, as if it doesn't believe it. Second brother. The moment Wu Ji saw the head, he recognized the person immediately. This person was none other than his second brother, the second in command of the Qinglong gang, Wu Niao. But what Wu Ji didn't expect was that he would see his second brother in segments. But it's all in pieces, and it's obvious that my second brother is not going to survive. How so? Wu Ji looked at Yang Sun and asked anxiously, My second brother lives next door to me. How come you fought with him without making any noise?
Yang Sun?
You're fucking deaf, right? I've already told you he's a crayon. He can't even handle one of my moves, so how could he possibly make any noise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Ji didn't believe it. We are both superpowers. Why are you so powerful? The second brother has the ability to turn his body into rubber and has a first-rate ability to protect his life. Even he cannot kill the second brother. How can this chicken plague that came out of nowhere do that? A frog in a well. Yang Sun sneered, not only him. You are also a colored pin in front of me. Humph. Wuji snorted coldly. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you are stronger than me, so what? As long as your woman falls into my hands, I don't believe that you will not surrender obediently. Calculating the time, my men should have captured your man. Yang Sun nodded and agreed. Well, judging by the time, they should be done. According to Yang Sun's telepathic perception, all members of the Qinglong gang had been killed. 5 stunning women, each covered in blood, have arrived at the door. Click. The door opened and Lin Jinyun took the lead and walked in. 5 women stood in a row behind Yang Sun. Yang Sun stood up and spread his hands, his expression particularly asking for a beating. I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die. Wuji was dumbfounded. He stared in amazement at the 5 women who appeared in the room. How is this possible? How could this happen? Why are you here? Lin Jinyun sneered. My little Sun is right. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They want to arrest us? They are not worthy. Yang Sun looked at Wuji and said coldly, Okay, enough nonsense. Your brothers are on their way, and I will take you to meet them next. If you hurry up, you can catch up with the first oil pan.
No.
No, you can't kill me. I'm a superpower. I'm a scarce resource in the apocalypse. If you kill me, you'll be reducing the overall strength of humanity. Seeing that Yang Sun was about to take action, Wuji was completely panicked. If the opponent can kill the second one in one move, then it would be easy to kill him in one move. Wuji never imagined that the little sheep he had always thought of was actually a big dinosaur. This time I've hit a wall. It doesn't matter if my brothers die, but I can't die myself. You think too highly of yourself. A raging red flame burned on Yang Sun's right hand, as red as blood. It looks like a blooming lotus. You can tell it's awesome just by looking at its appearance. Red Lotus Karma Fire. This is the fire-related god-level supernatural power that Yang Sun obtained last night. Other flames can only burn the flesh, but the Red Lotus Karma Fire is just as described in mythology. It will not only burn a person's body into powder, but also burn the soul. The karma of those with heavy karma is like gasoline. The heavier the karma, the more vigorously the Red Lotus Karma Fire will burn, until the human soul is annihilated. Completely lose the chance of reincarnation. In the later stages, there is no cultivation, but the soul still exists. He wants to make sure that Wu Ji loses even her soul, and this will also maximize his pain and despair. Chicken plague. Since you don't want me to have a good life, let's perish together. When Wu Ji saw that Yang Sun had no intention of letting him go, he immediately became angry. What's the matter? I've begged you so much and you still won't give up. It's really disrespectful to me. In this case, let's perish together. But Wu Ji overlooked one thing. He ignored the gap in strength between himself and Yang Sun. The black chicken was petrified. It was similar to the foreign devil with petrified abilities that Yang Sun met at Guangying University. He jumped high and swung his huge fist towards Yang Sun's head. Yang Sun smiled indifferently, raised his left hand, and clenched it towards the black chicken.
Space, confinement.
The huge stone body of the black chicken was fixed in midair. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. At this moment, the black chicken was panicked, completely panicked. This move alone proved that the gap between him and Yang Sun was like a chasm. I was wrong to get chicken plague. Please forgive me this time. I am willing to submit to you and be your little brother. Oh no, be your dog. Please spare my life. Chapter 50. The cruelty and darkness of the end of the world are before our eyes. Yang Sun said seriously, if possible, I want to find someone to be my younger brother. Dogs are fine, especially a dog as ugly as you. It would be embarrassing to take it out. Huh. The black chicken opened its mouth in confusion. After reacting, he roared, It's a chicken plague. The soil can be killed, but not humiliated.
Yo 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 ah 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 ah.
Since the Qinglong gang's rubbish had been dealt with by Lin Jinyun and his men, Yang Sun no longer had the idea of continuing to play with Wu Ji. The burning red lotus was stuffed into the black chicken's mouth. The black chicken burns from the inside out. The flesh and blood were burned by the bright red lotus fire. Even the soul is not spared. Under the perception of everyone's telepathy, an illusory figure was struggling and screaming. Endless flames of karma burned on his body. As time went by, the red lotus fire burned more and more vigorously, and the illusory figure became blurred and invisible. 2.5 seconds later, the black chicken's body turned into ashes. The soul burns out. The dead can't die anymore. Sudden. Yang Sun thought of something. The damn body has turned to ashes. Can the warm current still be there? Damn it. How could I forget about this? Looking at the ashes on the ground, Yang Sun was extremely sad and felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Ding. The host kills the petrification power owner. Do you want to extract the power fruit? Yang Sun thought to himself, extract? Sighing helplessly, Yang Sun secretly said, I can't be so impulsive anymore. He turned to look at the girls and said with a smile, let's go. Let's deal with the Qinglong gang members, and the remaining people will have nothing to do with us. Everyone nodded and followed Yang Sun downstairs. When passing by one of the floors, Yang Sun discovered two familiar faces through his telepathic perception. The two acquaintances were one young and one middle-aged. The face has been deeply imprinted in Yang Sun's mind. These two people were among the neighbors who broke into their house, stole their food, and tore apart their bones and flesh in their previous life. I didn't expect to meet them in building number 4. Yang Sun understood everything after a simple thought. I'm afraid these two guys told the Qinglong gang everything about me. Since we meet here, I might as well crush him to death. It's a good time to try out the new skills I've learned. In one room, a young man and a middle-aged man hid under the bed, holding their breath and concentrating. They didn't even dare to breathe too fast or too slowly, for fear that someone would discover that there were still people alive here. After waiting for a long time, the middle-aged man asked with lingering fear, Are they gone? The young man shook his head. I don't know. Let's hide here for a day before going out. I don't believe that those 5 women will stay in building number 4 for a day, even though there is chicken plague. The middle-aged man sighed, his eyes full of regret. We were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked the chicken plague. Not only is he powerful, but the women around him are also awesome. What can we do to fight him? The young man was not convinced and snorted coldly. He was just lucky. He was able to subdue those women who have the potential to become superpowers in advance. I can do the same if it's me. Humph, there is no rival in Jinxiu City that can compete with the chicken plague. I don't believe that in this huge Jiangxing, all the superpowers are no match for the chicken plague. Just wait and see. After we leave Jinxiu City, I will find a more powerful backer and ask them to eradicate the chicken plague. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Why do you have such a strong hatred for the chicken plague? Has he offended you before? Speaking of this young man, he gritted his teeth and said, He pushed my goddess. Damn it, the goddess cannot be violated. How could he do that to my goddess? The middle-aged man was confused. Who is your goddess? The young man proudly said, the most popular dress-changing blogger on the internet, Xiaoyao Baibian. I have been watching her live broadcasts since college, and most of my living expenses every month are given to her. But I didn't expect that Xiaoyao would betray me and our loyal fans. Middle-aged. I wonder if this guy has some kind of delusional disorder? Is there anything wrong with people wanting to live? To put it bluntly, this means that the effort and reward are not proportional. This kid is feeling unbalanced. But no one is forcing you to give gifts, right? Humph. The young man gritted his teeth and said firmly, I will definitely find someone to beat him up until he gets chicken plague and rescue Bibi and Xiaoyao from his clutches. Well, as soon as the young man finished speaking, he froze, covered his head, gritted his teeth, and drooled. Ah, the middle-aged man was startled by him and quickly dodged. What's wrong with you? It still hurts. My head hurts. Ong. The next second, bright red flames burned on the young man's body. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked in confusion, You have become a superpower too? As soon as he finished speaking, bright red fire suddenly burned on the middle-aged man's body. I have become a superpower too? But why does it feel wrong? Stupid. Help. Help. I don't want to die yet. In the end, the 2 men died under their beds, unattended. It's done, let's go. Yang Sun chuckled and led his men downstairs. However, when they passed the first floor, Lin Jinyun and the other 5 women all stopped. He stood there with a grim look on his face. Because in their telepathic perception, the 4 suites on this floor each held a different number of women. They were all naked, with dim and desperate looks in their eyes, devoid of their former radiance. Their necks were tied to nearby furniture with dog leashes, making it almost impossible for them to move their bodies. They could only curl up on the ground in pain, waiting for their tasks. The women in all 4 apartments were brutally abused. There were scars all over his body. Whip marks, scratches, cigarette burns, and bruises are everywhere and are shocking. The 5 women felt horrified and their hair stood on end. They put themselves in the shoes of these women and felt a sense of endless despair. If Yang Sun hadn't saved them, with their beautiful looks, they would have definitely become the target of countless people's bullying in the end times. At that time, in that situation, the 5 people felt that death was a good option. Fortunately, it was Yang Sun who saved him. Although this guy is a bit of a scumbag, at least he doesn't have any perverted habits and is very good to his women. No, this kind of thing shouldn't be considered scum. What's wrong with a strong and powerful person having more girlfriends? At this moment, the 5 of them once again deeply realized the cruelty of the disaster, as well as the distorted human nature and the surging ugliness in the disaster-stricken world. In the past, they had only seen this kind of dark and ugly distortion of human nature in novels. And now, the Qinglong gang is using their actual actions to tell the 5 people that reality is often more cruel and darker than what is written in novels. Xiao Sun, they? Lin Jinyun held Yang Sun's hand, feeling somewhat reluctant. Don't engage in victim blaming. Pity for the poor is an emotion that everyone has. Yang Sun shook his head. After experiencing such things, they have lost hope in living. We can save people, but we can't save their hearts. Chapter 51, Preliminary Preparations for Moving. Their hearts are dead. What's the point of saving their bodies? Are they just going to live like zombies? Yang Sun admitted that he was selfish, but what he said was indeed correct. For a person who was heartbroken, saving her life was not helping her, but more like a torment. Perhaps for such people, death is a relief. Lin Jinyun pursed her lips and used her metal manipulation ability to unlock the door of the cage that held them. Whether to leave or stay, let them decide for themselves. There is only so much I can do. Yeah. Yang Sun chuckled. Under the premise of ensuring one's own safety and interests, appropriate compassion is acceptable. If everyone is cold and ruthless, then what kind of humanity is there? Does that still count? Of course, the prerequisite is that the person being rescued is a normal person. If it was a fairy, a male or female boxer, an old immortal, etc. version of the contestant, Yang Sun could only say, he, I'm not a good person either. Yang Sun brought 5 people back to his home in building number 1. After everyone took a shower, Yang Sun called everyone to the living room for a meeting. The content of the meeting was about relocating to the villa area halfway up the mountain. Actually, this matter is simple. They have no shortage of supplies, as all the food is in Yang Sun's infinite space. They can just go. No trouble at all. However, Linshan is located in the northernmost part of Jiangxing, close to the suburbs, and many of its resources cannot be compared with those in Jiangxing City. Yang Sun planned to collect some supplies in Jiangxing City before leaving. For example, tools and hardware stores, medicines that were not even available in health centers before, and energy supplies such as gasoline and coal gas. These all need to be prepared. It can be obtained by returning 10,000 times. But the prerequisite is that Yang Sun must have something as a blueprint. It's like the Barrett heavy equipment sniper rifle. Yang Sun also has to get the physical object first before he can get a 10,000 times return on his investment. He doesn't have a Barrett heavy equipment sniper rifle, so you can't ask him to conjure one out of thin air, right? Hearing that they would be moving to a villa area halfway up the mountain, the depressed mood of the girls was relieved and they started to discuss the matter. Each of them had her own merits. The girls cried and the boys envied them. Lin Jinyun, gas and purified water. Needless to say, gas. When the natural gas is cut off, we can only use gas and burn firewood to cook on a clay stove. As for purified water, we don't know if there is a natural water source in Linshan. Even if there is a natural water source, we don't know if it is polluted and how long it can last. So my suggestion is to take over the purified water plant in Jiangxing. Anyway, Xiaoshuan, your infinite space is infinitely large and can hold it all. Yes. Yang Sun wrote it down in his notebook. Continue. Chun Jiao thought for a moment and said, in addition to gas and purified water, gasoline is also an essential energy material. It will be needed for driving or powering generators in the future. Yang Sun recorded it in the book. Anything else? Everyone brainstormed and raised all the questions they could think of. Yang Chan, Yang Sun, didn't you say that animals and plants are mutating? After all, the villa area on the hillside is located in the mountains, and there must be a lot of mutant animals and plants there. I think we should get some building materials and build a safe defense circle around the villa. Rebar, I-beams, etc. Lu Ruyan, well, Yang Sun, our health center is just a community health center after all. The medical facilities and drug reserves cannot be compared with those of large hospitals. I think we can go to the nearby large hospitals to collect some drugs and equipment. Maybe these will be useful in the future. Anyway, they don't take up much space.
Blah blah blah.
The family meeting lasted 2.5 hours. The 6 people brought up everything they could think of. Summary: gas, purified water, salt and cooking oil, hardware tools, gasoline, building materials, medicines, and medical equipment, as well as various weapons in the police station. Finally, Yang Sun made the final decision. There is one more important thing. The girls looked over curiously. Yang Sun said slowly, the zombie tree in the health center must be eliminated. If it is allowed to grow, the virus spores will drift to Linshan in the future, which will also be a considerable threat to us. You can have this. To deal with plants, fire is the best choice. Yang Sun, you and Jai both have fire abilities, so it will be easy for you to deal with the zombie tree. So when do we start? I don't want to live in the community anymore. It's too troublesome to climb the stairs every time. It would be much more convenient if I could have Sister Jin Yun's teleportation ability. It would be a blessing for lazy people. No hurry. Yang Sun chuckled and closed his notebook. We just did something big. We need to take a few days off, right? It's the end of the world now. Don't be so desperate. If other survivors find out, they'll think we're dead. If we don't work, what do we do? Do something interesting. I want to experience the joy of being a director. Hey. 2 days passed. The 15th day since the disaster. Half a month. The survivors in Jinxiu City and even nearby did not see any sign of military rescue. The survivors were living in dire straits, with insufficient food to eat, suffering from hunger and cold, and each of them was almost going mentally insane. But this definitely does not include Yang Sun. Yang Sun spent these 2 days in a gentle and comfortable environment. That feeling is so comfortable. Yang Sun felt like his bones were about to become soft. I feel a little reluctant to get up and work suddenly. But not working won't work. Everyone spread out their palms and put them together. Yang Sun put his palm on top. He smiled and shouted, "The moving plan begins now. I will try to gather all the supplies on the list within 5 days. Then we can go to the villa area halfway up the mountain and build a new home there. I always bring someone with me every time I go out, and you can't just sit there idle. You can go around nearby and hunt some mutants. No matter if they are mutants or superpowers, you can get energy by touching their heads after killing them. This energy can make superpowers stronger." Yang Sun explained to the girls the steps for a psychic to become stronger. The girls were all surprised when they heard this. It turns out this is the path for a psychic to become stronger. I thought it would devour the crystal core like in the novels. The first day, Jai, come with me. Yang Sun called out Chun Jai's name. Chun Jia was confused for a moment, then pointed at herself and said stupidly, "Me? Yes, that's right, it's you. Come here and get you." Yang Sun pulled her into his arms. Suddenly bumping into this broad chest, Chun Jai's little face turned red and she felt extremely shy. "Aunt Lin, I'll leave these 4 to you." Lin Jinyun smiled gently and gave Yang Sun a look that reassured him, "Leave it to me. I promise to help them all grow up." Before Lin Jinyun and the other 3 girls had finished packing, Yang Sun took Chinjai out first. Just in front of the apartment building, Yang Sun met someone he didn't expect. Rich young man Luo Hai. This is the person who had previously spread rescue information in the owners group. In his previous life, Yang Sun did not live long enough to see the army come to rescue him. Therefore, it is not known whether the information spread by this rich young man Luo Hai is true or false. But now, this rich young man Luo Hai stopped Yang Sun. Hey, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute, you have chicken plague? You must have chicken plague. Chapter 52. Rich young master Luo Hai's defense is broken. What's the matter? In his previous life, Yang Sun remembered that Luo Hai was not among the neighbors who broke into his house. But maybe he is hiding? Luo Hai came forward with a woman in a tight skirt. The woman in the tight skirt was very clean, and it seemed that she had washed and cleaned up in advance. However, she had been hungry for so many days, so her skin was a little sallow, her lips were pale, and her eyes were dull. "Brother, I'm Luo Hai. You should know me, right?" Luo Hai is a young man in his 20s. He wears an expensive coat and jeans, and sneakers worth tens of thousands. His entire outfit costs no less than 100,000 yuan. If this happened before the apocalypse, Luo Hai would have attracted many infatuated looks from female students if he had just stood at the university gate. But unfortunately, now is the end of the catastrophe. "I know, the one who questioned me in the group before." Yang Sun replied indifferently. He was curious about what Luo Hai was up to. Luo Hai looked embarrassed and said quickly, "I was reckless before. Please don't mind me if there is chicken plague. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Seeing Yang Sun asking, Luo Hai also got straight to the point. "Do you remember the message I sent in the group before? I didn't lie. My uncle is the colonel of the Jiangqing military region, and he told me the news. But after the power and internet were cut off, I couldn't contact my uncle anymore, and there was no sign of military rescue. Brother Now Chicken Plague, I would like to hire you as my bodyguard to escort me to Jiangxing military region. How about that? Having said that, Luo Hai's intention was finally revealed. He pushed the woman in the hip skirt forward and said with a smile, I heard that Brother Naojuan loves beauty. This is my girlfriend, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. I give her to you as a deposit. Don't worry, when we get to the military shelter, I will let you work under my uncle. I promise that you will not starve, and you may even be able to rise to a higher position in the future. Having said that, Luo Hai would not do that. Snort. I'm sorry for embarrassing me in the group. If you are still new, practice more. Hee hee. In the end, what matters in this world is background. You are still of some use now, but we waited until we reached the military shelter. Wait until you fall into my uncle's hands and see how I humiliate you. As for those beautiful women of yours, I'll accept them for you. Although it is no longer clean, she is just a female slave, so it doesn't matter whether she is clean or not. Yes, in Luo Hai's heart, he had no intention of fulfilling his promise. Instead, they repay kindness with enmity. He is now pretending to be friendly with Yang Sun, just wanting Yang Sun to escort him to the military district shelter. Once he arrived at the military shelter, it would be his home ground. With the support of his background, Luo Hai is confident that he can kill Yang Sun. As if he was afraid that Yang Sun would not agree, Luo Hai continued to persuade him, Brother Naojiwan, the world is not peaceful now. Only the military shelter can bring you safety. My suggestion is that you come with me to the military shelter. Then you will have my uncle to protect you, and your position will be at your fingertips. If a beautiful woman takes a fancy to you, you can take her away at any time. After these words were spoken, the woman in the hip skirt did not react much, as if she was numb. Chunjia had never experienced such cruelty. After hearing what Luo Hai said, she said angrily, do you think women are commodities that can be traded at will? Luo Hai smiled apologetically, little sister, this is how the world works. Chunjia wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yang Sun. Yang Sun looked at Luo Hai and smiled. Your conditions may be useful to others, but not to me. You should find another expert. Hearing this, Luo Hai's smile froze on his face. He wondered if he had heard it wrongly. Are you rejecting me? Hasn't what I said been clear enough? Chicken Plague. Do you know who my uncle is? I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Safely escort me to the military shelter. My promise is still valid. Otherwise, Luo Hai was forced into a corner. If he didn't evacuate to the safe zone, Luo Hai felt that starving to death would be a small matter. He was afraid that he would go crazy if locked up. Coupled with the gap in status, this made Luo Hai very unhappy. Why can a lousy gamer like you awaken superpowers and have so many stunning beauties around you, while I can only hide in the house and struggle to survive? What else? Are you threatening me? Yang Sun's eyes gradually turned cold. Yes, I am threatening you. If you don't send me to the military shelter, I tell you, we will have a feud. When I return to the military shelter, I will definitely have someone kill you. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Sun clapped his hands and said jokingly, your courage is commendable, but what if I kill you now? Luo Hai's arrogant expression froze. Yes, what if he kills me now? I'm dead. So what if my uncle avenges me? I'm dead. It's not worth it. Luo Hai swallowed his saliva and said nervously, it's a chicken plague. I warn you not to do anything rash, otherwise my uncle will not let you go. Yang Sun, the last uncle or nephew who threatened me was killed by me. You. Yang Sun raised his hand. His mental power burst out, and Luo Hai was suspended in the air. An invisible force was squeezing his body.
Bang!
His arms couldn't bear the pressure and exploded into bloody mist. Oi, what are you doing with the chicken plague? Put me down now. Aren't you afraid of my uncle? Yang Sun smiled faintly. Your uncle doesn't even know who I am. How can he help you get revenge? Pong. Luo Hai's legs also exploded into a bloody mist. The unforgettable pain almost suffocated Luo Hai. But under this invisible force, he couldn't even move a finger. He didn't even have any fingers. At this moment, Luo Hai panicked. This guy really doesn't seem to be afraid of his own background. How could he be so reckless? In this situation, we are still enemies with the military region. In order to save his life, Luo Hai lowered his proud head and begged for mercy from Yang Sun. It's chicken plague. I'm wrong. I was confused and said the wrong thing just now. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Yang Sun, it's a pity that I can't. What I hate most is people threatening me. When someone threatens me, I get really angry, and when I get angry, I want to torture them.
Torture here. Torture here.
Let this bitch die for me. The woman in a tight skirt next to her fainted at some point. Yang Sun didn't even look at him. In the next life, open your eyes and don't threaten anyone. Pong. Luo Hai's torso and head exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. The dead can't die anymore. Not even a complete corpse was left. Let's go. Yang Sun held Chen Jia's little hand and smiled. What about her? Chen Jia looked at the fainted woman in hip socks. Yang Sun was shocked and said in disbelief, Jia Yi, you are too cruel, aren't you? She didn't say a word from beginning to end, and she didn't offend us. You actually want to kill her? Chen Jia,
Apostrophe.
Shouldn't I be the one saying this to you? Forget it. Chen Jia and Yang Sun went out of the community from the south gate. They went straight to the health center where Yang Chan and Lu Rian worked. They are two fire-type mutants. Time to take care of that zombie tree. As for the hundreds of zombies controlled by the zombie tree, Chapter 53, kill the zombie tree and the remaining wood crystals. In fact, those were just some corpses. Flesh and blood are fragile, vulnerable. Yang Sun can clean it up with one move of Wananguezong. The hundreds of zombies only looked intimidating, but actually posed no threat to the two of them. When they arrived at the health center, Yang Sun took Chen Jia and instantly moved to the top of the building. Standing on the edge, you can see the zombie tree rooted in the backyard of the health center and hundreds of zombies lurking around it. Chen Jia was shocked when she saw the densely packed zombies. I have intensive phobia. The main reason is that the flesh and blood of those zombies have rotted. Pus and ulcer. With so many of them gathered together, they tasted even blander than canned herrings. Chen Jia covered her nose and hid behind Yang Sun. Yang Sun smiled and said, Don't be afraid, Jai. These zombies can't even beat ordinary people. They are so weak. They can't be compared with the mad dog zombies in apocalyptic novels that run faster than Bolt. Chen Jia tilted her head and smiled innocently. What are you talking about, brother Yang Sun? I just feel that this place stinks.
Yang Sun?
Okay, I misunderstood. Yang Sun didn't waste any more time. 2 infinite space doors opened, and 1,000 alloy straight swords flew out. It circled and whistled in the sky, emitting a sharp explosion. After equipping Chen Jia, Yang Chan, and Lu Ruyan with alloy straight knives respectively, the total number of Yang Sun's alloy straight knives has reached 100,000. Too much to use up. If the survivors who are still using shabby weapons such as table legs, blunt fire axes, steel bars, and the like knew about this, they would definitely be drooling with envy. At the same time, I felt fucked up. It's not fair. It's so unfair. I don't even have a decent weapon, but this kid has so many good knives that I can't use them all. Thousands of alloy straight knives flew in the sky and formed a long river of sword energy, killing hundreds of zombies below.
Roar, roar, roar.
Ouch. These zombies seem to be directly controlled by the zombie tree. He has low intelligence and lacks even instincts. Faced with the long river of alloy straight swords, they just howled and did not take any substantial action. Puff, 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 puff. One zombie after another was pierced and carried away. Blood was splattered on the spot, and broken limbs flew everywhere. The whole picture is a bloody Shura-hell. More than 300 zombies were almost killed by Yang Sun's attack. Thousands of alloy straight knives returned to the infinite space under Yang Sun's control. You know what? When the number of controlled objects is not limited, it really is a group-killing move. Yang Sun laughed to himself. His eyes fell on the zombie tree. Yang Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, The zombies have been dealt with, and now it's your turn to take action with me. Jai, let's do it together. Good. Chen Jia nodded her head obediently. She stood out from behind Yang Sun, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and stared at the zombie tree below with serious eyes. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Phoenix Ode to the World. The energy in Yang Sun's body exploded, and a strange bright red blood lotus condensed on his palms. A blazing flame was burning on it, and the surrounding space was distorted by the high temperature of the flame. Chen Jia also hurriedly activated her own special abilities. A scarlet red flaming phoenix with a wingspan of 3 meters was hovering above Chen Jia's head. The temperature of its flames was as high as that of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Go! Yang Sun threw the Red Lotus Fire towards the zombie tree. Chen Jiao hurried to catch up. The red flame phoenix cried out, and then flapped its flaming wings and crashed into the zombie tree. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 2 strange fires with completely different characteristics collided with the zombie tree. The zombie tree caught fire. The red leaves were stained with fire. The huge tree crown was shaking violently. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of roots broke out of the soft soil, swinging like crazy. Demons are dancing wildly, but it is still a tree. Take root here. Unable to escape, and the attributes are also restrained by the fire. Finally, the huge tree crown was burning with raging flames. Blood and crimson are intertwined. The flames rose. A special picture is drawn here. Half an hour later, the fire was out. All that was left was a charred area and a thick, burnt tree stump. The zombie tree is gone. Even the zombie corpses on the ground were gone. Yang Sun jumped down with Chenjai. Walk up to the charred tree stump. The strength of this zombie tree lies in the virus spores it spreads. In fact, its own combat power is not very strong. Its only means of attack is probably the low rhizome vines. Touching the charred tree stump, Yang Sun thought to himself, when mutants and mutated animals are killed, warm currents enter their bodies. Mutated plants are also evolved creatures, so the same should be true. But how could there be no warm currents? Yang Sun touched the charred tree stump for a long time, but did not feel the familiar warmth entering his body. Could it be that I burned it? Telepathic perception unfolds. Yang Sun planned to investigate one last time. You know what? This perception really made him realize that something was wrong. At the bottom of the charred tree stump, about 10 meters away, a ball of emerald green light was quietly lying there, surrounded by several living zombie tree roots. Under the nourishment of the emerald green light, these living rhizomes are growing little by little. It's very fast. It will break out of the ground in less than a day and become a new zombie tree? Yang Sun had a hunch that this emerald green light source should be the same substance as the crystal cores of psychics and mutant beasts. The god-level wood-related ability, the Tree of Life, is activated. Those roots nourished by the emerald green light were controlled by Yang Sun. The rhizomes wrapped in emerald green light broke out of the soil and appeared in front of Yang Sun. Yang Sun grasped it, and the emerald green light dissipated. A green, irregular crystal lay quietly in Yang Sun's hand. Crystal core? Could this be the crystal core of a mutant plant? But how to use it specifically? Yang Sun looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. Let's call him Mu Jing for now. Since he had no clue, Yang Sun decided not to think about it for the time being. Zombie tree solved. Next, it's time to collect the supplies on the list. Throwing the wood crystal into the infinite space, Yang Sun looked at Chenjai and said, "Let's go to the nearby purified water factory to get purified water first." Good. Chenjai naturally had no objection. She followed Yang Sun obediently. The two went straight to the Jiangxing purified water factory. Whenever Yang Sun came across a drugstore or convenience store along the way, he would stop and buy some of the supplies inside. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. While driving, Chenjai patted Yang Sun on the shoulder and pointed to the roadside not far away and said, "Brother Yang Sun, look. Is that a gas station?" Yang Sun looked closely and saw that it was indeed the familiar red iron shed of the gas station. It doesn't have to be a gas station. It could also be Huainan beef soup. Ah. Chen Jai tilted her head in a silly way. It seemed that she had indeed not watched that funny video. As they got closer to the gas station, Yang Sun noticed a figure swaying inside the gas station, and a semi-trailer heavy truck was parked in front of a gas pump, as if someone was working there. Chapter 54. Something is wrong with the Baoshan Pure Water Factory employees. Gasoline. These are also the energy materials that Yang Sun needs. Now that we have met, there is no reason not to accept it. But Yang Sun is not an unreasonable person. He still understands the first-come, first-served rule. Why don't we wait for these people to collect the oil first, and then after they have finished collecting the oil, go underground and collect the large oil tanks used to store gasoline, and that's it? Yang Sun rode his electric scooter at a steady speed towards the gas station. Well, I should change my motorcycle when I have time. I always feel a little bit embarrassed to ride an electric scooter. When they arrived at the gas station, Yang Sun parked his car on the side of the road and waited for these people to get gas. The survivors also discovered the arrival of Yang Sun and his companions. Two of them, middle-aged men who looked like leaders, gathered together and whispered a few words. After saying that, one of the sturdy men who looked honest walked towards Yang Sun. The sturdy man walked to the front of Yang Sun's car, skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, poured out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Sun, grinning. "Brother, you are quite skilled? You dare to ride a small electric donkey outside. In terms of courage, you are much more powerful than the rest of us." After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. Yang Sun waved his hand and declined. "I don't smoke." "Is that so?" The sturdy man was startled, then turned around and smiled, stuffing the cigarette into his mouth. and said to himself, "It's better not to smoke. Smoking too much of this thing will hurt your lungs. If it weren't for speeding up the country's aircraft carriers, I wouldn't smoke this thing." "Oh, yes." The sturdy man patted his chest and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Minji, and I'm an employee of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Are there two of you? If you don't mind, come with us. There is strength in numbers. All the employees in our factory are united. It's very safe in our factory." As he spoke, Lu Minji's gaze lingered on Chen Jia for a few seconds. "Brother, the order outside is in chaos now. There is no law to restrain people. Many people have gone crazy. You are alone outside with this little girl. It is easy for people to target you. If you are caught by a ruthless person, the consequences will be—" Lu Minji didn't finish his words, but gave Yang Sun a look that all men understood. Lu Minji didn't know that the greed that flashed in his eyes when he looked at Chen Jia was accurately captured by Yang Sun. Possessing god-level telekinetic powers, Yang Sun observes many details very carefully. This person has a problem. But this guy said he was from the Baoshan Purified Water Factory? This happened to be the destination of Yang Sun's trip. Although he knew the approximate location of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory, he didn't know where it was exactly. After the internet was disconnected, the evil map could no longer be used, and Yang Sun could only take Chen Jia to look for it bit by bit. Now that I have met someone who knows the way, I might as well follow them. The time saved on the road is all cost. As for the danger, it's not that Yang Sun looks down on these people. There is not even a person with special abilities among them, so they are not worthy of posing a threat to Yang Sun. "You said you were from the Baoshan Purified Water Factory?" Yang Sun confirmed it again. Lu Minji didn't understand, but nodded and admitted, "Yes, what's wrong?" "It's okay. I just happen to have something to do at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory, but I don't know the way. Can you show me the way, brother?" Yang Sun said with a smile, like a silly boy who is ignorant of the world and the dangers of the world. This smile immediately made Lu Minji let down his guard. "That's fine. I'm just showing you the way," Lu Minji said earnestly, "but I still suggest that you join our factory. There is strength in numbers, and we can take care of you. If no one can come to rescue you, then we can be the rescuers ourselves." "Brother, to be honest, we went out because our factory manager asked us to go out to look for survivors and build our own shelter at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory." Yang Sun did not refuse outright, but gave an ambiguous answer. "I'll take a look when we get there. Let's take a look at the environment first, right?" What this really means is, if the group of survivors from the Baoshan Purified Water Factory are any good, they should just be gentle and move some barrels of purified water. If the Baoshan Pure Water Factory was like the Qinglong gang, or had evil intentions towards them, Yang Sun wouldn't mind destroying the survivors of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory just like he did with the Qinglong gang. Well, that's roughly what it means. Lu Minji smiled. "Okay, come with us after we finish refueling. This silly boy is so easy to fool." Yang Sun also smiled. "Okay. You, the survivor group, must not let me, Old Yang, down. Actually, Old Yang, don't want to kill anyone." A few minutes later, Lu Minji and others' semi-trailer heavy trucks were refueled. Lu Minji shouted to Yang Sun, "Brother, how about taking our car? Your electric scooter looks a little shabby." "Ouch." Yang Sun pretended to have a stomachache. "Brother Lu, wait for me for 2.5 minutes. I suddenly have a stomachache. As for changing cars, forget it. Our car is small, but it has its advantages." Lu Minji did not doubt him and nodded. "Okay, then hurry up."
Okowo.
Chen Jiayao stayed in the car. Yang Sun found an empty corner by himself and teleported to the location of the large oil barrels stored underground. Some are completely buried, and some are like basements, or are all the large oil tanks at gas stations across the country buried in the ground? Yang Sun didn't care how much gasoline was left in there. He waved his hand and stuffed it all into the infinite space. Standard oil tanks, each fully loaded with 1,000 liters of gasoline. This gas station is not small in scale, with a total of 30 such tanks, totaling 30,000 liters of gasoline. Of course, the tank will not be completely full, but it will basically not be less than 15,000 liters of gasoline. In addition to gasoline, there are also 5,000 liters of diesel. All the oil cans went into Yang Sun's pockets. After doing all this, Yang Sun flashed back to where he came from. He walked out holding up his trouser belt. "Okay, Brother Lu, we can set off now. This trip is worth it. The gasoline and diesel obtained this time alone will be enough for them to use for a long time. But that's not enough. Yang Sun belongs to the Pishio Zodiac. He wants more." The semi-trailer heavy truck is started. Yang Sun rode a small electric scooter carrying Chen Jia and followed behind the semi-trailer heavy truck. From time to time, Someone would look around in the semi-trailer truck's compartment, as if they were afraid that the two of them would run away halfway. Chun-Jai hugged Yang Sun's waist tightly and whispered in his ear, "Brother Yang Sun, I don't think these people are good people." Yang Sun had a calm smile on his face. "Why do you say that?" Chun-Jai whispered. "When you went to the toilet, those people looked at me in a strange way, as if they were looking at prey. I am very familiar with this kind of look. Those foreign devils looked at me in the same way before. Yang Sun, it looks like the Baoshan Pure Water Factory is going to disappoint me. Alas, I really don't want to be an executioner." Chun-Jai was at a loss, tilting her head and looking at Yang Sun in confusion. "What are you talking about, brother Yang Sun?" "Nothing." Yang Sun laughed. "It's different when someone leads the way." They arrived at their destination in less than 10 minutes of riding. The signboard of Baoshan Pure Water Factory came into view. Baoshan Pure Water Factory, here we are. Yang Sun saw that when the semi-trailer heavy truck appeared, more than a dozen survivors in work clothes appeared on both sides of the main road of the factory, looking at the slowly approaching convoy with teasing eyes and playful smiles. Chapter 55. Young people should not be too arrogant. Iarikome. Although he knew that this group of people were not right and had bad intentions, Yang Sun still followed the semi-trailer heavy truck into the factory. Because if you have the power, you can really do whatever you want. There is only one person with superpowers among this group of people, and he's just a peanut-level psychic. In Yang Sun's eyes, it was no different from a chicken that could be easily killed on the roadside. As for those ordinary survivors, they posed no threat at all. A semi-trailer heavy truck and Yang Sun's electric scooter entered the factory. The factory gate was pushed closed. The semi-trailer heavy truck was parked on the cement road, and Lu Minji and several other survivors jumped off the semi-trailer heavy truck. Lu Minji walked towards Yang Sun and led Yang Sun and Chun-Jai to the front. "Haha, little brother, let me introduce you. This is the supervisor of our factory. He is a superpower. You know what a superpower is, right? It is a superhuman with all kinds of extraordinary means." "I know." Yang Sun looked around, looking at the workers holding steel pipes around him, and asked, "What are they doing? They don't need to hold steel pipes to welcome us, right?" Lu Minji grinned. "Well, actually this is a special welcome from our factory. Your mother." D. Back at home, Lu Minji was too lazy to continue pretending with Yang Sun. A dagger slipped out of his sleeve. Lu Minji clenched the dagger and stabbed it towards Yang Sun's neck with a ferocious smile on his face. There is no trace of his previous honest and simple appearance.
Bang!
He thought that his knife attack was unexpected, and it was very fast, so the kid couldn't dodge it at all if he was not prepared. But what he didn't expect was that his wrist was easily caught by this boy. How could it be? Lu Mingyin's ferocious expression turned into shock. She had never expected that her sneak attack would end in failure. "Yang Sun, I thought you would continue to pretend, at least give me some drugs or something, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient and start right at the doorstep." Snap! Lu Minji's wrist was crushed. The pain stimulated his brain, and Lu Minji screamed. "Ah! Manager Wang, please save me." In horror, Lu Minji shouted hurriedly. "This guy can crush a person's bones easily. This strength is definitely not something an ordinary person can possess." Then there is only one answer. This kid is also a mutant. And he is also a superpower who specializes in strength. Hee, Lao Lu, why didn't your trick work? I've never seen you fail before." A fat man with Mediterranean hair walked out from the group of workers. They surrounded Yang Sun and Chun-Jai, holding steel pipes with vigilant eyes. In Yang Sun's perception, this fat man with Mediterranean hair is the peanut-level mutant. "Boy, I advise you to let him go. Since you are a superpower, I can spare your life and even let you join our Baoshan shelter. But the premise is that you have to hand over the little girl behind you. Such a top-notch one is really rare." Phew. Yang Sun swung his hand knife. With the terrifying power and the sharpness of the Lord of Gold, Yang Sun's arm was as sharp as the tip of a knife. This hand knife directly chopped off Lu Minji's head. "You talk too much nonsense." Yang Sun looked at him with contempt and sneered. "Are there any more? I don't believe that there are only a few survivors in such a big factory. Call out the others." Manager Wang was stunned by Yang Sun's ruthless and decisive methods and character. When he heard Yang Sun's arrogant words, his anger subsided. As for the death of Lu Minji, Manager Wang did not take it to heart. After all, he is just an ordinary person. If you die, you die. There isn't much else here, just ordinary people. Look, there are several people in the car who were just captured today. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You haven't experienced the harsh reality yet. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you are a superpower? To tell you the truth, we have 7 superpowers in Baoshan pure water. If they attack you in groups, you won't be able to resist even if you are a superpower. Hearing what Manager Wang said, Yang Sun's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and smiled. Really? 7 superpowers, good food. With the help of the girl's awakened powers, Yang Sun's crystal core has reached the size of a normal orange. If he could also absorb the mysterious energy of the 7 psychics here, Yang Sun felt that he could break through to the melon level. At present, he does not know the specific realms of the psychics and can only measure their strength by their body size. There is no doubt that Yang Sun's crystal core is undoubtedly the largest. The crystal cores of the psychics that Yang Sun has encountered so far are basically hovering around the soybean or peanut level, and there is not even one that is close to the quail egg level. Oh, it may also be because Yang Sun has met too few people with special abilities. Seeing that Yang Sun was still unmoved, Manager Wang was slightly angry. Young man, don't be too aggressive. Yang Sun, can you still be called a young man if you are not full of energy? Ah. Manager Wang's obese body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The work clothes he was wearing were torn into pieces by the expanding size and fell to the ground. When Manager Wang was completely transformed, a giant bear with a body of 4 meters tall and covered with brown fur stood on the concrete floor. It slapped its chest with its huge paws and uttered human words from its mouth. Boy, today I will let you know how to respect your seniors. A beast transformation ability? There really are all kinds of superpowers, even beast transformation abilities exist. Yang Sun exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen the ability to transform into a beast. It's inevitable that there is some curiosity. But even if Manager Wang transformed into a powerful being, his strength was still insignificant in Yang Sun's eyes. The difference between peanuts and oranges can be seen just by comparing them together, and the gap cannot be bridged by explosive growth. Manager Wang used all 4 limbs and rushed towards Yang Sun with a roar. The survivors watching around all had confident and calm expressions when they saw this scene, as if they had full trust in Manager Wang. Manager Wang's power increased greatly after his transformation. If this kid doesn't know what's good for him and goes head-to-head with Manager Wang, I can imagine what will happen to him. You're still thinking about it. He was just beaten into a pulp. Previously, there was a water-type psychic who thought he was awesome because he was a psychic. He was yelling and shouting. But what happened? He was beaten into a pulp by Manager Wang after he transformed. Ha ha ha, the psychics outside are just like this. Our Baoshan shelter is guarded by 7 psychics. It is definitely safer than any military shelter, haha. Let's watch the show. I'm very curious about what kind of expression the beautiful girl he brought with him will have when that boy is turned into a pulp. I don't know if she will be scared and cry, ha ha. I bet a pack of instant noodles that he would be so scared that his legs would go limp, and he might even pee his pants, huh? Almost everyone thought that Yang Sun would be beaten into a pulp by Manager Wang. Even Manager Wang himself thinks so, because he has precedent. When Manager Wang approached Yang Sun, he slapped him hard with his huge bare paw. Yang Sun still held the knife in his hand and swung it out. Phew! The swords flashed and snowflakes splashed. Manager Wang's bare paw was cut off in its entirety. When the bear's paw fell to the ground with a clatter, Manager Wang and the survivors of the Baoshan shelter around him were all stunned. Chapter 56. A slap on the head. Just because they were dazed, it didn't mean Yang Sun would be dazed too. Yang Sun took a step forward and kicked out sideways. The bird in the center is under the king's supervision. No way. After the transformation, Manager Wang is too tall. Yang Sun could only kick the bird with his raised leg.
Bang!
Manager Wang flew backwards. His bird had become pulpy. It became a mosaic. The pain of a bird exploding is indescribable. Only men understand this kind of pain. Everyone present felt a chill in their crotch. He couldn't help but tighten his crotch and put his hands in front of his bird. Manager Wang was hit twice in succession and was now rolling on the ground. The bear kept rolling on the ground with its only remaining paw covering the bird that had turned into a mosaic, sobbing and drooling from the corners of its mouth, looking like a fool. Sorry, Yang Sun asked in a humiliating tone. You. Manager Wang can hardly speak clearly. Yang Sun, you have lost the meaning of living, so let me send you off. Watching Yang Sun approaching step by step, Manager Wang's heart began to alarm. Thoughts of death loomed over his mind. He had a premonition that he was going to die this time. In terror, Manager Wang looked up to the sky and shouted, Ali, how long are you going to see this? Come and save me. As soon as the words fell, a response came. Here it comes. Then, a young man in work clothes came flying in the air. To be precise, He reduced his own weight, making his body light, and then tied a small rechargeable fan behind his, but to use for propulsion. This kind of showy way of making an appearance. You know what? It's really quite cool. It would be better if the electric fan tied behind the buttocks could be removed. It affects the appearance too much. Boy, I am one of the 7 supernatural beings in Baoshan Shelter. You can also call me the gravity controller. The young man stood in midair, looking down at Yang Sun with disdainful eyes. His words were extremely childish and embarrassing to hear. But the young man doesn't think so. He feels good about himself. In Yang Sun's telepathic perception, the young man's crystal core was about the same size as Manager Wang's. But the superpowers are more interesting than Manager Wang. I hate looking up to other people. Get down here. Yang Sun raised his hand and shook it towards the young man.
Space confinement.
Telekinesis capture. In an instant, the space around the young man was completely controlled by Yang Sun. His body fell down involuntarily. No matter how the young man struggled, he could not escape the control of space. Hey, what's going on? Why is my body not responding to my commands?
Waku.
What superpower did you awaken? Why is it so weird? The young man kept chattering, but he couldn't escape being pulled in front of Yang Sun. Yang Sun went up and threw 2 big sinuses at him. The young man was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why do I have 2 big sinuses? You should let me go. Otherwise my brother won't let you go. The young man said in a timid manner. He was unable to break free on his own and could only threaten the man in front of him to let him go. Just from this one move, the young man understood that he and Yang Sun were not in the same league. Bang! Yang Sun slapped him again with his backhand. He used all his strength in this slap. The young man's head was beaten to pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. Feel the familiar warmth entering the body. Yang Sun was thoughtful. Can I absorb the warm current by touching the stump of the head? Where does the warm current come from? The crystal core? But it feels really good to slap someone to death with one slap. Ding! The host kills the gravity controller. Do you want to extract the supernatural fruit? Extract. It's your turn next. Yang Sun looked at Manager Wang, who was still covering the mosaic. Manager Wang was stunned. Dead? That kid was actually slapped to death? This can be called the most miserable death of a superpower, right? Wrong. He's dead. Isn't it my turn next? Seeing Yang Sun walking towards him, Manager Wang knelt on the ground and said, Little brother, we are doomed this time. Can you spare my life? If you spare me, I will pretend that I didn't see you kill Ali. You're still talking so much nonsense when you're about to die? Manager Wang's expression changed and became terribly gloomy. This sentence clearly shows that he is not going to let himself go. Little brother, you should be merciful when you can. As I said before, you are very strong. But if our entire shelter works together to deal with you, how will you deal with it? It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. It's ridiculous. Looking at the arrogant young man in front of him, Manager Wang gritted his teeth and yelled, Hurry up and catch that little bitch. Manager Wang was planning to use Chen Jia to control Yang Sun. There are more than 10 people in the group. It's impossible that they can't even beat a weak little girl, right? You know what? I really can't beat him. Chen Jia just looks relatively weak. Looking at the Baoshan workers rushing towards her, Chen Jia bent her long legs and exerted force, leaping into the air and landing steadily on the front of the car.
Kenji.
Oh no, it should be that all women in Yang Sun have a common problem. That means my physical skills are not that good. It's always easy to get flustered when facing a lot of people. But it doesn't matter. Since physical skills are not good, then use firepower to suppress it. Chen Jia stood on the front of the semi-trailer heavy truck, took out 2 Glock 22 pistols from her waist, turned on the safety, and pulled the trigger under the confused gazes of the Baoshan workers below. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out one after another. The bullet was fired. Sparks flashed from the muzzle. The Baoshan workers below were shot in the head and fell to the ground one by one. Blood mixed with other things flowed all over the ground, gathered into a pool of blood. More than a dozen Baoshan workers were wiped out by Chen Jiao's accurate shooting. This is the horror of telepathy. As long as the target is within the perception range, even a person who has never learned shooting can become a sharpshooter who never misses a shot. You have guns. Are you police officers? Are you rescued by the military? Manager Wang was so frightened that he lost his voice and said in disbelief, You're almost dead, so stop talking nonsense, okay? Yang Sun grabbed Manager Wang's huge bare head. The red lotus fire is burning. Manager Wang's head was ignited in an instant. Then the whole body and even the soul. They are all suffering from the burning of the Red Lotus fire. When Manager Wang died, the warmth that belonged to him entered Yang Sun's body through his palms. The crystal nucleus is expanding. The strength is increasing. The supernatural fruit was extracted successfully. This feeling is really memorable. After dealing with Supervisor Wang and the Baoshan workers here, Yang Sun was about to take Chunjai with him to search the purified water factory. Pure water resources are also very precious. In the future, when it is not known whether natural water can be drunk or not, purified water becomes the key to eating and drinking. In addition, Manager Wang said that they have 7 people with special powers. Yang Sun has already killed 2. Then we cannot favor one over the other. The other 5 must also be found and killed. It is not Yang Sun's style to keep potential enemies in the world. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. At this time, a hopeful voice sounded from behind Yang Sun. To be precise, it was the semi-trailer heavy truck. Are you from the rescue team? You have guns, you must be from the rescue team. You finally came to save us. Chapter 57. You have moral blackmail, I have a slap. A group of survivors, still frightened, poked their heads out from the semi-trailer truck. Seeing the bloody scene outside, they were so scared that they shrank their necks. But when they saw the pistol held in both hands by Chun Jai, their eyes lit up, and they jumped off the semi-trailer truck and rushed towards the 2 men without saying a word. It was obvious that they regarded Yang Sun and the other man as rescuers. After all, this is China. Apart from the police and the military, who else has the ability to get a handgun?
Bang!
An alloy straight knife was inserted straight into the concrete ground in front of them. The shaking blade stopped the survivors in their tracks. Yang Sun said expressionlessly, "We are not here to rescue you. If you want to survive, leave here immediately." Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. "Stop joking, young man." A middle-aged man in a dirty suit said with a smile, "You have guns in your hands, how can you not be from the rescue team? Even if you are not from the rescue team, you are still police officers, plainclothes officers, we understand. But then again, these survivors are basically all wearing suits and OL uniforms. I wouldn't say all the men are handsome, but there is not a single ugly one among them. And the female group is all quite pretty. It should be some intermediary sales. Apart from the truly elite white-collar workers, only agents and salespeople would dress so exquisitely. But since the disaster broke out, no matter how delicate they can no longer be much more delicate. Their shirts are yellowed, and their hair is greasy. Especially some girls, their faces are not delicate at all, and you can rub them into dust if you rub them with your fingers. You know nothing. Yang Sun said coldly, "Don't follow us anymore. If you don't want to die, you can continue to wander around this factory. What's your attitude?" A beautiful woman in a black OL uniform said dissatisfiedly, "You have guns, but you still say you are not official. Even if you are not from the official rescue team, what's wrong with helping us? It won't cost you anything. We are all compatriots. How can you be so cruel and let us fend for ourselves?" After saying that, the woman looked at Chin Jai and said unhappily, "As a woman, shouldn't you stand on our side? Shouldn't you speak for us women? Mainan, I wish you have 18 babies." Chun Jai blinked blankly, and when she realized what was happening, her face turned red with anger. "How can you talk like that? I did nothing wrong, but I was caught by this woman and scolded." She also said that she is a man-catcher. The woman insisted, "If you are not a man-fawning woman, then what are you? If you were not a man-fawning woman, you should have helped us speak up instead of standing there indifferently, watching us, as women, suffer here. You don't have to protect us. Just give us your pistol." Her words were responded to immediately. The group of survivors licked their lips as they looked at the pistol in Chan Jai's hand, their eyes full of greed and desire. "Do you have anything to eat? We have been starving in the 4S store for several days. Hurry up and find us something to eat to fill our stomachs. Stop wasting time, okay? Take us away from this damn place right now. We are all compatriots. Shouldn't we help each other at this time? Shouldn't we encourage each other to walk together? What are you still hesitating about? Take us away from here quickly. If we encounter any danger on the road, it will be both your fault. With great power comes great responsibility. One of you has a gun, and the other is a superpower. You are tall, so what's wrong with protecting us? You don't have any gentlemanly manners at all. What's wrong with you, a grown man, protecting us girls? You're a straight man. No girl would like a silly guy like you." This group of survivors wanted to leave, but they didn't dare to leave on their own. They wanted to bring along Yang Sun and Chan Jai, who were both very powerful, to protect them on the road. To put it bluntly, these are a group of selfish people who intend to use moral blackmail on Yang Sun. "How could you do this? Jai was shocked by the shamelessness of this group of people. Can people be so shameless? It really opened her eyes. If we hadn't saved you, you would have been taken away and imprisoned as slaves. Yet you still blame us. Well, the woman crossed her arms and curled her lips in disdain. Did we beg you to save us? Did we open our mouths to beg you? Don't force your own wishes on us, okay? A man said, since you have saved us, then be a good person and send us to the military shelter. Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. We will jointly celebrate your success, and you will definitely get 500 yuan and a small banner. You. Jai wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yang Sun. Jai, do you remember what I taught you? Jai thought about it and said uncertainly, don't waste your breath on this idiot. That's right. So do you think they are idiots? Jai nodded heavily. They are idiots. The two men spoke without hiding from others, and all the survivors present heard it. Immediately, a hot-tempered person jumped out, pointed at Yang Sun's nose and said angrily, who are you calling an idiot? Explain your words to us clearly, otherwise we are not easy to mess with. As he spoke, he tried to pull out the alloy straight knife that was stuck in the ground. But the embarrassing thing is that no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't pull it out. This is really embarrassing. Suddenly, Yang Sun's figure suddenly appeared in front of this person. He raised his hand and slapped him.
Bang! Bang!
The slap landed, and the head exploded. Until his death, this person never thought that he would die in this way. This sudden murder left the survivors stunned. When they realized what was happening, they let out sharp screams of fear. Murder. Run. Damn it, this kid is crazy. He killed someone in public. Isn't he afraid of being held accountable after the disaster? Damn it, I'll remember this guy. When the disaster is over, I will sue him and sentence him to death. The survivors cursed. But when he wanted to run away, he found that he couldn't move his body. This time they were really terrified. What's going on? What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Ah, move. Move. Brother, would you believe me if I said I was joking just now? Yang Sun wrote down all the people who were noisy just now, possessed by the sinus god of war. The slap came. Yang Sun walked over and gave each of them a big slap in the nose. Without exception, their heads exploded.
Bang, bang, bang.
Bang, 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 bang. Even those with special abilities could not withstand the slap from Yang Sun. Not to mention this group of ordinary people. To Yang Sun, their heads seemed as crisp as ripe watermelons. It explodes if touched. Blood splattered and mosaics flew everywhere. I'm a girl. You can't kill me. I was wrong. I was just a jeer. Please forgive me. Don't come over here. I'm warning you. Don't come over here. Don't force me to kneel down for you. Girls cannot escape the fate of being slapped. Finally, it was the turn of the OL woman who had been whimpering and howling. Chapter 58, Do you think I'm a rag collector? I collect all kinds of garbage. At this time, the OL woman was already frightened by Yang Sun's brutality. If she hadn't been confined by space, she would have collapsed to the ground by now. If there is still some food in the bladder, you might even pee yourself on the spot due to being scared. Looking at the cold-blooded man walking towards her, the woman lost her voice in fear, tears of fear streaming down her eyes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was crazy just now. Please forgive me this time. I. At the critical moment, the OL woman thought of her own unique skills. Why is she called the gold medal sales champion? The reason is that she is generous. As long as the customers who come to see the car are willing to sign a contract with her, she will treat them to a private meal. Because she is generous, many customers are willing to sign contracts with her to buy cars. Over time, OL women have also developed the skills of playing various musical instruments and singing. OL the woman pretended to be shy and raised her voice. Little brother, if you are willing to spare my life and live with me, I am willing to be your woman. I know everything. I am much more skilled than the little girl behind you. I will know when to move as long as you tap me. At this time, the system also spoke. Host, this woman's looks are also 7 stars. She would be considered the most beautiful girl in the university. Are you sure you are not tempted? Yang Sun was speechless and asked, do you think I look like a rag collector? In no mood, the system disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yang Sun stood in front of the OL woman, facing her hopeful and eager eyes, and said indifferently, do you think this is a garbage dump? You accept all kinds of garbage? Huh. OL the woman's smile froze on her face. But the next second, her head exploded like a watermelon. When the space confinement was removed, these headless corpses fell down one by one. Not all the survivors died. There were also a few smart people who didn't speak from beginning to end. Yang Sun didn't care what their plans were. As long as they didn't say anything to disgust Yang Sun was too lazy to take action against them. After taking a quick glance at the only remaining survivor, Yang Sun took out a bottle of purified water and began to wash his hands. When he walked to Chunjai's side, he smiled and said, "Let's go." Chunjai had a pure smile on her face. Yeah. Even though the scene just now was bloody, why did I feel so inexplicably refreshed? Is it possible that I am broken too? Snort. That bitch just now was so abominable. She actually seduced Brother Yang Sun in front of me. If Brother Yang Sun really agreed, my sisters would definitely teach me a lesson when I get back. Yang Sun didn't know what the little girl was thinking. He looked at the huge factory and scratched his head. I should have left a survivor earlier. This factory is so big. Where can we find a living person to store food? Forget it. I don't believe you can't find it. After the crystal core reached orange level, Yang Sun's telepathic perception also expanded from the initial 100 meters to 300 meters. The maximum distance of instant movement has reached 1,000 meters. Yang Sun had a hunch that once his crystal core reached the melon level, he himself would undergo unspeakable changes. That change will make him even more powerful. Yang Sun took Chunjai for a stroll in the Baoshan Purified Water Factory. Under the perception of telekinesis, there is no place to hide within 300 meters. Nothing escapes Yang Sun's eyes. At the same time, 500 meters away, on top of an office building, a middle-aged man with green eyes was lying on the rooftop. The direction I was looking in was exactly the location of the factory gate. He is also one of the supernatural beings in Baoshan Pure Water Factory. The superpower is Eagle Eyes. After awakening this ability, his eyesight became extraordinary. After turning on Eagle Eye, you can see the situation 500 meters away more clearly. Because of this, he was sent by the Baoshan factory director to monitor the area around the factory, prevent things from happening that are beyond their control. He saw everything that happened at the gate of Baoshan Pure Water Factory just now. Only after seeing the two men leave did the psychic dare to breathe deeply. Fuck, where did that monster come from? Lao Wang and Ali didn't even have the strength to resist him. This is too strong. Lao Wang was better. Although he was also killed instantly, he at least survived a few attacks. That loser Ali showed off in a showy way, but he was also killed the fastest. Ha, what a loser. The direction those two are heading seems to be the warehouse area. No, I have to inform the factory manager of the situation here. That guy is definitely not an ordinary psychic. I guess only the factory manager can deal with him. The initial number of people with special abilities at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory reached more than 10. But after a fight, there were only 7 of them left with superpowers. Oh no, it should be 5 now. Ever since defeating another team of superpowers, Hawkeye felt that his factory manager's power had become stronger, at least surpassing his level. Even though Yang Sun showed great combat power, in the eyes of the Eagle Eye Psychic, he was still not as good as his own factory director. Therefore, he did not take Yang Sun too seriously. After taking a deep look at the two people's departing backs, the Hawkeye Psychic also left here as quickly as possible and ran towards the workers' dormitory area. The other side. It took about 10 minutes to walk. What Yang Sun wanted appeared in his telepathic perception. Bottled purified water. The kind that comes in big barrels. The kind that is turned upside down on the water dispenser. A standard water bottle holds 18.9 liters. The bottled water stored in this warehouse are basically in accordance with this standard. Yang Sun pulled Shinjai in and flashed in. In the dim warehouse, barrels of 18.9-liter purified water were neatly stacked. The area of this warehouse is about 2 acres. Yang Sun used his telekinesis to roughly scan and found that there were nearly 20,000 barrels piled up in this warehouse alone. Ignoring the details, the author can't just find a warehouse and fill it with barrels of water. Not bad. Yang Sun opened 2 infinite space gates and started working. The bottled water was being swallowed up by the infinite space gate at a speed visible to the naked eye. After entering the infinite space, Yang Sun specially designated a drinking water area. It took Yang Sun nearly 20 minutes to collect all the goods in the huge warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yang Sun smiled. Continue. Yang Sun took Chunjai to the warehouse area, frantically collecting the purified water stored there. As for supplies, no one would complain about having too many supplies. Yang Sun belongs to the Pisho zodiac, and he also has the habit of having big eyes and a small belly. There is always an underlying psychology of not enough. While Yang Sun was collecting the bottled water stored in the warehouse area, Hawkeye had already returned to the dormitory area. Similar to school dormitories, There are dormitory buildings for leaders, as well as staff dormitory areas. The Hawkeye superpower rushed into the leadership dormitory building and headed straight for the top floor. On the top floor, the walls between the dormitories were knocked down and penetrated. At this time, the place was carpeted. Women in scantily clad clothes were dancing a dance that they were not familiar with. In addition to these women who were provided for entertainment, there were 3 men and 1 woman. They are the only remaining supernatural beings in the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. Including the Hawkeye Psychic, there are exactly 5 of them. Chapter 59I, Zhang Hai, specialize in being arrogant. The 3 men were surrounded by women. The younger-looking female psychic was surrounded by handsome men. Judging from this point alone, these people are indeed people with special abilities who come from the same place. In fact, in the end times, except for some people with precise goals, most people in power can only think of and do those things. The bad ones play with people, exploit labor, expand territory, kill people when they are unhappy, etc. Better manage the shelter, gather the survivors, try to build a paradise in the end times, etc. Some are not completely bad, and some are also completely good. Those who occupy points on both sides become the majority in the end times. Seeing the Hawkeye superpower rushing in, the middle-aged strong man sitting in the middle grinned and asked, "How impatient are you, Lao Tian? Your woman is over there. Go and have fun by yourself, right?" "Oh, is Lao Wang back? I am really looking forward to seeing the survivors he brought back this time. I wonder if there are any pretty girls among them." Lao Tian, full name Tian Yi. It is the full name of the Hawkeye Psycho. Tian Yi took a few breaths and said, "No, it's bad." This time the team brought back a tough nut to crack. Lao Wang and Ali were both killed by that guy. That guy is too powerful. Lao Wang and Ali couldn't even resist him. I guess he should be a superpower on the same level as you, the factory director. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hai, the director of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory and the person in charge of the Baoshan shelter at this time, stood up from his boss chair, and the atmosphere around him became solemn. The other 3 psychics had similar reactions. One of them waved his hand, and all the dancers and male models in the large flat went downstairs in panic. The door was closed, and there were only 5 psychics here at the moment. Zhang Hai frowned and asked Tian Yi, "What happened? Tell me from the beginning." Tian Yi didn't waste any time and told the 4 people everything that happened since the convoy entered the factory. After hearing this, the 3 superpowers gasped in surprise. "What? Ali was killed instantly as soon as he appeared on the stage? Even the factory manager can't do this, right?" Tian Yi shook his head. "I don't know, but Ali was beaten to death by a blow to the head." Everyone was silent. Suddenly, Zhang Hai raised the corners of his mouth and laughed out loud. "Haha, here comes an interesting guy. I don't know if he can make me show my full strength." "Where are they now?" Tian Yi shook his head. "I don't know. The last time I saw them was they were heading towards the warehouse area." Zhang Hai was puzzled and asked, "There is no food in the warehouse area. Where are they going? Are they short of water?" "Forget it." Zhang Hai shook his head and laughed, with a ferocious smile on his face. "No matter what that guy is here for, since he dares to kill my people, he will have to pay the price. I, Zhang Hai, will not kill my people casually. Let's go. Bring someone with me to meet this kid." Zhang Hai waved his hand, with a heroic and flamboyant expression, and walked down with big strides. Tian Yi and the other 3 looked at each other, then hurriedly followed Zhang Hai downstairs. They gathered all the able-bodied fighters in the dormitory area, about 40 or 50 people, and marched toward the warehouse area in a mighty force. This time I go there to show off and flex my muscles. How can I show off without an audience around me? Moreover, Zhang Hai also intended to show his own strength in order to strengthen his position in the hearts of the survivors and prevent them from betraying him easily. Zhang Hai, who was at the front of the crowd, licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Compared with the beautiful woman mentioned in the field, he was more interested in Yang Sun. Don't get me wrong, Zhang Hai's sexual orientation is normal. He also doesn't like to force people to do things. He just took a fancy to Yang Sun's power. When Zhang Hai was fighting with another group of superpowers before, he killed a superpower. At that time, his palm accidentally touched his head, and a warm current entered his body. After the warm current entered his body, Zhang Hai could clearly feel that his strength had increased. He didn't tell anyone this secret, hidden deep in my heart. Every time he killed a psychic, he would be the first to do so, touching their brains carelessly and taking away the warmth that belonged to the psychic. Being able to kill Lao Wang and Ali in seconds, this kind of psychic must be more powerful than ordinary psychics, right? If he could absorb his warmth, Zhang Hai couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Thinking of this, Zhang Hai's greed became even greater. I can't wait to kill Yang Sun. It took nearly an hour for Yang Sun to collect 4 pure water warehouses. Nearly 120,000 barrels of bottled water. Weight unknown. I don't even know how to convert it to a cube. Yang Sun counted the number of bottled water. In fact, this amount of bottled water is considered small for a bottled water factory. I guess most of them have been sent out, but Yang Sun didn't care. With these bottled water, with the blessing of 10,000 times return, it can become a lot more. At least he doesn't have to worry about bottled water in the near future. Yang Sun also looked at the remaining warehouses. Seeing that there was nothing good to find, I decided not to stay here any longer. The sky is clear, but some people are going to die. However, what Yang Sun did not expect was that before he went to find the other party came to him first. On a wide cement road about 15 meters wide, Yang Sun met dozens of people. The 5 people leading the opposite side are people with special abilities. The survivors following behind him were all wearing work clothes of the Baoshan Pure Water Factory. The weapons in their hands were also different. Most of them were hollow steel pipes, while others were holding shovels and steel forks. Yang Sun also couldn't understand why steel forks were used in a purified water factory. No matter how many ordinary survivors come, they are not enough. What surprised Yang Sun was that among these 5 psychics, one of them had a crystal core that was almost reaching the level of a tangerine. Quail eggs are the best. This was something Yang Sun had not expected. After all, I'm used to seeing soybean level and peanut level ones, so I'm a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of a quail egg level top level one. Boy, you were the one who killed my 2 men? Zhang Hai stared at Yang Sun, licked his lips and grinned. He didn't have the ability to perceive telekinesis, so he didn't know how big Yang Sun's crystal core was. He didn't even know what a crystal core was. Yang Sun chuckled. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me first. That's good, because it saves me from looking for you one by one. Hearing this, Zhang Hai frowned and sneered. From what you said, are you planning to kill all 5 of us? Not stupid. Zhang Hai. Boy, you are a little too arrogant. Zhang Hai looked around at both sides and said to the 2 male psychics, Go. The 2 of you go up and give him 2 big slaps in the face so that he will remember this lesson. Don't you even know where you are? Are you trying to show off to me, Zhang Hai? My account is designed for showing off. Chapter 60. Killing. Zhang Hai's fear. These 2 people with special abilities are one middle-aged and one young. Everyone looked confused at this moment. They pointed their fingers at themselves and looked at Zhang Hai with an expression that said, You're kidding. Wow, Tian, you said this guy is awesome. Lao Wang and Ali were killed in seconds. Now you want us to go up and deal with this kind of character? Do you think we are not dying fast enough? Zhang Hai felt embarrassed when he noticed that there was no movement behind him. It's okay if my own brothers don't obey my orders, especially in front of so many ordinary brothers and outsiders. He turned to look at the 2 of them and said in a low voice, Didn't you 2 idiots hear what I said? Hurry up and go. Yes. The 2 had no choice but to agree. In their opinion, the deterrent power of their factory director is much stronger than that of this kid. If they don't obey the order, they will probably suffer the consequences. The young man looked back every few steps and looked at Zhang Hai seriously. Director, remember to save us at the critical moment. Zhang Hai. This idiot. As soon as these words came out, their momentum immediately weakened by 3 points. It's okay to be afraid before the battle. Go. Don't waste time. These words almost popped out from Zhang Hai's teeth. Yes. The 2 of them no longer hesitated and immediately activated their own special abilities. The young man's special ability belongs to the gold element and is called sharpness. It can add sharpness that does not belong to anything, including himself, making the object extremely sharp and able to cut iron like mud. At this moment, he added the sharpness effect to his steel pipe. The middle-aged man's superpower is giantization. After activating the power, his body will expand rapidly, the density of muscles and bones will increase. He will have infinite strength and enhanced defense. A tank-type mutant. Yang Sun didn't like these 2 superpowers, but he found the giantization a bit interesting. But not for his woman. He himself can't use it. We can keep them and see if we can train a non-staff elite team in the future. Looking at the 2 people who were rushing towards him and besieging him on both sides, Yang Sun always had a nonchalant smile on his face, as if he didn't take these 2 psychics seriously. This is indeed the case. With Yang Sun's strength, the psychic that can make him afraid has not appeared yet. It is estimated that there are no more in the public. Those who can compete with him should be in the military. After all, The military has a large number of hot weapons, and they can completely use the carpet cleaning method to clear out the mutant beasts and gather the corpses of the mutant beasts together to supply a soldier king. This gap in weapons and numbers was something Yang Sun could never match. Watch the punch. The giant roared, and his fist, as big as a big iron pot, smashed towards Yang Sun's head. Yang Sun raised his hand and clenched his fist, then threw a punch. The terrifying force exploded with a sonic boom, and the two fists collided fiercely. Phew! Snap! Yang Sun's fist directly penetrated the giant's fist, which was the size of an iron pot, and a slight sound of bone cracking was heard. On the other hand, Yang Sun himself had nothing to worry about. He pulled out his fist and shook the blood off his hand. At this time, the young man's sharp steel pipe had already attacked. But when it was half a meter away from Yang Sun, it stopped moving. It was as if blocked by something invisible. What's going on? Why can't my attack hit the target? The young man lost his voice and looked at the steel pipe in his hand in disbelief. Space barrier. This is an ability that Yang Sun has never used.
Space confinement.
Ignore the giant who was hugging his arms and screaming. Yang Sun imprisoned the young man. He snatched the sharpened steel pipe from his hand. Weighing it in his hand, Yang Sun covered the young man's head. Oh no, the head won't work. If the warm current is broken, it will disappear. Yang Sun grabbed the young man's neck and swung him down. Looking at the enlarged steel pipe in front of him, the young man shouted in fear, "Director, save me!" Zhang Hai paused. He realized it was too late. Phew! The young man's neck was cut open. The incision is neat and smooth. It was as if it had been cut by a knife. The head flew high into the air and was caught steadily in Yang Sun's hand when it fell. A warm current hits me. The crystal nucleus grows stronger. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The host kills the owner of the sharp edge. Do you want to extract the supernatural fruit? Yang Sun said calmly, extract. On the other side, Chen Jiai condensed a fire phoenix above her head. With a delicate cry, the fire phoenix began to cry and flew towards the giant with its flaming wings flapping. Pong! The fire phoenix immediately dispersed after hitting the giant and turned into red flames, clinging to the giant like a maggot. The flames were so fierce that even the giant could not withstand it. Phoenix Ode to the World is worthy of being called the strongest fire-related ability below the god level. The temperature alone is enough to put people off. Yang Sun threw the steel pipe with his backhand. Cut off the giant's head. Ding! The host kills the giant owner. Do you want to extract the supernatural fruit? Extract. It is absorbed by the power of thought. Yang Sun threw the giant's head to Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai looked at a huge bloody head thrown at her and instinctively wanted to dodge. But when she thought of what Yang Sun said about the secret of how psychics become stronger, she suppressed her nausea and reached out to hug it. The moment she caught the giant's head, Chen Jiai felt a comfortable warm current entering her body. Under the perception of telekinesis, his own crystal core also grew larger. Thank you, brother Yang Sun. Throwing away the giant's head, Chen Jiai looked at Yang Sun and called out sweetly, "It's all right." Yang Sun smiled faintly, looked at Zhang Hai and said, "You three can come together." Zhang Hai's face turned ugly. From Yang Sun's actions just now, Zhang Hai judged that the boy in front of him also knew the secret of the power in the psychic's head. Damn it! His own subordinates actually became the nourishment for him to become stronger. I haven't absorbed it yet. This guy is too cheap. These are all the hidden energy in your back. However, Zhang Hai was also shocked by Yang Sun's strength. Killing two psychics in seconds with ease is probably something that even he cannot do. This kid is probably stronger than me. Damn, the idea is a bit tricky. Zhang Hai said, "Little brother, how about we stop collecting now? You and I are both superpowers, potential stocks for the current disaster, and also rare resources that are indispensable to mankind. Fighting between us will only harm the interests of all mankind. How about this? You join my shelter, and I'll let you be the second in command of the shelter. And as for the fact that you killed my people, forget it, okay? Young and middle-aged people, so? Ali and Lao Wang, fuck." Yang Sun sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. Actually, humans don't need a superpower like you at all. I don't have the habit of leaving behind trouble. You must die." After these words came out, Zhang Hai's face became terribly gloomy, and he said coldly, "Do you really want to make things difficult for me? Humph, do you really think we are afraid of you? Tianyi, Awan, let's go together. With me as the guard, we can fight evenly, even if we can't defeat two people with three." Chapter 61. I'm already honest. Please let me go. Seeing the miserable conditions of the young and middle-aged people, Tianyi and Awan were unwilling to fight with Yang Sun. But when he heard that the factory director Zhang Hai was going to join them, he immediately felt relieved. What the factory manager said is right. With him along, even if we can't beat the two opponents, we can at least escape safely, right? What a pity. And have let them go and get killed. 3 against 2 is evenly matched. Isn't it a sure win when 5 are against 2? I was careless. But it's not too late to understand now. Good. Tianyi nodded and took a compound bow from his men. He bought this compound bow online. The power is not too great. Later he improved it slightly. This is what it looks like now. Little brother, why don't you agree to the factory director's request? What's wrong with joining us? Dominating the life and death of so many survivors here. Living a life of drunkenness and debauchery, isn't it good? Ajuan said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Hai shouted coldly, they don't think highly of us. Superior. The two stopped talking and immediately activated their own superpowers. Tianye's special ability is Eagle Eyes. There is nothing special about it except good eyesight. Yang Sun was somewhat surprised by Ajuan's special ability. She is actually a water-based mutant. Good job. There is one more material for the fusion of the elemental god. At present, Yang Sun still possesses the 3 god-level elemental powers of gold, wood, and fire. To fuse into a super god-level elemental god, there are still 5 elements missing: water, earth, thunder, ice, and wind. If we can get the power of this water-type mutant now, we will have half of the god of elements. Delicious. Yang Sun didn't expect that this outing would bring him unexpected gains. Superior. Tianyi shouted angrily, drawing his bow and drawing his arrow as he moved. Ajuan did the same. While moving, she condensed the water molecules in the air into water ball bullets, which she shot towards Yang Sun and the other man. The power was half that of a bullet. He is indeed a supernatural being. No matter how weak he is no match for an ordinary person. The space barrier was erected. Tianyi and Awan's attacks had no effect at all. With their strength, they are not qualified to break Yang Sun's space barrier. Director, it's your turn, Tianyi said angrily. Ajuan looked around, but there was no sign of Zhang Hai around. But I saw a black dot running at high speed in the distance. Tianyi used his eagle eye ability to look at it, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. That black spot is no one else. It was Zhang Hai who ran away. Fuck. That bastard Zhang Hai ran away. He left us behind as bait and ran away himself. After being reminded by Tianyi, Awan also realized, damn it, Zhang Hai is a beast. He wanted to cheat us before leaving, and I treated him to my seafood. Zhang Hai was running, which was a result that Yang Sun had not expected. He was a little amused. This Zhang Hai is quite decisive. Knowing that you can't win, you just run away. But it was simply wishful thinking for him to escape from Yang Sun. Teleportation activated. The maximum distance is 1,000 meters. Yang Sun's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai's rushing momentum stopped. Heel break. He looked at Yang Sun, who suddenly appeared in front of him in horror and cried out in shock. How is this possible? How can you be so fast? Ever heard of Flash? Yang Sun smiled faintly, but his smile made Zhang Hai feel cold all over. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to his brain, making him feel chilly. You, little brother, let's talk it over nicely. There's nothing that can't be discussed, right? What do you want? I'll give you everything I have. Yang Sun, I want the energy in your brain. Zhang Hai. This is going to kill him. He forced a smile and said, can you change it? Cannot. Yang Sun raised his hand.
Space confinement.
He walked up to Zhang Hai and placed his hand on his head under his desperate gaze. The red lotus fire is burning. Zhang Hai was instantly ignited, both soul and body. Yang Sun's ears were filled with desperate screams. Zhang Hai couldn't even last 2.5 seconds under the burning of the red lotus fire. The body turned to ashes. The soul is annihilated. The warm current belonging to him entered Yang Sun's body. Ding! The host kills the owner of the physical enhancement. Do you want to extract the supernatural fruit? Extract. Yang Sun used his telekinesis to perceive and look inward at his own body. Observe the changes in the crystal nucleus. The crystal nucleus grew stronger. It has surpassed the orange level. It is evolving towards the cantaloupe level. Yang Sun estimated that 3 more warm currents from normal psychics would be enough to transform his crystal core into melon level. I don't know what the limit of the crystal core is. Watermelon? or jackfruit? Yang Sun imagined the scene of looking inward at his own body in the future. It's okay to have a crystal core the size of a watermelon on the head. Just thinking about that scene gives me chills. After dealing with Zhang Hai, Yang Sun teleported back to Chunjai. These two guys are so scared by you that they dare not move. Am I that scary? Chunjai smiled and shook her head. No. Yang Sun looked at Tianyi and Awan. Naturally, he didn't intend to let these two people go. These are two warm currents. Plop, plop. Two dull sounds were heard. Tianyi and Awan knelt down towards Yang Sun. Tianyi, brother, we were also forced here by Zhang Hai. In fact, we have no opinion against you at all. Please forgive us this time. We are willing to support you to become the new leader of Baoshan Shelter. From now on, you will be the local emperor here. We will do whatever you tell us to do, and all of us are at your disposal. These days, Zhang Hai has ordered people to search for survivors outside. Among them are many beautiful girls. They are all yours. Awan, I have behaved well. Please let me go. Seeing that the only two remaining psychics had knelt down, the dozens of survivors they brought with them did not dare to continue standing. A large group of people knelt down in a crash. They were all praying for Yang Sun to send it. Yang Sun was not interested in these ordinary survivors. The only people who interested him were those with special abilities. Are you really willing to support me as the new leader? Tianyi and Awan packed. Yang Sun grinned, but I don't want to. The space confinement trapped the two people and made them unable to move. He used his telekinesis to pull the two people in front of him. Alloy straight knife with sharp edge. Cut off the head with one knife. Ajuan's head fell off. But there was a height difference between her and Tianyi, and the knife chopped off Ajuan's head but only cut the side of Tianyi's body. There was no other way. Yang Sun could only give him another blow. Phew. At this point, all 7 psychics at the Baoshan Pure Water Factory died. Pick up the 2 heads on the ground. Yang Sun absorbed their warmth. After extracting the supernatural fruits from these 2 people, Yang Sun glanced coldly at the remaining ordinary survivors who were trembling in fear. He did not kill them. Ordinary people will lose no matter how many they kill. Unless someone really provokes Yang Sun is too lazy to touch ordinary people. The issue of purified water has been resolved, and there is no need for them to stay here anymore. Taking out his electric scooter, Yang Sun drove Chen Jiai towards the factory gate in full view of everyone. Only when the 2 men disappeared did the dozens of survivors present dare to breathe heavily. It's terrible. These 2 people are terrible. They are all superpowered people. Why are they so awesome? Don't worry about it. You should be thankful that you are honest. If someone were to mock and insult others mindlessly like in the novel, I don't think any of us would survive. Chapter 62. I am the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. On a paved road, there is not much vegetation around, so this asphalt road has not been damaged much and the surface is as flat as ever, but there are too many abandoned vehicles along the way. There are car accident scenes everywhere. This caused some congestion on the asphalt road. Fortunately, Yang Sun was riding a small electric scooter, so he could pass through any corner. It has been half a month since the disaster broke out. The survivors who had been hiding in the buildings and shivering also came out one after another to look for food. I don't know if it's because they haven't evolved completely or what, but there are not as many mutant beasts in the city as Yang Sun imagined, but mutant plants are everywhere. The vast majority of these survivors who went out in search of food and new shelter died at the hands of mutated plants. A big-mouthed flower hiding in the grass. Vine tentacles covered with thorns. Willow trees look like octopus tentacles. Weird branches that suck human blood. After the catastrophe, the plants on Blue Planet became more and more weird. Passing by a chain drugstore, Yang Sun took Chunjai to take away all the medicines inside. But when the 2 came out, they found that there was someone sitting on their electric scooter. This is a woman. She's not too ugly, but she's not pretty either. Her hair was tangled and greasy, her face was extremely pale, and a fly flew into her mouth and crashed straight down. When she saw Yang Sun and his companion coming out, the woman actually threw a coquettish glance at Yang Sun. This immediately gave Yang Sun goosebumps all over his body. It's so fucking disgusting. Yang Sun, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, was disgusted. Little brother, I'm so scared to be alone. Can you take me with you? As long as you are willing to take me with you, I can agree to date you. The woman said in a mixed voice, and if you didn't know, you would think she had phlegm stuck in her throat. Yang Sun looked at Chen Jiai, who was glamorous and beautiful and was known as the ceiling of pure desire, and fell silent. Is this woman blind? How did she think he would like her? Get off, you're dirtying my car. Yang Sun said expressionlessly. Chunjai hugged Yang Sun's arm tightly and stared at the woman opposite her angrily. My brother Yang Sun is not interested in dating you, so get off quickly. These words stunned the woman, and then she became a little angry. She even suggested that we could date. This kid actually rejected himself. Doesn't he know the current gender ratio? But I am a girl. No, you have to take me with you. It's too dangerous here. I'm scared to be alone. What do you fear about me? The woman was angry and pointed at Yang Sun's nose and said, What's your attitude? I'm a girl. Isn't it natural for a boy to protect a girl? You actually said it has nothing to do with you. It's really embarrassing. The country trains you men to protect us girls, so don't be so shameless and take me to a place with food. Seeing that Yang Sun was unmoved and even looking around, the fairy was unhappy. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. You must obey my orders. The author is not making up stories or deliberately fabricating such outrageous statements. This is a true story. If Wu Zetian looked like you, Li Shimin and Li Ji would have to flee Chang'an overnight. Found it. Yang Sun found what he wanted in a bush. Red big mouth flower. What's your attitude? I just asked you to protect me, but you attacked me personally? Putting aside the facts, aren't you at fault? I generally don't attack someone's appearance unless that person's appearance attacks me first. Yang Sun walked up to the little fairy, grabbed her collar, and lifted her up from the electric scooter. Seeing this, the fairy got anxious. Don't touch me. If you touch me again, I will molest you, believe it or not. Ah, hooligan. Someone is being a hooligan. Yang Sun ignored the fairy and shouted to the big-mouthed flower hiding in the bushes, Hey buddy, your takeaway is here. As he spoke, Yang Sun threw the little fairy towards the direction of Big Mouth Flower. The little fairy glided in a parabola in the air and then fell accurately into the open big flower mouth. Crack. The Big Mouth Flower started chewing. Crunchy and meaty. Big Mouth Flower, thanks brother. Seeing that the little fairy had become Big Mouth Flower's food, Yang Sun clapped his hands and said with a smile, Look how happy he is eating. Jai, when we go to the villa area halfway up the mountain, do you want to dig up some Big Mouth Flowers and plant them? We can also have a Plants vs. Zombies game in our own backyard. Chunjai chuckled and said, That's probably not possible. In reality, you can't even find a pea shooter. Plants vs. Zombies has already had a hybrid version. Yeah. Yang Sun thought about it and nodded seriously. That's right. Riding on the electric scooter, Yang Sun patted the back seat and said, Sister, do you want to ride on my will-o'-the-wisp? Chunjai smiled sweetly. Okay. Ride on my beloved electric scooter. It never gets stuck in traffic. Yang Sun continued to drive Chunjai around. Convenience store? Received. Hardware store? Got it. Gas station? Uh-huh. Riding a small electric scooter through the streets and alleys. Extremely flexible. This is something that cars can't compare to. Before they knew it, Yang Sun drove Chunjai to a large supermarket, Derunhua. The Derunhua in Jiangxing is considered small. Altogether, they only occupy 15,000 square meters. This is a large supermarket that sells snacks, fruits, fresh food, toys, electrical appliances, bedding, and other daily necessities. Yang Sun had been here before, but I haven't been here many times, so I don't know much about this place. But Yang Sun knew that the variety of goods in this big supermarket was absolutely too numerous to count. Thousands and tens of thousands are too few. These are exactly the blueprints that Yang Sun needs. Now that you are here, there is no reason to miss it. Yang Sun turned into Derunhua Plaza, but Yang Sun and his team were still late. There are already many survivors here. Semi-trailer heavy trucks are parked in the parking area. A large number of survivors were carrying supplies and loading them onto semi-trailer trucks. Yang Sun used his telekinesis to count the people with superpowers here and found that there were more than 300 of them. Among them, there are more than a dozen evolvers. Really, what the fairy said makes sense. Open your eyes and see the world. Look more at the world outside. Look, what a wonderful world outside. I've only been out for half a day, and I've already encountered so many people with special abilities. There are not so many in Jingxiaching community. If I swallow all these people, the scene was so beautiful that Yang Sun started drooling just thinking about it. Of course, Yang Sun is not a murderer. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If these people had good intentions towards him, he would not have slaughtered them like an executioner. The premise is that they are honest. Yang Sun did not give up this place just because a large number of survivors had already arrived. He rode straight over. Stop. What are you doing? This place has been occupied by us. If you want to find supplies, go somewhere else. Get out of here quickly.